What is the do we have a what?
Oh, hey, we're live. Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
We have a new member.
Old gangs here. What's up in my Coach Christie era? Congrats on the belt. Nice job. What up, Russ Dog? Good morning.
That's weird. The David Jackson green thing is weird.
I've learned to just not question it with David Jackson, and you just gotta let it exist.
Okay.
Yeah, that's he's found a new button to press.
Good.
This is awesome.
Shout out. What's up, Warren? We are up in here.
A green. He's all green.
Congrats, man. That's big time. That's so big time. It matches his Kansas City A's profile picture. What's up, Zabo? What's up, Casey Tucker?
Become a member of the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel.
What up, David?
Hello, Steven Castaneda.
Hi, Weezy.
Morning, Miguel.
Ash.
Matt?
Every time I see the
Ash,
I think of
Hey, Johnny.
The Evil Dead.
I think Pokemon. I think we had this conversation last week.
Yeah, we definitely did. I'm glad that Johnny G is finally using himself as a profile picture. That's cool. What's up, Valen? Valen?
What's up, Leezy?
Nick V is here. What's up, Nick V? Oh, he said to kick rocks. I wouldn't. Don't do that. Steven, hi. Hello. Oh, Katrina. Hello. Hi.
I will be at Disney tomorrow.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be at Disney tomorrow and all weekend.
Hell yeah. Trader Sam's is
15 seconds.
Extremely the S. Bless. What's up, Miguel?
All right, here we go.
Welcome into the Insiders.
Hey, there we go.
There we
I
go.
So I muted myself. I forgot to unmute myself. Microphones work better when they're on. That's a pro tip for you people out there who may want to work in media someday. Listen up, kids. We're dishing out advice on this program. It's the best day of the week. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm from the home studio today because I don't feel well, and I'm so paranoid about getting people sick. It's my.
I appreciate you, Kyle.
I'm just obsessed with not. Am I down for the count today? No, I'm probably going to clean up around my house, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going outside. I'm hoping that I'm okay. We're going to do some tests and we're going to see, but that's why I'm at home today. Like I said, I feel okay, a little bit symptomatic of an illness, but I don't know whether it's allergies or COVID or a cold. I have no clue. So I'm just avoiding all of it, and I'm staying home.
Okay. That's the new world we live in, and I think it's best. You know, I'm one of those people who shows up all the time, and even when I don't feel great.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, but we're in this little, concealed room.
Yeah, understood. And I'm in there with you. If you're feeling sick, please just go from home. What are we doing here?
It's been a long time.
Talk directly at each other.
Yeah. Into microphones.
For 2 hours.
Yeah,
For
2 hours in one room. Very little ventilation.
Man, so we'll jump off here talking about the NBA playoffs, and we'll start with the Lakers being eliminated in 5 games by the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I can't decide what my favorite part of the Lakers losing was. Anytime the Lakers get bounced, it's great.
Oh, no, I think all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but the JJ Redick temper tantrums are hilarious. Anthony Edwards, did you see Anthony Edwards did a lap outside
my favorite part.
crypto.staplesarena.com
Yep.
and
That was
did
my favorite part.
a lap talking smack on the streets of LA
That's
after
amazing.
eliminating the Lakers. It's unbelievable. And Anthony Edwards is a player I've liked for a long time. He is taking leaps for me, not just on the court. Like, he's really becoming, because last year you saw it in the playoffs, you start to see those steps toward him being like the guy, but he just wasn't quite there yet. And now you're seeing him take those steps as the guy with the personality that he has. I don't know if I've liked an NBA player this much in a long, long time.
Yeah, he's just so fun and real. Like, I think you can't, like, the joy is still there with him.
Yeah.
He's trying to become a professional and all that stuff, but you can see that, like, it hasn't got him yet. The league hasn't got him where he strips down what he says and he, avoids talking about like delicate situations. He's just like a live wire, and I appreciate it. Like, there are players out there that have this ability to just be sort of raw and original, and he's one of them, and you hope that he keeps that for as long as possible.
Oh, for sure. Like, that's something you just hope he never loses. And it's going to make a lot of people hate him, because that's what happens, right? A player is really popular and then they start winning consistently.
Yeah.
And then there's the pushback against that person. We'll see that eventually with Ant, I'm sure, assuming he starts winning, or the opposite happens where you never win and now all of a sudden you're a fraud because you've never won a title.
Oh, yeah.
But he's in the sweet spot right now where he's still ascending. Was this series, because the Lakers beat the Timberwolves, the Timberwolves beat the Lakers 103-96 last night in game 5 of that series. The Wolves dispatched the Lakers. Was that series to you more about the Timberwolves being good or the Lakers just not being good enough?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. But first of all, I think the Timberwolves are a team that, like, they've been trying to learn a new player all season long. And Julius Randle missed a bunch of time, but he's back. And since he came back the second time, they really were one of the better teams in the league. And you saw them start to ascend and start to play really well. They're dangerous, man. They've got all kinds of options. They've got all kinds of length and athleticism. We can bash Rudy Gobert all we want about, some of the things that he represents and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, he's still a really, really good defensive player, especially against a team that likes to, like, attack the rim. And if you're going to go inside against Rudy Gobert, you're going to face one of the toughest shot blockers the league has ever seen. And so for me, like, the way to counteract a player like that is to drag him outside and basically take him off the court. The problem is the Lakers just don't have those players. And so, like, maybe it's a matchup issue with this team specifically. They don't have great perimeter defenders at the 1-2. So that's a problem. And so you're going up against a great offensive player in Anthony Edwards. And then, again, you kind of counteract some of their greatness. You've got guys like Jalen McDaniels. You've got guys like Dante DiVincenzo that can really play defense, lock people up, and at least make life difficult on the perimeter for guys like Luka, guys like LeBron. And I just think this might have been the wrong matchup for the Lakers, but I also don't think we really knew who the Lakers were. And now we know they're a team that's just not good enough on, moving forward. They're going to have to make some major adjustments, and you only have a season or two left of LeBron James. He's not going to play forever. And at some point, this is going to have to be Luka's team, and you're going to have to build that team accordingly. And
you saw, really, and this is where, like, Minnesota beat the hell out of them. And I think Minnesota now has the inside track to go back to the conference finals, and they might just be the toughest matchup for Oklahoma City in the conference finals, just because all the things you mentioned, their size and their athleticism, their length. I think they can just bother OKC in certain ways. But you mentioned Rudy Gobert, 27 points and 24 boards last night for Rudy Gobert, who gets played off the court in the playoffs. That's what. So a lot has been made about JJ Redick and the coaching job, and he played 5 guys for an entire second half, and is that responsible or not? And blah blah. they started Dorian Finney-Smith last night instead of Jackson Hayes. So they started ostensibly without a center.
Mm-hmm.
And then had no plan for how to attack Rudy Gobert and how to make him uncomfortable and how to play him off the court. And maybe they had a plan and they just couldn't execute it. But that's where you typically see him get run off, is by teams that, okay, they're just going to go small. They're going to get him on the perimeter and they're going to cook. And they just didn't have the horses to do that. It was crazy. It was wild. I think the Lakers are in a really bad spot moving forward, which is music to Kings fans' ears. But they have, like you said, a year or two of LeBron left. The LeBron that we saw in the playoffs, he officially looked old. Like, it doesn't look 40. What he's doing is still borderline miraculous, especially in the regular season. But that just, okay, it's a 3-point game with 4 minutes left. LeBron is just going to orchestrate everything offensively. They're going to get good shots. They're going to get stops. And then he's just going to get downhill, get a couple of and ones, going to knock down a big three. And it's curtain C in game 6. He doesn't have that in his bag anymore. And I think you saw with Luka, he's still uncomfortable figuring out how to play with the Lakers. I think you saw him run out of gas, particularly defensively in that series. And if you're LA and you're riding with LeBron James, who's due for an extension this summer, you're riding with Luka Doncic, who's due for a max extension. And if Austin Reeves is your guy that you're like, this is our future insurance post LeBron, it's going to be Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. I think you're in a really difficult spot to surround Luka, at least in the immediate, with players who are going to make them the most effective version of themselves.
Yeah, it's really difficult. But the one thing I would point out is that this can be like a true, like, handing off of the torch. Like,
sure,
the team that you build for LeBron and the team that you build for Luka are two very similar teams, right? And so you need shot blocking, you need length and athleticism, you need rim runners, you need 3-point shooting, certainly. But I think that the way that this will work out is that you're going to have two guys sort of competing for who's the number one guy for a year, maybe 2. I don't know. We'll see. But then there will be like the handoff to what this team is going to be moving forward. And I think it's going to be pretty simple to build. But again, they're like the Sacramento Kings. They're out there looking for exactly some of the same pieces, except for they need a center. And the Mark Williams trade that fell through, that they backed out of, that comes back to haunt them because they just got busted up by Rudy Gobert. And that just, that would not have happened. Like, Gobert could have had a good game against Mark Williams, but Mark Williams is a very good young center if he would have been healthy enough to play and, all that stuff. But not having that piece right there and not having that deal like finished and over and done with, that really hurt this team down the stretch because it's one of like 3 or 4 pieces that team needs, but they had one of them. And that piece is probably why you lost last night's game, because you didn't have that player.
You don't think Jackson Hayes is that guy? That's a stunner.
No, I've never thought that Jackson Hayes is that guy. That guy, whatever that guy means in this situation, he's not that. He's just not.
Did you see what Mark Williams had to say after the game?
No, I missed it.
On Twitter, currently X. Okay, give me 1 second. The home computer is struggling today, but I'm gonna get this tweet up, and I'll say the tweet for people listening on the radio on 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. Here we go. It is a smiley face.
Just put a smiley face.
Immediately after they lost, he just threw a smiley face up on Twitter. And that's just perfect because, like you said, they're the ones who pulled the plug on that trade. They're the ones who said, we don't want him.
Not only did they pull the plug, but realistically what they did is they hurt his value long term because they said, hey, look, his medicals are so bad. We're rescinding a gigantic trade.
Yeah.
That included their future first and Dalton Connect, and like that trade, like, it probably would have helped them. But again, I get it because Mark Williams is he's a young player who's due an extension, and there are some major concerns about his back. And, like, it didn't take much to like poking around for me to be able to find out that dude barely practices and can barely play back-to-backs because his back is so bad. And he's like 23 years old, and that's just not a good look. It's not, so I get the Lakers backing out, but what they should have done is, number one, not wait until the last second to do a trade. So the trade, when they rescinded it, there was nothing else they could do. But also, it's one of those things where you should have had plan A and plan B. And
1,000%.
Clearly plan B is not Alex Len. God bless Alex Len, but no, he's just, at this point it's tough. He's just getting further and further away from being an actual NBA player.
George Wheat hits the nail on the head, and we'll talk about the Warriors loss to the Lakers as well. But George Wheat said, this is not about the Lakers. It's about how the Wolves are just a better team. Yeah, I think that's right. When you say, is this series more about the Timberwolves or the Lakers? It's like, it's more, the Timberwolves just took that series. I saw somebody say that JJ Redick shouldn't have played his aging superstar. Here we go. From Lotus Prime in the chatty house. It's almost like you shouldn't play your aging superstar 24 minutes with no rest. We talked about this yesterday, and I understand that critique, but there was no button JJ Redick was going to push. There was no lever he was going to pull that made the Lakers the better team 4 out of 7 times in this series.
I totally agree. Yeah.
You can figure it out and piece it together in the regular season. You can steal a couple of wins here and there, and you can win 50 games and wind up as a 3 seed. You sure can. The Lakers don't stink. But when you run up against a team like Minnesota that is really well built, they're young, they're athletic, they have a budding superstar, and now a feasible secondary creator in Julius Randle, which is the other like unbelievable part of this, is hand up. I was super wrong on the Julius Randle thing. I didn't think there was any way that was ever going to work. And now he's getting downhill. He's getting to the rim. He's making great decisions with his passes out. He is a reliable player that teams have to figure out how to guard. And you can't just throw your best defender on Ant now. Because, man, you know what? If you do that, Julius Randle's going to cause you problems.
I agree, but I think
that worked.
I think at some point, though, like we have to give it enough time to both fail and succeed. Like,
sure.
Like right now, it looks like it's working, but also like it didn't work in the early stages. And I kind of want to see if this is who they are, if they're going to regress. And,
but it's,
again, I agree. This is not, it's not about the Lakers as much as it is about the Minnesota Timberwolves being just better at this point. But it's also the Lakers. You can see just all the errors in their team build, and you're going to have to address that if you're LA. And like, look, Minnesota's a good team. Like we overlooked them multiple times this season. They're a good team.
Yeah, overlooked them because I didn't, for me anyway, I was out on the Julius Randle experiment, and I'm trying to find post All-Star break. He played in 21 games and averaged 18.2 points, 6.8 boards, 5.2 assists, and he shot 52.3% from the field and 39.8% from 3. A 63% true shooting percentage. Like he's been really good for like a couple of months now.
No, that's true. You got to keep being that good though. You got to show that you can fit in for long term.
Well, like I said, I think we'll talk about Warriors Rockets here in a second, but I think with that matchup, I think the Timberwolves have an inside track to the conference finals, because I think they're going to be favored, or at least they should be favored over whichever team comes out of that Warriors Rockets series. The Kings hate watch continues, so we will dive into that Warriors Rockets game. We'll dig into some Kings stuff that we did not get to yesterday. A stunner, LeBron James unsure about his future. Not sure why that's a story. And here come the A's. Your Sacramento A's are starting to get rolling a little bit. Plus, we got NBA playoffs tonight. Tons to dig into here in the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
What's happening? Somehow somebody put it on True TV in here, so I'm just watching people like, oh, that was Todd Bridges. Yeah, I'm watching like a guy's about to fly down like a staircase, on a skateboard. Oh yeah, that didn't work out at all.
It sounds like you're watching the programming that's on at a sports bar when there's no sports on.
Yes, Dave and Buster's. That's
Yeah, like
exactly
the
what I was about
Chive
to say.
You ever been?
TV.
Yes.
You ever been to Sauced at like 2 p.m.
Yes.
on a Tuesday?
Yeah, at least 5 of the TVs.
Funny fail videos the
At
whole
least
time.
5 of the TVs are set up on some horrible accident about waiting to happen.
What's wild about the Chive TV stuff is how often you watch one of the videos and you're like, what did they think was going to happen there?
Yeah, I'm not
What
quite
was-
sure what you.
Like,
Yeah.
you pogo sticked off the second floor of a house into milk crates. What did you think you were accomplishing?
Outside of going viral and breaking some bones.
Right. And when somebody, dirt bike over a ramp and they're trying to clear a pond and dirt bike tire gets stuck and they go flying. Okay, I see what you were going for. That's fine.
Yep.
It's the anything with a pogo stick.
It's the snowboard down the dry stairs.
Yeah, that's a great one. Anything that's supposed to be on snow or water going downstairs is not going to play.
Normally doesn't work.
Yeah.
My brother, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to pull this up. Yeah, Steven, Joe is winning Survivor. I agree with you 100%. I do believe that Joe, Katie Christensen's husband, is going to win Survivor.
The spoiler was when they had a watch party for episode 7.
Yeah, but
okay, we're just starting this now. I see. What?
Yeah, you thought he might go home then, so it's like okay, but no, like I believe he's going to win. Yeah,
this is why the city of Sacramento is the best. It's the only city I've ever lived in or been around where there would be watch parties at bars for a local on Survivor. No, I'm serious. Like I'm sure that happens in
or The Bachelor. They used to have those too for the local girl.
What was her name?
I've walked by her in the arena.
What the hell was her name? She's a hairstylist.
Yeah, she's a hairstylist.
Not Hannah. Somebody help me.
Dina?
Crawley.
No, not
is
Dina.
A hairstylist. Crawley is a hairstylist at De Facto Salon.
What's her first name?
Claire.
That's it. Yeah. I'm sure like in BFE parts of the country, they have their little watch parties and stuff, but Sacramento's a capital city. People are like, that's our guy.
Oh, just wait till the finale. I mean, if he makes it.
Can't wait.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, man, James is there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you till noon. I want to get to the Rockets blowing out the Warriors last night, but the very slow, not the slow, steady movement toward Nico Harrison was right is my favorite part of everything that's happened in the playoffs. Because he's not. There's no outcome here because like I was talking to our buddy Jason Timpf about this the other day. A friend of the program does the Hoops Tonight podcast. You can find that on YouTube. He does such a great job. And I was talking to him about it, and there's no version where Nico Harrison was right, because even if he's correct about Luka and, man, you know what, his conditioning's a problem, his injury stuff's a problem, and he just never quite reaches that pantheon level player we all thought he was going to be for 15 years in the league. Even if he doesn't reach that, you still didn't get enough for him, right? Like the trade was horrible no matter how this whole thing goes. But as these playoffs have ticked along, the just little like, Luka really was a couple steps slow on defense. Man, they really need somebody. Man, they need to put more pieces around Luka. Oh, man.
Luka's not in very good shape.
It's this very slow churn toward people critiquing Luka with the stuff that Nico Harrison or sources inside the Mavericks building were saying about him after they traded him. Horrible trade. He will never be right for that, but there's definitely been an easing, at least outside of Dallas, an easing of the critique of Nico Harrison for giving away Luka Doncic.
Yeah, like, look, there are certain colors that I don't typically wear, red being one of them, right?
You look
Like,
great in that hoodie, by the way. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you want to see James in a red hoodie.
There it is. I don't usually wear red because I'm a redhead. And like, you're not going to see me wearing a bunch of like even the black t-shirt you're wearing right now. I don't wear a lot of black because it just accentuates the fact that I have like, I will burn like looking out a window, right?
Sure.
When I watch Luka play basketball on the Lakers, he just looks weird and yellow, and it just makes him look. It does not look good. Not the yellow with him is not good. The way it just makes him look out of shape and pasty white, and like, I don't know what it is, but it does not suit him just as a color. Like, he should be like, hey, can we wear the purple gear a few more times? Because listen, I look bad on TV every time I see him. I look bad.
The yellow doesn't play. The yellow doesn't play at all.
Yeah.
No, man. No. I like I said, that trade will never go down as a good trade ever, because objectively you traded one of the premier players in the league for a guy who's hurt a lot. A young rotational player, Max Christie, who I like a lot, but he's not. I'd be pretty surprised if he made an all-star team in his career, and like 1 first-round pick. So like I said, the trade will never be good, but man, a lot of the critiques of Luka from the Mavericks, I think, were justified after that series. So we'll see what the Lakers look like. The problem is, I want to talk about what their offseason looks like a little bit, because we've been going through and talking about the Kings and what can the Kings do maybe with some of these teams who are eliminated and might be looking to shake things up. The problem is one, the Lakers and Kings need the same stuff.
Yes,
they're looking for the same. They're looking for the same type of players. So a swap doesn't make a ton of sense. 2, you can't look at the Lakers offseason the way you would any other team's offseason, because the Grizzlies might have to trade John Morant or Desmond Bane or Jaren Jackson Jr. or all three, because that's how this works. Milwaukee might have to trade Giannis. They might have to figure out what they're doing with Dame after he tore his Achilles, because that's just kind of how this works. The Lakers, they might just fall backwards into a Giannis trade where they don't have to give up LeBron, Luka, or Austin Reeves. And now they just have Giannis on their team, because why not? Because they fall backwards into those things all the time.
They do. The one good thing we have that we know is that Danny Ainge is not running the Milwaukee Bucks. So that lessens the percentage of the Lakers getting a sweetheart deal to land Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, it's possible they get into a 3-team trade where Danny Ainge provides all of the talent to the Milwaukee Bucks so Giannis can land in LA and takes on back contracts. I could see him taking on, we'll take Utah Jazz speaking here. We'll take Rui Hachimura, and we'll take Jackson Hayes and a couple of other. Gabe Vincent's bloated contract if he's still under contract for next season. And you've got to throw in Dalton Connect, of course, right? Because you're the Jazz. And we're going to ship all of that to Milwaukee, and Giannis, you just go to the Lakers. We don't really need we're going to send Lauri Markkanen and John Collins and some other good player to the Bucks so they can, try to survive in the post Giannis era.
Gross. That's what's going to happen. That's 1,000% what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's probably what's going to happen.
Anyways, the Warriors and Rockets are going to a Game 6 at Chase Center on Friday. The Rockets blew out the Warriors 131-116. Not that close, though. It was not. It was 33 or 31 when Steve Kerr pulled his starters like less than halfway into the third quarter. Said, "You guys are all done for the night." reserves go get them and play mop-up duty. Those reserves cut it to 13 with like 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
I know. I was waiting for them to like go. Hey, Jimmy, Steph, go ahead and hop back
The
in.
Rockets couldn't handle Moses Moody, Kevin Knox, Trace Jackson Davis, and someone named Braxton Key.
I didn't know he existed.
Dude, the Rockets had to put their starters back into the game. Like, that's objectively a disaster for Houston. They thought they were going to get all this rest. They bring their starters back in, and they eventually tamp down the comeback. They got it back to 18 or whatever, and they cruised to a win. This was such a weird game, man, because I don't think Golden State stepped onto the floor like, okay, we're going to lose tonight. But the Rockets just came out and threw two haymakers, dropped an anvil on their heads, and the Warriors went, okay, like, we're just done now. It was like watching a game in December. It was so odd. And
I feel like the Warriors, they do this though. They look at a playoff series. They're like, okay, we're up. We're just gonna take one light. We're just gonna, like, we'll extend it. Let's just we're not gonna play a bunch of minutes tonight.
Yeah.
I've always felt like the Warriors, there's always a game or two in a series that they'll give up. And it's, I don't know why that is, but they know how to play in the playoffs as well as anyone. So, like, who am I to judge what they're doing?
Yeah, I understand that. I guess the counter argument from me would be your best players are 37, 37, and 35. Wouldn't the motivation be to end this in 5? Instead of messing around and having to win it? Because people keep referencing, they lost that, they got smoked at home by the Kings in the 22-23 playoffs in game 6. They got mollywopped by the Grizzlies in game 5 back in the 2022 season. I don't know that that's a healthy way to go about playing in the playoffs. It's just giving up games. That's insane to me. Like, you're not good. They're not good enough anymore to do that. No,
it works until it doesn't work anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it does work. Like, when you're just cruising and it doesn't really matter, you're going to play 16 games. You're going to win 16 games and you're going to be the NBA champion. Right. But
sure,
you can give up a game or two here and there. And they've always been that way, where they're like, okay, we'll throttle down a little bit. Or like, look, we got 3 games in 5 days. Let's take the middle one easy and let's just end this thing the next game. It's just whether or not you've got that in your bag still.
That's it.
But does anyone think that the Rockets are going to win that series? Because I don't think they're going to win that series. And I'm a big Rockets, proponent guy. I think that the Rockets are a great up and coming team, but I don't feel like they're going to win that series.
If they keep getting 2019 Fred VanVleet, and if Amen Thompson was so good offensively last night.
He's so good, man.
Bro, watching the game slow down for him is what, again, we're like, you view this through the Kings lens, right? Watching Houston's ascension in these playoffs, watching Minnesota figuring it out and maintaining their level of play after a massive trade this offseason. The Spurs are going to be around. They just had the Rookie of the Year, and Victor Wembanyama is who he is. What the ascending star in the league. Like, there's so many just really awesome young teams that you're going to have to catch here over the next 2 years. Like, the bar, and I didn't even mention Oklahoma City. The bar in the West is just so freaking high, man. And watching Amen Thompson have the game slow down for him in real time offensively, like, he just looks so much more in control when he's going to the rim. He's figuring out ways to leverage his athleticism and length really, really effectively on both ends of the floor. He had, how many steals he ended up with last night? 5 steals and 3 blocks. And I think 4 of those steals were just Steph dribbling and him just going, nope, just poke it away, fast break, easy points.
He also gets a ton of deflections.
Yeah,
like,
man.
even if they complete a pass, he still gets his hand on it. And so they're, starting from a deeper position because he already got the deflection. Yeah, man, he is going to be absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, up and down the board, they were really freaking good last night. They shot 55.1% from the field as a team, 13 of 30 from beyond the arc. I was super impressed with how they played last night, because a young team in that spot, you could easily be like, oh man, all the pressure's on us. We're at home. Don't want to lose in 5. And they came out and played their best game of the series. They were really, really good. A couple of Kings related things for you.
Okay.
Cam Whitmore played 0 minutes for the Rockets last night. Excuse me. He played a minute 43. He played the final minute 43. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But he was not in the garbage time lineup that carried them through most of the third quarter, most of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, there are times where, like I feel like people are like they've bugged our phone. And there was somebody in the chat just a couple of minutes ago who literally almost verbatim hit me with the same text you hit me with last night about Cam Whitmore can't even get in the game in the second round. Yeah, there we go. Lotus Prime, I believe he is bugged our phones.
Bro, it's just why not? Is listed at 6'7", 232, super good athlete, had a really nice run of games at the end of last year. Maybe he's good, maybe he's not. But I'm calling and being like, hey, will you take a second round pick? We got these 2 Charlotte second round picks laying around you. Will you take one for him?
Yeah.
What's stopping you? That's what the Howie Roseman, GM of the Philadelphia Eagles, is famous for that. Just sitting there on a random Wednesday, getting on the horn and being like, hey, Jaguars GM, James Gladstone, who's 14 years old. Hey, James, will you give us Trayvon Walker for a second round pick? And sometimes teams are like, oh, yeah, sure. And that's how they execute some of these trades. If I'm Scott Perry, I'm looking at players like Cam Whitmore, who aren't even garbage time pieces for the Rockets. And he does all the things that, this team kind of needs, the Kings kind of need. Maybe he rides the bench. Maybe he's a Kessler Edwards, but man, he's just sitting around at the end of a bench, not playing. You have to call.
Yeah, he is like going into the draft, he had a wrist issue, but he also had some personality issues, right? So this is a guy who is considered a top 4, top 5 pick in his draft, and he fell all the way into the early 20s. And of course, you're watching it happen, and you're like, oh man, can you get back into the draft? And of course, he goes to the Rockets, who already have so much talent already. I think he's a player that is kind of wasting away. And I think there are two ways you can attack this. If you're a team going up against the Rockets, number one, try to go get Cam Whitmore for like a second round pick or some sort of asset that makes sense, because you got to remember Houston still has a bunch of extra second round picks, a bunch of extra first round picks. Like they're loaded. They're a lot like OKC. They're like fully loaded. But the other thing is, can you go get a Jabari Smith? Can you go get a Tari Eason? Can you up what you're offering in order to get one of their good pieces, because they still have Cam Whitmore, and Cam Whitmore might be part of what they're. So if you go to them and say, hey, what would it take to get Cam Whitmore out of there? And they're like, well, late first. And like, well, would you do a second or would you do 2 seconds? And they're like, it's like, okay, well, why are you holding on to him? And they say, well, we're holding on to him in case there's insurance for something else. It's like, okay, well, what is that something else? Can we get involved in the other thing? Because, Jabari Smith Jr. he's like a young Jaren Jackson Jr. He's not as bulky, and his 3-point shot hasn't come around quite as much, but
Jabari Smith?
Jabari Smith.
Yeah.
So I would like, hey, I'd go after him. I'd go after like a bunch of pieces that they have. If, again, if you've got to take Dillon Brooks off their hands for the 2 seasons or whatever left on Dillon Brooks' contract, but it yields you one of those other pieces, that's where I'm looking at. Like, again, DeMar DeRozan, Dillon Brooks, DeMar DeRozan and a first for Dillon Brooks, Jabari Smith, and maybe Cam Whitmore.
So help me God, if I have to watch Jaren Jackson and Dillon Brooks on a team together in Sacramento, I'll quit. I'm so serious.
It could be the Memphis Grizzlies West Coast version.
Oh my God. Just mix the Grizzlies and the Bulls. Yeah.
The Grizzlies and Bulls mix. Is this bad? I don't know. It feels wrong.
Man, Jabari Smith, I know he hasn't taken that like superstar leap they were hoping he would take. And I think he's coming off the bench for them now. Yeah. But he's really dang good.
I'm
He
in, man.
He stands in the corner, catch and shoot threes, getting rebounds. He's playing defense on Steph. I think the amount I would do the opposite of the Luka trade if I was in charge of trying to get Jabari Smith. I would give up way too much.
Yeah.
I would give up a silly amount. That is probably not the right thing to do, but I really like him as a player, especially when you consider what he does well and what the Kings need.
I mean,
they might be reserving him. I saw, just real quick, I saw somebody in the chatty house bring this up. They probably want to use pieces like Cam Whitmore and Jabari Smith Jr. In a much larger deal to go get somebody like Giannis Antetokounmpo, or maybe it's Kevin Durant, or maybe it's one of the other huge names that we think will be available this summer. But if not, I am on the horn with them every day trying to work that out.
Well, and I mean, even if that's the case, it's always possible to jump in on that deal and give up a first round pick and take in a player like that if a team is looking for picks for a package like that includes a whole bunch of first round picks. Like jump in and try to get a player that way. Like I still think Jabari Smith is worth a solid first round pick. He's not, worth the top 3 pick that he was. But he's still worth a solid, like you're going to have to give up a first and maybe a second to get him. And that's if they ever decide to trade him.
Yeah. Somebody asked if he's good or if he's just good against the Warriors. He shot 35.4% from 3. He scored 12 points, pulled down 7 boards, about an assist a game. I'm in on him as a player, especially in a Kings system where he would be next to Domantas Sabonis, spacing the floor that way, not having to do a ton offensively. He's switchable defensively. I don't know if he can guard 5s. Like if he goes up against Alperen Şengün or Nikola Jokic, you're not throwing him on that player. But I think he can credibly guard 2 through 4, maybe 1 through 4, depending on the one.
Yeah, I think putting him alongside a player like Keegan Murray would be spectacular.
Absolutely.
That's like if you had a front line next season opening up of Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and Jabari Smith Jr., I think you'd be in a great position.
Absolutely. We'll keep talking about this. There's a player on the Warriors who I want to talk about in this same kind of when we get back. Just kind of picking apart playoff teams. How can the Kings get better this offseason? That's how we're viewing the NBA playoffs. They've been a ton of fun, but we've got a couple more games tonight to talk about. And Brian Windhorst is I have come around on Brian Windhorst, and I am now a big fan. We'll talk about that coming up as well on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're hanging out with you till noon. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Oh, the body aches. Oh.
Uh-oh. Take some Advil.
Oh.
We have another $500 to give away today.
Oh yeah, we sure do.
We sure do.
I need to open with that. That's my bad. That's poor hosting by me.
Do we know who won yesterday or the day before?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
At least I have not heard.
Joe, can you can send a text?
I'll take a look.
Oh.
Manny, this would require me to be around you. So, given that will never happen again in my life, you did not get me sick.
Take a look.
In case anyone's not in on it, in case anyone's not in on the joke, I like Manny very much. Okay.
Mark Rodriguez. James, are you going to the Doug Christie press conference? First of all, it's IE on Christie. Not to correct you, but is there a time yet? It's 10 a.m. tomorrow. I believe we're going to try to carry that live here on ESPN 1320 during the Insider Show. I will not be in attendance. I will be in the happiest place on earth. That's what they call it still, right? Is that what the kids
Golden
call
One
it?
Center? Yep. No. Yeah, that's what people call
$2 hot dog night at Sutter Health Park. That's where you'll be tomorrow.
Oh, we got to meet the Glizzy King. Shout out
Oh,
to Nick.
that's right.
Both
And
Nicks.
he said that he's more than happy to be crowned that. So
Oh yeah, if
you
you're
see my
smashing
buddy
7
Nick
hot
walking
dogs at a
around?
baseball game.
Just get him a T-shirt. Put it on.
I
a T-shirt.
will. I absolutely will, actually. So shout out to my buddy Nick. He is crowned the Glizzy King.
Sorry about that last night,
Oh
Manny.
no.
Yeah, there's like when I've got Sean available and I've got Brennan available and we're available at the same time.
You guys just gotta go.
We just gotta go. Yeah, like matching schedules between the three of us is nearly impossible.
Scooter, I am not feeling well because I believe to be sick. I don't typically drink enough to be hungover. To be just totally honest. You paid $2 to say that. That's so God, that's so funny. That's so funny.
That's funny.
Chatty
That's
House
right.
after parties. Wednesday at 8. Right here on ESPN 1320. Or YouTube.com/ESPN 1320.
Somebody asked earlier, like they tried to reach out to me on Twitter. Who was that? Just email me.
Oh, that's a good question. Are you flying or driving?
Flying. I can't drive, Johnny G. I can't drive that far. My back can't hold up in a car like that. And I mean, gas prices are outrageous, and at this point, I think we're able to get flights for like $150 each round trip.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, another like pro tip for people who travel using Southwest. If you buy plane tickets to go somewhere, check in like every week to see if your plane tickets have come down in price, and you can get the updated price and they'll give you credits. So we have our trip for Cabo, and initially it was ridiculous, like $1,600 for the wife and I, and it's all the way down to $900 for the two of us, and we keep getting credits. So now I've got credits to do other trips.
15 seconds.
Smart. Typically IPAs, more of an ale guy than a lager guy, though.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Everybody listening on the radio, 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. Thank you for listening. If you're listening there and you need to get out of your car at some point, make sure to jump into youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and follow along in the chatty house, because there's an entirely different show going on in there.
Yeah.
That's all.
No,
That's all.
There is.
Tap in.
It's wild.
Subscribe to the channel while you're there. Hit the thumbs up button on all our videos. We would appreciate the heck out of that. And if you're watching right now, go ahead and hit that little thumbs up button for us. We would greatly appreciate it. All right. Speaking of, here's how much we appreciate it. We appreciate that so much that we're going to give away $500.
Yes,
we did it all last week. We've done it all this week. And we'll give you a keyword in the second hour. I'm not going to tell you exactly when, but we'll give you a keyword in the second hour. And you go to ESPN1320.com and you go to the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. James, I'm going to need you to read who that is courtesy of, because I don't want to get it incorrect.
The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom.
There it is. We're giving away $500. That keyword, the first keyword coming up in the second hour of this program. Then D'Lo and Casey will have a keyword for you later. You enter at the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway contest page on ESPN 1320. You'll get 2 chances to enter. Once on our show, once on D'Lo and Casey. Go try and win yourself $500. Hell yeah.
I think tomorrow too we have 2 winners that we're giving away. Like we're doing it 2 times.
Possibly.
All right.
Yeah, we're in talks per source. Talks are ongoing. about potentially having 2 winners tomorrow.
I've heard whispers.
Okay.
Tap in at 10 a.m. to find out. So we're talking about this Warriors Rockets game and how Cam Whitmore didn't play for the Rockets in garbage time and how the Kings should make a call about him and the different ways the Kings can get involved when the Rockets are siphoning off some of the talent, the way the Kings can kind of get involved there and try and sneak some of those players away from Houston. The other one that jumps out to me, and it continues to jump out at me, and I don't know where exactly the Warriors land with this player. I saw somebody ask if it's Jonathan Kuminga. It's not. We can talk about Jonathan Kuminga, but that's not the player I'm thinking of. Moses Moody is in the garbage time lineup for the Warriors, and he's not starting anymore, and he's not one of their first guys off the bench anymore. And he played really, really well again in the fourth quarter last night. He was outstanding, really, really good in that stretch. It feels like he's really, really good whenever he plays. I want to get his numbers here because his numbers were good. He finished with 25 points on 9 of 18 from the field, 3 of 7 from beyond the arc, 9 rebounds, 5 of them offensive rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and a block, no turnovers.
I don't understand this at all.
Bro, I've got nobody knows. Nobody's quite sure. I think it's because he doesn't feel like he's a good defender, but like a little bit undersized. He can dribble the ball up the floor, but he doesn't have like a handle where he's gonna orchestrate the offense. I don't get it, but that's another player that I would just call the Warriors and just check in on where they're at, because I think they like him. I just don't. I don't know that if you're gonna give them something, I can't imagine that he would just be completely off the table for them, given how inconsistently he's utilized. And I think he'd be a great fit for the Kings. Versatile defender, good rebounder, hustle guy, glue guy.
Yeah, I've never understood, because every single time he plays against the Sacramento Kings, he looks like a frontline starter. I mean, he tears up the Kings. And I know a lot of people tear up the Kings, but every time he plays, like, the game is going nowhere for the Warriors. He steps on the court, scores 14 points in 15 minutes, and never sees the court again. And you're like, why would you only play him 15 minutes when he's got 14 points and he's just unstoppable against the Kings? I don't get it. We've watched him grow as a player. The Warriors did this weird deal where, again, I think they tried to limit his value a little bit. He's in the last year of his rookie scale deal right now, making $5.8 million, but he jumps to 11.6 for next year, 12.5 and 13.4. And if they're going to use him the way they use him right now, he's not worth it to have on their roster. Like, he for what they're getting out of him right now, they're paying way too much. And so if I'm a team like the Kings, like, I'm offering you one of my trade exceptions, or I'm offering you my mid-level exception, and I'm offering you a second-round pick, and that's it. Because there's going to come a point here where the Warriors, that $11.5 million for Moody next season is way more than what they're getting out of him. And it's on them that's all he's scoring. But that's where I'm kind of at. Like, he should be a player that they're looking to give away. And
that's the thing, is maybe he's in their plans. Maybe next year's iteration, because I heard Anthony Slater say this. Was it on D'Lo and Casey? But he more or less said that, like, for Golden State, he's kind of looking at next year, like, where they have a full season of Jimmy Butler and they can kind of build around a Butler, Curry, Green trio. And maybe in that instance, maybe Moses Moody is going to be a major player. And he did start 34. He played 74 games. He started 34 of them this year. He played 22 minutes a night. So maybe he's a piece in the Kings call, and they're like, absolutely not. We have a very specific, but I mean, right now, I don't see any reason to not make that phone call, because I saw somebody in the chat say, "Oh, just what they need, another shooting guard type." But he's very different than Malik Monk. Like, he
he's a
plays good
2-3.
defense. Yeah, he plays really good defense. catch and shoot. He's going to go get rebounds. He's going to get 50-50 balls. Like he just does. And that's just the exact type of player. And I think that's the other reason he jumps out to me is because when he plays well, it's him doing literally all of the things that the Kings need a player to do. And so I'd make the call. Maybe they say no. Maybe they say double birds, like get out of here. We don't even want a first round pick for him. We have plans for Moses. Maybe, but I'd make the call.
I don't buy that at all, just by the way that they've treated him over the last handful of years. I mean, he's been there 4 years, and he's still not part of the rotation full time. And so for me, like he's a lot like Malik Beasley. Like he can get on a heater, and he can be like a player that really like you don't want to rely on him scoring 20 a night or something, but as a rotational player, he's another guy with a monstrous wingspan. Like if you're looking for length and athleticism, whatever position it's at, he just would make a lot of sense. But like, look, the Kings have much bigger like issues than whether a guy like this would make sense for them. But I do see a lot of ways in which it could happen. And then the Kuminga thing, like I saw someone in the chat say, "Oh, why don't you just do a sign and trade for DeMar DeRozan?" And okay, so first of all, I'm not giving him DeMar DeRozan money. Because I don't think Kuminga's proved that he's worth that yet. Secondly, when you do a sign and trade and you're over the cap, you get hard capped again. And I'm not going to get hard capped 2 years in a row on DeMar DeRozan. I'm not. One time signing him and one time trading him. Unless you're getting a really, really, really good player. I'm just not going to just continuously hard cap myself on whatever the DeMar DeRozan contract is. I think he's going to have a lot more value in moving him as an expiring contract or a contract that's, $25 million next year and then $10 million buyout the year after that.
On Jonathan Kuminga specifically, I know we've talked about him a lot on this show, and he's had his ups and downs in his career. And I post injury, he looked like because he was starting to kind of get it. And then once he came back from his injury, it's just, he can't figure out how to fit with Golden State. I think if you're acquiring Jonathan Kuminga at this point, it's because you're going to give him the keys and say, here, like this is, you think you're a star. Like that's what we think too. You go get it. Because I don't know that he wants to accept the type of role that he would have in Sacramento.
No, of course not.
If that makes sense. And maybe he is a superstar in waiting. Like I know he works super hard and he's obviously super talented. And maybe Brooklyn trades for him and he gets to be the 1A in Brooklyn and he just blossoms and becomes an all-star, an all-NBA guy. Like maybe, but that's not going to be the case in Sacramento. And I think if Sacramento tries to bring him in and put him in similar situations that he was in with the Warriors, I think you're going to get similar results where, some nights he's going to score 28 and then other nights he's going to score 6 and be a disaster on both ends of the floor.
Yeah. He's got that like Billy Owens upside. Like the highs are great. The lows are like, what in the world just happened?
And I understand why Golden State, Joe Lacob, is obsessed with him. Because go watch him in the first half of this year before he got hurt, before he suffered a really, really bad ankle injury. He was really starting to figure it out. When to attack, when to distribute, where to be on the floor defensively. We've seen him at times play really good defensively against like Jason Tatum, where he's just standing Jason Tatum up on the perimeter. Like the flashes have been there. And I get why for the Kings, that would also be really enticing, but he would have to be willing to fit into a role that I don't think he's willing to fit into at this point of his career.
No.
And that's nothing having to do with talent is why I'm out on Jonathan Kuminga for the Kings.
No, it's the curse of the young player who thinks he can be Michael Jordan. And if he doesn't learn by season 4 that he's not Michael Jordan, and that he's not even Scottie Pippen, that's a problem. That's as big a problem as anything else. And so you hope that he gets in a place where he can thrive, but there's also a very good chance that doesn't happen because that's not his personality.
Austin Rivers says it all the time on his podcast, learn your role, save your life. And I don't think he's quite learned his role just yet. So that's where I'm at on Jonathan Kuminga. Awesome player, but not somebody I'd pursue if I'm the Kings and at least this version of the Kings. All right. We have a whole second hour to do.
We do?
Cool. Yeah, no, there's an entire second hour of this program left. We'll keep talking NBA playoffs. We'll keep talking Kings. And I got to tell you why I really, really love Brian Windhorst. We'll go over all that in the second hour. James Ham's there. Joe Brazil behind the glass doing great work. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Yeah, I got that. Drew, that's what I think you're right. I think if he goes to a team that gives him some runway, maybe he eventually kind of figures out exactly where his place is in the NBA. But I think and I blame the Warriors a little bit for this. I think that he hasn't been given that room in Golden State because what Steve Kerr needs is so specific. And it's just really obvious that there's some disconnect with him and what the Warriors want, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah.
So I want him to figure it out because, like I said, the flashes are just freaking ridiculous, and I hope he does because he's really, really talented.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think his upside is at this point, like his upside is Kyle Kuzma. That's who he could be. And even that, like, he's got a long ways to go to be that. And you know, like when you hear people around the team make this statement, like the second that he is as good as he thinks he is, he'll be like the best player in basketball. So there's a disconnect between what he thinks he is and what everyone else around him thinks he is. And that's just really difficult. I could see him going to a bad NBA team and really, really having a good time and putting up a bunch of numbers. And then does it translate?
I think the curtains for him there was a play. Was it the Clippers game? The final game of the season? I think it might have been the Clippers game where he catches it above the break on the right side, and Steph is open. It's like catch, extra pass. You've got a wide open three for Steph Curry, and he caught it, and he gets into like the triple threat position, and he starts dribbling the air out of the ball, and he starts backing down his defender a step inside the 3-point line. It's like, man, maybe he goes and scores, but Jonathan Kuminga working hard for a turnaround fadeaway 16-footer pales in comparison to swing it to a wide open Steph Curry. And you saw Steph like slump his shoulders, and I wouldn't be shocked. I know a lot of people, Jim Park, blame Steve Kerr. It would not shock me at all if Steph was like, that dude cannot play. That dude can't play here.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Well, you have to like
this is, if you can't figure this out, you're not going to play in Golden State, which rightfully so.
Well, but also like, look, the way that team is built is nothing but like super high basketball IQ players.
Yep.
And they've gotten away from that a little
15 seconds.
bit. And that's why they're struggling. It's why they're not a title contender.
Yep. Tried to inject some athleticism and hasn't worked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, second hour. Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. Joe Brazil produces this program. He is behind the glass. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM on your radio dial, hello. Appreciate you for rocking with us. If you're listening on 98.5 FM HD2, hello. We appreciate you for rocking with us. And of course, if you're on YouTube or Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, we appreciate the hell out of you as well. We're talking a lot of NBA playoffs, just trying to find little pieces of teams here and there as they get eliminated, as these series wear on, as players don't play, as players are in and out of rotations, see where the Kings can take advantage. That's, I think, the big piece of the conversation today. I think the question I have, and we're giving away $500 this hour, by the way. Stay locked in for a keyword. It might come in this segment. So, James, don't let me forget that.
Nope.
So, the other piece of this, and we're talking a lot about role players for Sacramento, right? We're talking about the Cam Whitmores. We're talking about the Moses Moody's. We just had a really good conversation off air, if you're listening on the radio, about Jonathan Kuminga and all that. I think the first step for the Kings this offseason and the first step for Scott Perry is deciding what your path is. Is it trying to find a core with the current group of players, or are you just kind of careening toward a teardown where you're going down to square one and you're turning into the Jazz, right? Where you're all about picks. You got to figure that out. And I think if you pick the first route where you're going, want to try and figure this out, love Domas and Keegan and even Zach LaVine, we think that's a trio that we can really build around. I think you have to take a home run type of swing, because as we talk about all these teams that are favorites in the postseason, it's Anthony Edwards, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, it's Nikola Jokic. The Lakers, even we talked about, they have building to do, but they have Luka Doncic. Golden State has Stephen Curry. There's all these, and I know that he's older, but Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, pick a rocket, right? I think at some point you need to find a way, whether it's via the draft or via some seismic trade, to take a home run swing for a bona fide star. That just has to, piecing it together with Murray and Sabonis and Zach LaVine, I think it has a higher ceiling than 40 wins, to be totally clear. I think their ceiling is a lot higher than that with the right moves. I don't think you can become a title contender without a massive swing that brings in a star or drafting a star.
No, I'm with you. The problem is you're not going to be able to draft a star this year.
Right.
And that means that you're just basically putting in neutral for a year, if that's the way you want to build this team. It's really difficult from where the Kings sit today to do a full-fledged rebuild. And I know people are like, oh, I want to throw everything out and just start over. And it's difficult because, number one, you have at least one player that is close to unmovable in Zach LaVine. And,
Sure.
and that's not me saying that. That's the league has been saying that for the last 4 years.
Right.
And
that's
when he got traded to the Kings, it was like, oh, wow. Because, again, the Bulls were trying their best to move his contract last year and couldn't move it last summer and could not move it at all. So, I mean, that's one piece to this. The second piece is how do you find homes for DeMar DeRozan? How do you find, if you are going to do a full rebuild, how do you move away from Domantas Sabonis? And here's the harsh reality that it's just really, really tough to hear this, but even if you're starting a rebuild from right now, the players that you have that you consider your young players aren't young enough for that rebuild.
That's it.
Keegan Murray will be 25 in August. Keon Ellis is already 25. Devin Carter is almost 24, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a young core to build around at all.
Nope.
And you've got young players. Okay, Devin Carter's 23. That's not young enough, because you're looking at 3-4 years out, and by that point, these guys are going to be in their prime and moving on to the next place.
Right.
And so it really puts the team in an awkward position where your best bet is probably to get one or two young players, however you can get them, through the draft this year, next year, second round picks, whatever, and taking some big time flyers, right? On a guy falls to the early second round, you have an early second round pick, which is a Bulls pick, and somebody falls who is 19 years old but can jump out of the gym and has all kinds of athleticism. A guy like Jamias Ramsey, and you draft a couple of those guys and you hold on to them and you see if you can develop them, so you actually start to build what could be the start of a young core. But I think the other pathway here is just to be ultra aggressive with your draft picks and try to reboot this thing on the fly and build around the players that we keep talking about that should be your core, and see if you can find a way to acquire that big piece, Kyle, that you're talking about.
And just to give, because somebody might hear, 25 is not old. Here's what we're talking about when we talk about young players. Reed Shepherd, rookie point guard for the Rockets, 20. Jabari Smith Jr., who we talked about earlier, not even 22 yet. And he's been in the league for 3 years. He turns 22 in 12 days. Amen Thompson, who we've talked a lot about in this series against Golden State, just turned 22. Alperen Şengün isn't 23 until July.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about when we're talking about like a young core and young players.
Yep.
Is not 27. That's not specifically what we're talking about.
It's so tough to change the trajectory of your team out of nowhere because you don't have that whole other generation of players. We talk about just think of it this way. Doug Christie talks about the shot clock in 3 8-second portions, right? You got your first portion where you're bringing the ball up. Sometimes you get a transition bucket. Either way, you're getting into early offense and maybe you score bucket. Maybe you're just setting up the offense. The next 8 seconds is where you're really focused on running your set and trying to get an open look that way. And then the third 8 seconds is that moment where it's the OS moment where you hand it to DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine and they go ISO and they try to score, right? You got to look at your roster almost the same way. Like you need a young, you need a middle, and you need the veterans, the true, yeah. And you want to have your roster more weighted towards the middle with some young pieces to work with, some young players, and then with a couple of veterans that are 30 something that can help bring everything together. That's just not how the Kings are built anymore. The Kings are built with most of their roster is in the middle, but in the middle with a bunch of guys aging towards the third phase. And then a couple of third phase guys that you're realistically what are you going to do? Because Zach LaVine shouldn't be a long-term fixture in Sacramento. He's 30 years old and he has 2 years left on his contract. But what are you thinking? Best case scenario, maybe 5 years of Zach LaVine. So that's it at the high end. And we're talking about a guy who's had foot surgery and a blown ACL. Yeah. A guy like DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan's here for another 5 minutes, in the grand scheme of things. Jonas Valanciunas, he's under contract for, I think 1 year is fully guaranteed and the next is partially guaranteed. Again, he's in his 30s. He's 32 years old. You're heavy on the top end of your roster out of nowhere where all of these great young teams, whether it's OKC, whether it's Cleveland, whether it's, it's Houston, they're just way ahead of you if that's the build you're going to go for. If you're going young, to get to that point is just really difficult. So I'm with you, Kyle. If Scott Perry comes out and just swings for the fences, you can right now, today, you can be on the phone with every team in the league. You can be having conversations right now. So you're prepped and ready on, draft night isn't going to help the Kings. July 1st, that's when you've got to be ready to roll.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm right there with you. It's imperative because you can make it's imperative. Yeah.
There it is.
That place. It's Scott imperative. So it is imperative that they we've talked about length and athleticism, right? And I think that if they just add a couple more wings, somebody in the north of Jake LaRavia from a production standpoint, but that type of player, right? Just switchable, hustle. I think you raise your ceiling pretty substantially, but I think the goal has to be higher than that, at least eventually. And maybe they try and piece this together where they make those. They try the home run swing, right? Because if you want to be a title contender soon, you have to make that move, right? But if you just want to go, okay, let's get back to the playoffs. Let's figure out how to be a playoff team consistently. I think you can get there by adding a couple pieces on the fringes, on the margins, just rotational, switchable 3-4 type of players. You need to add a point guard to, we all know that. Scott Perry said as much. You need to find a point guard. Maybe you do those things and maybe you raise your ceiling to 51, 52 wins. And maybe you're in the mix in the playoffs, even if you're a first or second round exit. I think if you're doing that consistently and kind of building that, not to do the 2 timelines thing, but that may be like to me, the best way if you're not able to connect on your home run swing in the offseason. That might be the best way to, okay, we're going to establish a winning culture, going to draft some younger players, bring in a couple undrafted guys, maybe make a couple of trades on the margins here and there, and trying to kind of build up that way while being competitive. It's really tough to do that. Ask Golden State, but that I think might be their absolute best case scenario if they're not, trading for a superstar in the offseason.
Yeah. And look, do they have the assets to go get a superstar? We don't know, because look, every team that goes out and makes a trade, they have a different motivation. Like every single team, like we just saw what I think that's the biggest issue with the Luka Doncic trade. Nobody understands the motivation, right? So there's typically like either you're a team who isn't very good, but you have an asset that's really, really, coming into his own, but you're just wasting him. And so you're like, okay, like we can go cash this in for 3, 4, 5 first round picks. Let's go. Right. And we can start our rebuild. You got the other team that's like the Kings that are searching for a way to get out of the mediocrity is what they are. They're stuck in the middle, and not even in the middle, really. It's stuck at the bottom part of the middle. And that's a problem. And so the Kings' motivation versus someone else's motivation. If I'm a team out there that's, again, like New Orleans needs to start over. Like the end is coming for a guy like CJ McCollum. They know that. You might want to build around Herb Jones and Trey Murphy. But again, even Herb Jones is like 25, 26. Trey Murphy is a little bit younger. Like that team realistically needs to blow it up and start over. That's where you're like, okay, like how much would you give up for Zion? Again, I think Memphis is in a different boat where Memphis, like overall, they're really talented, like they are. And are they ready to start all the way over, or are they not? And I don't think they are. So like, can you get Ja out of there? And what would that cost? But the difference between going and trying to get Ja and trying to get a guy like Zion is you're looking at different components as part of the trade. Like, I think New Orleans is much closer to a complete, like, hey, give us 3 first-round picks and he's yours. Give us 3 first-round picks, matching salary, and you can have him. And so if I'm the Kings, like, okay, maybe it's a higher risk to go get a guy like Zion or a guy like Ja than it is to go try to chase some of these, aging stars that are going to be on the market this year. But that's probably still the way, if you hit it right and you hit a home run, and all of a sudden they play 82 games for you, or they play 75 games for you, and they're superstars, then that's how the Kings can have a quick rebuild. Man,
I'm in on that idea. I'm so in on the Zion thing. I think I'm out on the Ja thing, but in on the Zion thing.
Interesting.
We can talk about that. We can talk about that after we pay some bills. Real quick, before we give away $500, which we're going to do right now. So lock in ESPN1320.com, find the jump shot jackpot giveaway, and find that contest page. And we're gonna give you a keyword here in a second to enter. But before I do that, do you know who the youngest player on the Rockets is?
Ooh. No.
It's Cam Whitmore.
Wow.
Cam Whitmore is a month younger than Reed Shepherd.
So he's 20?
He's 20 years old still. Go get him.
Sign me up.
2 second-round picks for him. I'm in.
Yes, sign me up.
We're signed up for Cam Whitmore, and we want you to sign up to win $500. So here's what you're going to do. Go to ESPN1320.com. Jump shot jackpot giveaway is the contest page. And James, who is this brought to you by?
The jump shot jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom.
Yeah, you're dang right it is. Here is your keyword for today. Today's keyword is your first opportunity to enter to win $500. The first keyword of the day is champ. 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 Like short for champion. Champ. like
That's
Champ
right.
Bailey.
Ooh, Champ
right.
Bailey reference. Good call.
Yeah, it's the first. It's the first thing I could come up with. Shout out to Champ Bailey. Yeah,
Yeah.
Champ. CHAMP is your keyword to enter to win $500. ESPN1320.com. The jump shot jackpot giveaway. D'Lo and KC will also be giving you a word later on. It'll be a different word, and you'll be entered. You'll be able to enter that one for a second chance to win $500. So make sure you stay locked into D'Lo and Casey as well for your opportunity to win, or another opportunity to win. All right, Zion Williamson or Ja Morant. If the Kings are trading for one of those guys, which one would you prefer? We'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, sorry, Joe. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody, for reminding me to do the keyword, by the way. A bunch of people in the chat reminded me, and it helped. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, this is an interesting one right here. Well, we'll discuss that after the break. Rust Dog. I'm not trading Domas. I'm just, it's tough for me. And like, I think you can play those guys together. You just have to, play them at at different times at points. And you need Domas to shoot more than 3 threes a game. Yeah, like the LaMelo stuff, it's been like LaMelo, right? The reason why you're hearing that name is because Scott Perry has been tied to him in the past. He's a fan of LaMelo. Leezy, I really like Desmond Bane. I do. But I don't understand why they would move away from him. I don't. Like, I think Desmond Bane is like, he's an all-star level player. Like, I gotta be honest, I like Desmond Bane more than I like Jamal Murray. And I mean, I certainly, as a player, I like Desmond Bane more than I like Zach LaVine. The thing is, you're not going to be able to get him. I don't think. The reason why Ja is potentially available is because Ja makes a ton of money. So does Desmond Bane. But I just don't think you're going to be able to get. I don't think you're going to be able to get Bane out of there. Now, if they're putting Desmond Bane on the market, that's the other problem. The Kings have 3 shooting guards already, and maybe even 4. So, like, how are you going to get him? How does it make sense? And then what does your roster look like after you make that play? And so, like, again, while I like Desmond Bane a lot,
15 seconds.
I just don't
He's
think
not a 1A.
No, and that's not where your focus should be either. He's 27. Here's crazy. Gary Trent is younger than Desmond Bane.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham is over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is also over there, but he's in Studio One. He is, as we say in the business, behind the glass. We're hanging out with you till noon. One of D'Lo or KC will be in here in about 20 minutes for the handoff. LaMelo Ball, we've been talking about players the Kings could potentially go get if they want to make this home run swing. LaMelo Ball came up in the chatty house. Where I think you're out on LaMelo, correct?
Okay, so I'm not 100% out on LaMelo as a player. I'm not.
I think he's a really good player.
I think he's a good player on a bad team, and I know he puts up stats. The injury history is a red flag for me. The fact that he's about to get paid is a red flag for me. The fact that his team is literally the worst team in the league almost every year, that's another red flag. And I get it. They don't have a ton of talent, but we're talking about a 23-year-old kid who averaged 25 and 7 last year. He's almost 24. Like, again, the erratic play is something that I don't dig. Again, he shot 40% from the field, 40.5. He shot 33.9% from 3. This is like an extremely talented but unrefined and like almost irresponsible player, like on the court. And it's tough because like he hasn't proven that he's a winner at all.
Okay, so I reject this.
Okay.
I reject this entirely. That team stinks, bro. That is not a good basketball team, and I'm not putting that on LaMelo. Now, maybe you're right. Maybe because you're right. There's definitely some like his game is really awkward, just in how he moves. It's not like the most aesthetically pleasing. But the fact that he's averaging 25, 5, and 7 on a team that is just bereft of talent, like Miles Bridges is their second best player. It's, with respect to Brandon Miller, but he didn't play a lot this year. No, I'm not ready to put that on LaMelo's shoulders and go, well, gosh, they just never win with him. Like, yeah, of course they haven't. The roster's abominable.
No, I get that. I get that the roster, but there's a difference between like being a winning player and being a player who puts up stats.
Sure.
And that's where I'm at. Like has he won anything? No. Do they win because he's there? Absolutely not.
No.
Like, and do they need more talent? Sure they do. But at a certain point, you're 5 years into your career and you're not winning anything. And for that matter, like the injury situation with him is equally as alarming, because this is where you're going to have to pay major money to, who played in the last 3 years. He played 36, 22, and 47 games.
That's the biggest red flag for me. He's played 231 games in 5 years.
I would say this
less than 50 games a year. That's where, or no, just over 50 games a year. That's where I tap out on this idea, because having a really creative playmaking point guard, high IQ player doesn't help if he's in street clothes for 60 of your games.
Yeah. No, I agree, but here's the other problem. He makes $35 million this year. He makes 38 next year, 40.8, 43.6, 46.4. And we're literally, he plays for a team that does not win at all. And I get it. Like, we can keep going around and around about the fact that the talent on that team isn't good, but we're not talking about like, someone brings up De'Aaron Fox. That's what he was like the beginning of his career. De'Aaron Fox at least won like 30 something games multiple times in his career. He, under Dave Yeager, they won 39. They won 31 a couple of times in a 72 game season under Luke Walton. They ended up, winning 48 and winning 46. Let's just go through the last 5. So 19 games this year, 21 games a year before for Charlotte, 27 the year before that, 43 before that with James Borrego as a head coach, but 33 games, like 23 games as in his rookie season. Like, this is really tough.
33 was his rookie year.
Oh, 33 is his rookie year. Okay. Yeah, this is just tough to look at and go, okay, like, how does he equate to winning, and how do you put him in the system? And the problem is that any idea that you have of him is like projecting. You're still looking at a player who the stats, we don't know if those stats work on a winning team at all. Like, that's, and that's where I'm like, hey, I get it. You can say, hey, look at the talent, watch him play. But I also watch some of the ridiculously bad plays that he has, the bad shots that he takes. And it's like, well, you can say that it's not his fault that they don't have any talent and that's why they're not winning. You can also say that there are plenty of times where he doesn't help the fact that they're not winning, that he's part of the problem as much as he is a part of the solution. And so maybe it works somewhere else, but the gamble is for a young player who has missed a ton of games, who already is in that gigantic second contract. And that's just really, really tough. I mean, this dude's making more money than Fox ever made here in Sacramento. Like, you're looking at, what Fox would have made. Maybe Fox makes what he makes this year, but this is a monstrous contract that for a player who doesn't play that much and who hasn't won more than, he's won 40 games in the last 2 years combined.
If I'm taking a risk, my cat agrees with you, by the way. If I'm taking a risk on, we talked about Ja Morant and Zion Williamson as well. And honestly, I'm not even sure that Charlotte wants to give up LaMelo Ball. If for no other reason, he is very popular with the young people.
He is very popular.
Didn't he lead the NBA in fan voting for the All-Star game? Like, you might suck, but at least people are buying LaMelo jerseys, right? So I don't even know if Charlotte is wanting to, and maybe they really like the idea of Brandon Miller with LaMelo Ball and then whoever they pick this year and that becoming a thing. But do they even have their pick this year? I'm not even certain they have their pick this year. But anyways, I'm putting him in a distant third to Zion Williamson and Ja Morant. If we're talking again, we're just talking hypotheticals of players who could be on the move.
Yeah.
He's way behind those guys. Just to be totally clear, you have a guy in Ja Morant who, and they all have their warts here. That's why they would be on the move. But Ja Morant has taken a team to the playoffs and he's starred in the playoffs. Zion Williamson, when he's been healthy, he was dragging them to a play-in victory against the Lakers before he got hurt 2 years ago. You've seen enough flashes there with both of them. There's been more winning and not as many red flags in that regard. The injury stuff is obviously a big deal for both of them, or for all three of them. But if LaMelo is a different conversation for me, if we're talking Kings potential big swings in the offseason, that's a completely different conversation for me than Zion and Ja.
Yeah. Like I do have him below those guys as well. And then I because it's a part of the chat and Russ Dog brings up, what about Trae Young? Where does he fall in this? I think it's interesting too, because like Ja is almost 26, right? He's 25 and 264 days. Zion is almost 25. Like Trae Young is only 26 years old and way more accomplished, not only statistically speaking, but winning wise, way more accomplished than any of these guys. I would have to listen if, again, the Kings' major problem is very specific. I mean, they've got themselves into a situation where they have no point guard and they have two $40 million players and neither one of them play point guard. And that's like not a great position to be in. That's where you focus on guys like Ja or guys, again, like Ball. But if I'm going to focus on those guys, I've got to put Trae in that category as well. I don't think you can
Trae's
play
above both of those guys for me.
Yeah,
I freaking love Trae Young.
You can't play Trae and Zach LaVine in the same backcourt, not unless you're gonna give up 150 points.
Okay. So that leads us to this iteration of the conversation. No matter what move they're making here, like let's just assume they do one of these things. We're gonna look at the roster after that deal's done and go, they need length and athleticism. So you're bringing in a star. I think Trae Young is a star level player. I think he's a perennial all-star. He's awesome, and it's not because he can score it, but he's just a phenomenal playmaker. He's gonna get his guys good shots. I love watching Trae Young hoop, but that you just said it. You have to have a Dyson Daniels caliber player next to him in the backcourt. And maybe that's Keon.
I think you can start Keon next to him in the backcourt, but you still need the 3 or the 4.
Correct.
You still need the Jabari Smith Jr. or the Jaren Jackson Jr. You need the shot blocking, 3-point shooting, floor spacing.
And so is Zach LaVine coming off the bench in this scenario. That's where and that's where this gets a little bit messy, and this is where Scott Perry has some very tough decisions to make, because none of that's easy.
No, it's not. Now, I would wonder too, like, again, the Hawks and Trae Young and Zach LaVine's contracts match up almost identically. Again, next season, Trae's at $46 million. The year after that, he's at $49 million. They literally match up. They're almost identical contracts.
Yeah.
Like, you could swap those two, and it might actually work for both teams. Number one, to give Trae a fresh start, but it would also put Zach LaVine next to Dyson Daniels. It would give the Kings the type of point guard that they need in Trae Young. And the question is, number one, is Atlanta done with the Trae Young sort of experiment?
I don't know if they are, man.
I don't know if they are either, but what is it going to cost you? Because I think a Zach LaVine for Trae Young swap probably costs you 2 first-round picks. And,
at least,
yeah. I don't know if it's more than that, because you're looking at, again, 2 sort of players at an equal place, except for, Trae is like 4 years younger. The biggest deal for me is, where is Atlanta, and do they want to cash in and bring in more draft picks so they can build around Risa Shea and Dyson Daniels moving forward? And that's where I think the Kings could take advantage here, because you do have not only your own 26 through 32 first round picks, but you've got that 27 unprotected pick from the Spurs. You've got the 2031 unprotected pick from the Timberwolves. Those are like enticing pieces.
For sure. If I'm calling Atlanta, I'm asking about Trae Young, obviously, but I don't know that they want to, because they were really good in the second half. They figured out a way to win 40 games despite some pretty significant injury stuff with Jalen Johnson, who was supposed to really be a star for them this year. But I'm calling about Terrence Mann. If I'm just looking for a guy who can contribute right now, and if they're looking to unload somebody, I know he's 29, but I like Terrence Mann.
I would make that as part of a bigger deal for sure. Like, I think like the Trae Mann contract, it got a little crazy. It's a little Terrence Mann. Yeah, it's a little too big for his for what he does for the team. But I would take that contract on as part of a trade.
Man, the Hawks are in a weird spot.
They're always in a weird spot.
Terrence Mann doesn't really fit the timeline. Trae Young's like right on the outskirts of the timeline with Dyson Daniels and Zachary Risache. Onyeka Okongwu can play. He's only 24.
Yeah.
Jalen Johnson's only 23.
Yeah, I like some of their young players, but you can see where, like, go ahead and go young. And I know Trae doesn't, it's not necessarily that he doesn't fit that timeline, but I would still look at it and see if you could get him out of there.
Can we go get Dominic Barlow?
I love Dominic Barlow.
Dude, he was on the Spurs. Now he's on the Hawks. Go get me Dominic Barlow.
Did he play at all? Because every time I watch him play, he's way better.
He played 35 games this year and averaged 4 points and 2 boards. Shot 25.9% from 3, but 53.1% from the field.
Okay. Yeah, he wasn't great.
He's 6'9". Yeah.
Hey, I'm here to take flyers on 6'9" guys. That just makes too much sense if you're the Kings.
Yep.
Like, go get again, bring Jake LaRavia back, but go find 2 more Jake LaRavias out on the open market.
Yeah,
like, man, just different versions. Yeah.
If they're so bringing it back to reality instead of hypothetical La La Land where we were just existing, my guess is the Kings try and take a home run swing with one of the players we've been talking about. I'm interested in like, I don't think Kevin Durant would come to Sacramento or would want to come to Sacramento.
No,
but that's a weird one. But that's a weird one where he has 1 year left on his contract and you're probably not a Kevin Durant away, given everything you'd have to give up in that trade, from being a title contender. And so I understand the allure of, like, dude, Kevin Durant is an all-timer, one of the best scorers we've ever seen. Yeah, get him in a Kings uniform. But I don't I don't think I would do it. And I love Kevin Durant. I'm a big Kevin Durant guy.
Yeah.
I don't think I would do it because you're going to have to give up so much for basically 1 year of him. And you're not going to win a title. So
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm also like looking at at Terrence Mann's contract, just so we're on the same page.
I'm in on Bull too. Don't play with me. Go ahead.
15.5, 15.5, and 16 over the next 3 years. I'm probably not taking him unless I'm Terrence Mann. Yeah, I'm probably not taking him in trade unless it's part of a Levine Trae Young swap. And in that swap, I'm taking on that contract instead of giving up multiple first-round picks. Because that's a lot of money
makes sense.
for Terrence Mann. Like that might cut it to 1 first or maybe even no first, like an even trade, because that's a lot of money to give up. That's a lot of money to take on. But hey, I would start him at the 3 if you made that move.
I got sidetracked by the Kevin Durant thing. I think reality is what you just said. You try and make that home run swing, whether it's Zion or Ja or whoever. Giannis if that doesn't work out, which history says it doesn't. I think the move is that you mentioned Jake LaRavia type guys, who's just at the end of someone's bench, who's on a team that is maybe rebuilding and tearing things down a little bit, like a Bobby Portis type, just really effective player who may just be kind of come out in the wash with all the Giannis and Dame stuff that'll happen this summer. If you can sneak in and find a way to get a player like that, that's where I think the Kings are going to have to, the pool they're going to have to play in this offseason. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think if you do that and you find a credible point guard, you're in a really, really good spot to be significantly more competitive. And I think for 25, 26, that would be a huge win. It's just, even if it's 48, 49 games that you're winning, you get there with those moves. I know it's not inspiring. I know it's not a huge splash in the realm of Ja or Zion or Kevin Durant or Giannis. I know it's going to be uninspiring from that respect, but I think you're a way better team if you add 2 players who fall in between, like Keegan Murray and Jake LaRavia, from a player ranking perspective or whatever you want to say.
Okay.
You're significantly better.
I'm with you.
But you also got to find a point guard. For God's sake.
You got to point guard. Yep.
Find somebody who can run the offense. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is producing this program. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're back in a second with the handoff. One of D'Lo or KC is going to join us. Can't wait to find out which one it is right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Claire.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, that Terrence Mann contract is pretty tough. I think you could win though. Like
I did not realize he was making that much money.
Yeah. Well, that and he's only 6'5". Like I think he can start alongside again. It's funny, he's an inch shorter than DeMar DeRozan, but he is just much better defensive player. I think he would be the type of player that's versatile enough that can play the 2, the 3, and sometimes even a little bit of 4, but that can, kind of add that defensive mindset that the Kings are going to have to find. I would be intrigued to see, I know this sounds crazy, but if the Kings, if they could move off of both Levine and DeMar DeRozan, that would be wild.
Whew. Man, I really don't feel well.
Uh-oh.
How much time we got? Be right back.
Yep. I agree with this. If there's a scenario where the Kings could have Keon at shooting guard and Keegan at small forward, like you'd have to find a power forward. Like again, I would love to deal with the Rockets, but I don't think the Rockets don't have a reason to start over. I mean, or to trade their young players just because they're on the rise. But like Jabari and Cam Whitmore, two guys that I think are kind of underutilized in their roles where they are, that could make a lot of difference for a team like the Kings. Russ Dog, my favorite Disneyland ride. I got to be honest, I'm like super old school. If I could just go on Pirates and the Haunted Mansion, like back to back to back to back, like half the day, I would do that. And sprinkle in a little Indiana Jones. Although I have not been in on Indiana Jones since they redid some of the mechanics of it.
Growing up as a huge Indiana Jones fan, I think I got to say that it's in the Indiana Jones ride for me. That's a really good one.
Yeah, I love it. David Lopez, like, look, I think Stephon Castle can be a really good NBA player, but I don't think he's. It's possible he has all-star capabilities, but just because he won the Rookie of the Year when Victor Wembanyama missed the second half of the season, and
15 seconds,
and De'Aaron Fox shut it down too. Kyle, do you have to do a read?
Yeah.
Doing a read?
Yes, to do a read.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, before we get to the handoff, I got to tell you about my losing daily fantasy lineup last night with Underdog. Did not go great for your boy. Despite getting help, it's fine. You gave me a couple losers, James. It's okay. So last night I had Alperen Şengün higher than 37.5 points, rebounds, assists. He finished with 33. Jimmy Butler higher than 20.5 points. He finished with 8. Steph Curry lower than 4.5 made threes. He only made 3. So I got 1 out of 2. That's not going to get it done, but I'm right back on the horse tonight. And since we have game 6s tonight, that means the extender promo for Underdog, which makes it a really, really good time to sign up. And here's why, because I have a game 6 lineup here featuring both games tonight, Knicks at Pistons and Nuggets at Clippers. I have a 90% profit boost token to play.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, dude. So my lineup gets a 90%. If your lineup is worth $100, you get a 90%. It's worth now $190. Good time to sign up for Underdog in the NBA playoffs, and not just because there's NBA games like every single day, good NBA games every single day. I'm going 5 picks in my lineup tonight.
Oh,
I'm going Karl Anthony Towns higher than 10.5 rebounds.
Okay.
Dennis Schroeder higher than 10.5 points. I think we're going to see some of the young guys for the Pistons shrink a little bit, and I think Dennis Schroeder has been through these type of games before, closeout games, or trying to fend off elimination at home. I'm going higher than 10.5 points. Malik Beasley, I'm going higher than 2.5 3-pointers made. He hasn't been shooting it great in this series. Do you know he made 319 threes this year? Malik Beasley. He's due to catch fire, and I think it's tonight. And then in Nuggets and Clippers, I'm going Chris Dunn lower than 6.5 points. I don't even know how much he's going to be part of the rotation for LA tonight. So I'm going lower than 6.5 points. And even if he is part of the rotation, I don't expect them to rely on him a ton offensively. And Kawhi Leonard, I think the Clippers are winning tonight because I think we're going to get a massive game from Kawhi Leonard. I'm going higher than 24.5 points for Kawhi Leonard. That's my lineup, and I hope you play along with me. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. And with that, it's time for the handoff. Damian Barling in the building. What's going on, Damian?
Hey, man, what's happening?
I didn't know we were going 3-button maximum today. I would have.
It's a
accordingly.
3-button for the camera. I actually just buttoned one. I was around the office with a little extra one down. But
Oh, look at that.
Atlanta.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
God,
it's that time of
sir.
the year.
Control yourself.
Yeah.
It's like when I go to Vegas. It's 3-button max in Vegas. I'm wearing buttons.
Vegas, you don't
barely
even
in
need
Vegas.
buttons. Yeah, you don't even need buttons in Vegas,
Well,
boy.
I need buttons. We're built diff. We're built diff.
Let it ride. You good, baby. Let it ride.
There's
Just let
nothing worse
the
than
taco
having
meat bang.
That's it. Wow.
a bright red V going down the middle of your chest. There's nothing better than that. Hey, look at that. Did you get sunburned just right here? Oh,
That's why you got a sunscreen.
James,
Nico.
I need more sunscreen. More sunscreen.
You know, in the song Nostalgia with Pusha T and Kendrick, and Kendrick says shirt buttoned open, taco meat laying on his gold. That's me in Vegas.
Okay. I like
That's
that.
me.
Yeah, boy. That's a
absolutely.
good look.
Shout out.
That's a good look.
Rank these players
Boy, that's
as
a good
home run.
transition on your part. Yep. Taco
Thank
meat
you.
gold right into ranking players. I'm with it.
What do you? Okay, hang on. Let me find a transition. Speaking of nope.
it's not Tuesday.
I've got nothing.
But
I got nothing. We're just gonna move on in the conversation. That's good hosting,
I'm with it.
So, rank these players in terms of you'd want the Kings to take a swing at them this offseason.
Okay.
Ja Morant, Zion Williamson, Trae Young, and LaMelo Ball. They've been the focus of today's program.
That's terrific. We definitely didn't have an identical. That we're just going to steal this and move it over.
That's good programming by us. Salute.
I think it's great programming. It's a thread throughout our live broadcast. That's tough. I hadn't thought about it in terms of rankings. Feel like Trae's the safest, but like I don't really know what you get there. I feel like Zion has the most upside. Obviously, there is an incredible fear factor that goes along with Zion, and I think there's a fear factor that's starting to go along with Ja Morant as well. LaMelo, I'm not quite there with. I wonder if LaMelo would be would LaMelo be the cheapest acquisition in terms of what you have to give up to get him in return?
Be the most expensive.
LaMelo would be. Well, I mean, obviously he's got that contract, but man, wow. If I were to rank them, this is tough. Number one, man.
And this is Kings pulled off this trade, and you're excited about it.
I think it's Ja.
Okay.
I think it's Ja. Like Zion would just be like a year of nervousness. Like no one would even be excited. That everybody would be scared to death if it was Zion Williamson, because you're just praying that he can stay on the floor, to 60 games, longer than 50 games. You're praying that he could be available if this team makes the playoffs. Trae's fascinating. Trae's fascinating. Man, this is tough. I'm gonna spend the next 4 hours trying to do these rankings. This is tough.
And Trae, just so you know, Trae is 26, early, like 26 in 100 days.
Yeah.
Ja Morant is almost 26.
Okay.
We've got Zion at almost 25.
Man,
they're all within. Those three are within a year of each other, and then
LaMelo's like 20.
LaMelo's almost 24.
Okay,
like he'll be 24 in August before the season starts. So again, they're all within like realistically a 2.5 year window. But they also all make like very similar money.
Yeah, I feel like I'm too old to love LaMelo. Like LaMelo is he's the kid super. Like he's the guy that's the young ones love.
LaMelo Ball is to basketball what NBA YoungBoy is to me for music.
There you go. Yeah,
like, I just have I understand he's popular. You got it. That's a generation I'm not part of.
Yeah. I mean, like LaMelo hoop. Like I think I more roll my eyes at LaMelo because of his like silliness and his inability to clean it up a little bit. You know what I mean? But he's he's been an incredible talent since the moment he stepped on the national stage. Like he is good. Like he's really, really good.
He's got some Jason Williams tendencies.
Sure, absolutely.
Right? The highlight reel.
But he's better. Like he's a lot better than Jason Williams ever was.
Yeah.
He has the flamboyance would probably be a good word to his game that Jay Will had.
The flash.
But he's a better player. Yeah.
Well,
pizzazz.
He's also a player who's played on a team that's just horrific.
Absolutely.
So he gets to do whatever he wants.
And and it's impossible to tell what that translates to. Yeah, it's impossible to tell what that translates to. Like people will make the same argument, I think, with Trae. Is Trae now the Atlanta Hawks haven't been a disaster, but Trae hasn't played with another like really elite player, like anything even close to his category. And so you can pose the question, like, what does Trae look like if you were able to do this deal and somehow keep Domantas Sabonis on the team?
Mm-hmm.
What would that look like? It's tough to it's tough to make that transition and then make a comp to it.
No, I totally agree. And I would say this too. You talk about the young kids with LaMelo. My son played volleyball in high school this year.
Mm-hmm.
You go to a volleyball tournament and half of the kids have the LaMelo ball.
Oh, I
haircut.
believe it. Yeah.
You're like, what in the world is going on here?
Yeah.
Haircut of the season.
He is the dude right now for young people, which is totally bizarre. But
no, he is. Like, I mean, he's flashy. He's got the ink. Like he talks like a 23-year-old. Sorry, Kyle.
Yeah. He got popular in the internet era.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like what was they had the Facebook show. I forgot what it was called, but the whole family had the Facebook show.
All in the Family.
Ball in the Family. Yeah, there you go. And from day one, like when Lonzo burst on the scene, it was like, Lonzo's dope. LaMelo's better. Like LaMelo was LaMelo at like 15, I think, or 16 he's the best of the three.
Oh yeah,
he's the best of the three, and it's not close. And it's absolutely accurate. Like Lonzo, I think very highly of Lonzo Ball. I think he's a great basketball player. He is very, very different than his brother, though. A very, very different type of point guard.
I think
Lonzo is almost a traditional point guard. LaMelo is not.
Yeah. Lonzo is a little more well-rounded.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can play defense. He does some of the other things.
Mm-hmm.
But all of these, I mean, you can't put Trae, you can't put Ja, and you can't put LaMelo in the same backcourt with Zach LaVine. You just can't. Like unless Domas is going to have 6 fouls every game, and you're going to give up 130 every game at a bare minimum.
And that's sort of the conclusion you come to with all this. No matter what they do, they still need size and athleticism.
Oh yeah,
that's still going to be a problem if they make any one of these deals, no matter how you want to rank them.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
Trae's number one for me.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Hammer?
I think it's probably Trae. Like,
wow.
I would love to watch Ja on a nightly basis, but I just don't think he holds up at all.
I understand. And I mean, we do have a similar conversation like laid out like that. I might change my mind by the time we get to that conversation, by the way.
Seriously.
So
he's the most accomplished.
I
mean, he's
Trae?
led a team to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, he
like,
did.
Great,
it's hard for me to like the what happened with the Grizzlies this year is fascinating. Like it was just so odd. Like you've felt this incredible impact with Ja's return, and then it Ja starts missing time. They keep winning, and then kind of things get weird after that. So stuff.
More of this coming up on D'Lo and KC.
Yeah, man, definitely. A lot more of this.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up next for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. James will be back Monday. He's got a trip to the happiest place on earth coming up. Joe Brazil, shout out to you. Appreciate you for producing this show. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're back tomorrow. Jesse Tapia filling in for James right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water. Be nice, people.
See you, friends.
Clear.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you.
Have a splendid day, fella.
See you
I
guys
wanted
next
to look
week.
at this. I wanted to look at this just because you brought up De'Aaron Fox's name when you were talking about Stephon Castle. Go look at their numbers, their rookie seasons. They're almost identical.
Oh, yeah.
Almost exact.
No,
That's
I,
crazy.
I agree.
No, they
And
got
the
two of
fact
them.
is that he's getting to play and learn from Chris Paul. I mean,
Yes.
that does help.
Yes. Invaluable.
Yeah.
All right, James. Enjoy the hell out of Disney.
I'm
see
gonna
you-
switch sides, Kyle. So we'll see you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
See you on the other side. See you when you get to the other side. Have a ton of fun. If you need anything, let me know. All right, he's gone. I'll stay here and talk to you guys. All right. Okay, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to go test and see if I have the sickness. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks, Hammer.
Oh, good.
Oh, Jesse got donuts. Hey, KC, you can have the one with the nuts on it, bro.
Whoa. Hey.
Told them earlier there was only
Hey.
nuts.
Hey. Hey.
What?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. Hey.
That's Casey's favorite. What are we doing? I'm not ready. Just wait, Jesse. Wait. You just wrapping up these commercials.
God damn it, I said wait.
Okay.
It's been 5 years. I'm still not ready.
No, it's fine. Okay. Now I'm ready.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah, boy. We welcome you in here. One more time for the good times. Come on, man. And one more time just because I'm happy. Hey.
Look, hold on. This is us. It's on us. You want to talk about accountability in the city? It's on us. Give me some more air horns. Yesterday was Young Zell's birthday.
Oh, come on, man. Hold up.
Damn. Yeah, hey, let's go. Young Zell are bad, belated, but it's still love.
Young Zell, like the beam, baby.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
I mean, it's the man's
Tell 'em like the beam
birthday.
now.
We don't cut the record off.
Like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
Yeah, like the beam because Lakers.
You can tell 'em
Well, I always do that. Shout out to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16
now.
Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Happy birthday, Young Zell. Yes, sir. That boy was they was out at Cowboy Carter this past weekend.
Ooh, a lot of people made that trip. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. I saw 3 people. So,
Well, I saw Zell and his wife, so I saw 2.
well, K and B.
Okay, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
K&B and
I
their
saw
whole
somebody.
crew went.
Somebody else made the trip out there.
Yeah. It looked like they had a nice little time. Concerts are tough, man. You got decisions to make, especially. I mean, I think the big 3 this summer are Cowboy Carter. That's really limited, though. It's not like it's not making a run everywhere. It's limited, but Cowboy Carter, The Weeknd and Playboy, and then Kendrick and SZA.
Yeah.
And it's like, even if you're I love concerts. I love live music. I can't do all 3, and really, like, I can't do 2.
The price point crazy.
It was kind of like, yeah, okay. I just saw Beyonce, so it's okay. Like, it's okay to miss Cowboy Carter. I've seen the set list too. For me, it's really okay to miss Cowboy Carter. And then it was like, all right, The Weeknd, like Kendrick is my, Kendrick is that's my one.
Yeah,
so it's like, I'm gonna go see Kendrick. And then I looked at The Weeknd. I was like, well, I can't do both. So we're gonna go see Kendrick and SZA. Then we're gonna see, and just there happened to be a less expensive show going on the night before, and we'll see Janet Jackson the night before.
Damn. Bowling.
Man, I cannot wait. I've seen Janet
Bowling.
4 times. 3. I
Jan-
don't care how many it's been. I'm ready to see her.
Yeah,
again.
Janet, one of them ones where
I'll
if you
go.
got
I'll
the
go every
opportunity-
time.
Yeah, we'll see her every time. That's how Mary is for me. Jay, I've been
Let's
seeing
go.
Jay a few times. I'll go see him. Oh, yeah.
Running IT know what it is,
Yeah.
baby. Running it knows what it is. May 31st, Las Vegas. If you need tickets, if you're trying to go see him at Oracle, and you looking at that, you looking at them resales. Don't buy the resale ticket. Go to Ticketmaster, buy the ticket for 2 nights later in Las Vegas, and just book the flight.
That's it. And go spend a weekend in Las Vegas,
Oh,
or
man,
at least
come
a
on, man.
night in Las Vegas.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's what we do.
Yes, indeed.
That's what we do. Here on the May 1st edition of Dealing with KC, I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledgement.
And we are live.
Slums of Sacramento.
Shout out to producer Jesse Tapia.
What are you doing with him?
Happy
That's a
that
good
you were
one.
here.
That might be the best.
I think what makes
We
that
have
funny,
the most problematic sound bites, by the way.
well, yeah.
There's nobody good in
Yeah.
that situation. Well, what do you want
Well,
us to get? Zack Ryder? Woo, woo, woo.
You know it.
That'd be kind of bad.
What's wrong with Paul Heyman? Did you see Paul Heyman's engaged to like a 22-year-old?
It's the thing now.
Well,
No?
I think he might have got chatty housed.
Oh, no.
Oh, did you?
That was a work?
I believed it too. I just
Yeah.
scrolled
Oh,
past,
I
but-
just saw the Instagram.
I saw
thing.
that too.
Oh, that was a
But
work.
they had the correction where he may still be engaged. I don't know. I just
Okay.
saw the correction.
She's 25, not 22.
Well, no, that's just his client. They're not engaged. They could be wrong with the correction. They could still be engaged.
Wait, what does his client mean?
Like
he has an agency.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got that.
So they could still be engaged though.
But I think it's an advertising agency. If I can't remember what his agency is. It's very like he has it's not a side hustle. I think it's his actual gig. He's very good at it.
I couldn't imagine. I saw the same thing too, and I was like, damn, money crazy.
Well, maybe it's because the Bill Belichick story is fresh in everybody's brain right now.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, we haven't dove into that.
We haven't. I put it in the notes. It's noted as I just wrote Bill Belichick. What's her name? Jordan Hudson. In case we get bored. If we get bored, we haven't talked about that at all yet. Okay. All right. We ain't starting the show with this.
Daniela Chavez posted this video with the caption claiming that Heyman is her agent and not her partner.
Okay.
So she could be. That could be a work. I don't know.
Well, maybe I got Chatty House for the first time.
Well, like you said, Bill Belichick's got everyone on edge right now. So
that's what it is. I'm gonna blame WCW. He sent me the damn video. I was like, oh wow, really? Oh man, that's weird. But I guess it's not. That's what they're doing.
We don't know. We don't know.
Shout out Al Pacino and his
Al Pacino
son that he's 83 years older than.
Didn't De Niro do the same thing? Or was it just Al Pacino? It was two older
De Niro.
people.
De Niro did two, maybe, but like
I don't think
his kid at 70.
Has De Niro been with the same woman?
Maybe. I just thought two elders did the same thing around the same time.
Two elders. I don't know why that's funny to me. Robert De Niro. I'm gonna see if I can like quick search this real quick. Robert De Niro. No, I don't know.
Sorry, Bobby. I'm sorry I put you out there like that. My bad.
Huh. Robert. Okay.
No, he was 79.
Well,
when he had his most recent child.
Yeah,
Robert was.
Yeah, Robert.
I searched Robert De Niro's kids, and I'm learning a lot.
I searched up when's the last time De Niro had a kid. Popped up.
And how long ago was it?
April 2023.
Oh
wow,
biracial.
So there. I found an article. Meet his 7 children and their mothers.
Oh, more or less.
Oh,
more or less. I'm going.
Oh,
I'm going. What's the number is?
Set it at 3.5.
Okay, if it's 3.5,
I'm at 4.
I'm going more.
Maybe yeah. I'm at
going
4.
More.
3.5. Now I don't see the mothers. I only see the kids.
How many different last names they got?
Well, they all.
If the number's 3.5 and you took more, you won. Because those are 2 black boys. That's a black girl. That's definitely a black boy. I don't know what these 2 in the corner are. I don't know. So it looks like his 2 oldest kids might be maybe Italian. And then as he got older, his palate changed.
Oh.
His palate changed a little bit. And all of a sudden, you got a bunch of little mixed babies running around here from Robert De Niro.
Yeah. I'm
okay, so here's. Oh,
I only see,
okay.
I only see one.
Oh wait, no, that's that's okay. Hold up, I stand corrected. The young lady in the corner was adopted. So the one that looks like she's adopted.
Okay.
So black kid, black wife. Oh yeah, Robert De Niro's with us. Robert De Niro, all for the culture.
Yeah. Oh, are you looking at this picture?
I don't know who this.
Like a black
now,
tie.
Hold on. Now there's a guy. The former couples. Okay. So there is a young man who appears to be white.
No, I'm about to say if you're looking at
he's the second oldest.
If you're looking at this picture where they're at like some awards here, Robert De Niro's the only white person in this photo.
Well, hold on. Turn your computer around.
Let's see. This is it this one right here? This one?
No. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm literally looking at an article that has all of the kids and the moms attached to it. Why does this stuff always happen at the beginning of the show? Could you imagine being someone who tunes into the radio every day on their lunch break at 12 o'clock and you hear this? You don't know what this show is about.
Yeah, we're talking about Robert De Niro's kids, by the way, for those that just jumped on.
Okay, Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I found a picture where Robert De Niro is the only white person.
There, that's what I'm saying. Right there.
Hey, Robert De Niro is the greatest of all time. He
Shout
is
out
the
Bobby De
greatest of all
Niro.
time. My goodness. And so even when he had like surrogate babies, he was, yep, I want a black one.
Come on, man. Come on. And Jesse, you did say he 79,
So-
which couldn't have been
79.
that long
Now-
ago. He just had another.
No, yeah, April 2023.
All right. All right, Rob.
Damn near medical miracle.
So I'm trying to figure out, is the one that he just had, was that from the surrogate? Oh, there's a lot here. There's a lot here. I also think I just realized, does Robert De Niro wear a wig?
No, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
No, okay.
Let's not tell the truth about Robert De Niro too much.
Okay. Maybe he's preparing for a movie in this picture. But
Show the
either
class.
that-
Show the class.
well, no, I thought I just showed this one. Like that's not Bobby's hairline, is it?
Oh, that's tough. You shouldn't have showed the class.
Well,
Is that-
well, my bad. I wasn't. I was looking at the computer. Let's show it again.
Oh, I thought you leaned in. Well, take your glasses off.
Well, I was looking on the.
It looks like Larry David.
Yeah. No, he's doing a movie.
Okay, I hope that's what it is, because
That'd be my guess. We never seen Bobby like
no, not with a hairline like
that.
that.
We never seen him
He makes some good looking kids.
like that. Yeah, man. I guess Robert. Well, so no here.
I don't know. This kid look like me
on the Google search. If you go, yeah, he's got a full head of hair on this one.
Okay,
with a
all
10-month-old baby.
Yeah, he must be doing a movie then. He must be doing.
Maybe he's doing the Larry David movie.
Oh, well, maybe. Hey, man, thanks for tuning in. This is great. We're so happy that you're here with us. I don't know, man. Doug was named the head coach today, officially.
Yeah.
They'll be doing a press conference tomorrow. I guess we'll talk a little bit about that. Lakers are out of here.
Hey, hold on, man.
Go ahead.
Let me do that dance on the. I'm dancing on the grave.
The Lakers are out of here. We'll talk about that.
I'm dancing on the grave.
And the Warriors couldn't close out last night, and maybe there's a little fear that they won't be able to. We've got all that coming up. We are thrilled that you're here with us, Matt George. Final hour of the show with his D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320.
Scooter, grow up. I don't know if that's a sign of immaturity or not, but it sounded like the right thing to say.
That bubble ring carries a lot of.
over here, big dog.
I mean,
Now you enjoy.
no, I mean,
I'll get the sprinkle.
hey, man, look, I'm just
Oh, what donut is KC gonna eat?
just the regular donut. What you talking about?
That's not
man?
regular.
What you? Oh no, I'm telling the class. Look, hey Jesse. Yesterday, we were talking about the 2 Louis bags that I had. Right when I told the story.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, he's snitching right now, but it's okay.
Go ahead.
Ask him how many Louis bags he had yesterday.
You don't need to ask me nothing.
Well,
He's right, I don't. But how many Louis bags did you have yesterday?
Define back.
see what I'm saying? See what I'm
No,
saying?
like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah,
I
see
was out
what
here
I'm saying?
jumping Casey yesterday for his
See what I'm
bags,
saying?
and
See
meanwhile,
what
you
I'm
got
saying?
4 of them.
I didn't even realize, so I said bye. I
First
said,
of
wait
all-
a minute, hold on.
First of all, KC got jumped yesterday because he came in here looking down on my man Karosh.
No, not at all, man. Shout out
putting in there where
Karosh.
Karosh out there cleaning up the river, and this man comes in with $500 cologne that Kamara sent to us, and talks about his 2 Louis bags. That's why he got jumped.
I was acknowledging the optics. That's all I was doing. This guy was walking around with 2 bags himself.
Yeah, that's crazy. Meanwhile, I'm carrying
Define
around my
bag.
wife's backpack. I've seen this a bunch. I don't think we need to apologize to anybody, but we'll talk about it, I guess.
We'll talk about it. I mean, you ain't got to apologize.
No, hold on. Now, some of y'all hoes is getting a little too much. Star this polo tweet. I always call them tweets. Star this polo message.
We'll talk about it.
Absolutely, brother De Niro. Absolutely, brother De Niro.
We'll talk about it. I've been to that.
Why
TGI
is
Fridays.
this?
That was a good TGI Fridays.
Have you ever seen that show?
What is it? Practical Jokers?
Yeah.
It used to be really good.
Yeah,
I watched
vaguely.
it like 10 years ago.
Vaguely.
Made me laugh.
It used to be funny, and it's like, all right, like you've been doing this for however many years. Like it's probably run its course.
Wu-Tang Clan ain't none to. Oh, man. Cover me for a second. I want to send a text to Complex. I wanted to get Rock the Mic. What? Who was Rock the Mic? That wasn't a Franchise Boys. Who was that? Beanie Siegel?
Beanie and the remix had Nelly. But Freeway and Beanie. It's BC in a place with Young Free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic, right? Yeah. It's the hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Backwood when I'm having to land. Here's gonna be it.
All right, man. We appreciate you for being with us. Let's settle in here and do a radio show. Be professionals for once in our life. Instead of Googling Robert.
So let me
De
tell you
Niro
about
and
Al
kids.
Pacino.
Oh, man. Congrats to our man, Doug Christie, officially named the Sacramento Kings head coach today. Press conference tomorrow, of course, as we always do, or as much as we can at least. We'll carry that press conference live for you here tomorrow with the insiders. Probably should have double-checked with Kyle Madsen. I assume that's the plan, though. Doug Christie, Scott Perry will be on hand as well. So we will have that for you beginning at 10 a.m. tomorrow here on ESPN 1320. But Doug Christie officially named the Sacramento Kings head coach. He is going to have a lot to say tomorrow. That man, as we say yesterday, is extremely passionate about this city, about that basketball team, and about his job. And low biased on this one. So I'll take all of the criticism for it. But I'm a big believer in Doug Christie, and I trust that he will do everything he can to get the job done. Scott Perry is going to have to do his part. Whoever is wearing a Sacramento Kings jersey next year, they're going to have to do their part too. But I trust Doug Christie at the helm of all this for sure.
I agree. I feel the same exact way. Once again, that doesn't mean it's guaranteed to work or anything else like that. But when you put a person like Doug Christie in charge of your basketball team, in charge of your locker room and being a leader of men, I'll ride with him. Like I'll take my chances with a guy like that because I believe in the way that he looks at basketball and the way that he looks at working with others. And I think those two things, those two components are maybe the most essential in being successful in the NBA. So I'm all in. I'm the same way. I'm all in. I believe in them. Like you said, they've got work to do as far as building a roster. That'll work. But I believe in the approach and everything that he's going to bring to the table.
I assume Michael Malone is probably the best coach out there as a free agent or potential free agent, even when you factor in, assistants. I don't even know who the young, hot, up-and-coming assistant is. After that class of Charles Lee and Will Hardy and Darvin Ham all got decimated and given opportunities. So I don't know who like the next. I know. Man, I'm so sorry, David Adelman. I know he's definitely one. He has a very unique opportunity that he's making the most of right now in Denver. But there isn't a coach out there that I would be excited for. Like, whether people didn't like the process, whether people feel like this is Vivek's pick, like whatever you feel about Doug Christie and how this selection was made, there isn't a coach, including Michael Malone, that I would feel better about having this position than Doug Christie.
I agree. Yep. Sorry, I don't have much to add, but I'm in lockstep with you. Like I just believe in his approach. This is something that I've said, we've said since he got the interim tag. I just believe in the way that he goes about seeing the game of basketball, working with others, teaching the game of basketball. I believe in it. It's in lockstep with the same ways that I see the game of basketball and working with others. So
what you're saying is you and Doug are the same.
Add him to the list.
Give or take, I think he could jump a little higher at one point. He's a little taller, a little more light skinned, but other than that, yes.
And Jazz is your Jackie.
Yes.
It works. It works. I'm telling you, fellas, go find you a Jackie. He'll be in great shape. You know what the best part about Doug Christie being the head coach for the Sacramento Kings is? He hates the Los Angeles Lakers. I didn't think it would go down like this. I actually didn't think it would. Not only did I not think the Timberwolves were going to win in 5, I didn't think the Timberwolves were going to win at all.
That was sad.
Yeah, it was.
Well, the way the Lakers went out for all the hype training for Luka, like you went out, like that was clearly the best team in that series.
Yeah, and I think that's a credit though to the Timberwolves, and not a discredit to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, I think Jesse's talking about
the Lakers went outside,
of how that fateful since that Saturday night, and how everybody
the most epic night in the history of Twitter.
The way people talked about the Lakers, myself included, for a couple weeks, the way people looked at the Lakers.
Yeah.
You've got LeBron and Luka. Take that, and you'll just figure everything else out. And just kind of gave them the benefit of the doubt with everything. Talking about they were a contender, and then you barely get one game in a series.
That was.
Yeah, I mean,
that was bad.
I mean, I think, looking back on this, doing postmortem on the Los Angeles Lakers, God, it's really tough to do that.
Some second line out here. Do a second line on
man,
be dancing and everything.
They had a lot of guys kind of playing over their head in the afterglow of the Luka Doncic trade, of course. We talked about LeBron being a little re-energized after that. He needed a power boost in this series because JJ was, LeBron's 40. If he had been 42, I think they would have said JJ was trying to murder LeBron James in this series. That man played a lot of basketball. No one believes that Luka Doncic is conditioned to play the way that JJ Redick had him playing. And I think there's a, you kind of bask in that afterglow. Maybe you guys have some guys playing over their head, and I bought into it. I was like, I think there might be something here with this Lakers team, but I did think they were title contenders. I didn't think they could win a title, and I think the idea that you can make a seismic trade like that and win a title that year is a bit unheard of. I mean, maybe there's an example out there that I'm missing. I certainly can't think of one. But the team, the Los Angeles, they've got a lot of shortcomings. They got bitch slapped by Rudy Gobert last night.
Man, Rudy Gobert, the game of his life. He was fantastic.
It was like
last night.
Y'all are literally missing a position on the floor. Now, y'all cannot like me if you don't want to, but I'm going to go take advantage of that. And whether that was an approach from Chris Finch, Rudy, whoever, it worked. Like 27 and 24, like he beat their ass last night.
Man.
And Yeah, the Lakers got a lot of roster vacancies they need to fill.
And you know what I'm gonna say? We can just go there. There is a core problem that I think will keep them from being a championship team. And it's Luka. And that sounds crazy because he's one of the more talented, offensively gifted basketball players we've ever seen in the history of the game. I'll never take that away from him. I'm not arguing that or disputing that. But obviously everybody sees his defense. He's the worst defender maybe ever. Maybe ever. He's awful. He's actually embarrassing on the defensive end. And we'll get to that in a second. But his mindset, man, like I don't know about his mindset. And I like Luka. Like I was talking to my son about this last night. I was like, Luka seemed like a cool dude. Like he don't seem like a bad dude, like all foul language to Kyle Madsen aside.
Well, apparently
And
he calls everybody that.
Yeah,
I'm starting to think that word is a term of affection for old
he's
Luka
turned it into
Doncic.
something different.
Yeah, like that.
He's repurposed the word.
He uses that word very freely.
He seems like a good dude. Like he seems like a good dude. That's what I always like
Turned
battle
babyface
with.
this year. I told you we turned babyface this year.
He like, and even before, like there was a couple of guys in my life that I know who know Luka. Good dude, man. He hella cool. You know, so it's not about him being a bad guy, but his approach to how he plays basketball at least comes off problematic. Perfect example last night, and we see this all the time with Luka. I think it was a 4-point game at the time for the Timberwolves late in the fourth quarter. Luka gets to the basket, makes a move, just smokes the layup, just blows it. DiVincenzo like swiped down but got out the way, didn't foul him or whatever. Luka just blows the layup. He's sitting up there, hands out, yelling at the ref, doing all this other stuff. Timberwolves going the other way.
Yep.
They got Ant-Man. I think it was Ant-Man's layup. Got the layup, go up 6, lights out.
Yeah.
And that's him.
Yeah.
That is him. At some point, when we talk about the defense and being in shape and all this other stuff, he's a young guy, but he's been around for a long time now. And I don't know if we're there yet, but at some point, you've got to say this is who he is. He's not going to be better on the defensive end. He's not going to be in pristine shape for a whole season or, continue. What was the whole talk all summer? Oh, look at Luka. Luka, man, that loss to the Celtics. Like I seen him in the gym. He looked like he didn't slim down. And now we're having the same conversation again that we had about his defense and his conditioning. At some point, sometimes things change. I don't want to just completely write off a player, but a lot of the times, like they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's problematic for who he is. It's not like he's a role player. He's your franchise. He's supposed to be the anchor that everyone can lean on. And it feels like in 2/3 of what he brings to the table, he's completely unreliable and ineffective, defense and leadership.
Yeah. He
He gives you everything on offense. Like that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But defense and leadership, you can't depend on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna. You need a lot around Luka, which sounds crazy
So
talking about how good he is, but you need a lot around him.
let's see if we could take a different approach.
Mhm.
Instead of having a lot around Luka, and I'm taking that word at a literal. You need a lot of different things around Luka.
Yep.
To make this work. What if Luka was just a little bit better in that regard? Is that enough? Because he's so supremely talented, and I saw this referenced in the chat a couple of times. You wonder if there's a legit comparison between James Harden and Luka Doncic at this point, because a lot of these complaints about Luka Doncic are things that we've talked about with James Harden in the past, and in terms of, lack of defense, physical capabilities for an entire series and so on. If Luka, who gets pulled aside, today, next week, a month from now, vacations with the James family. Hey, man, you're in LA now. It's different. Like you can spend the rest of your Dallas is behind you now. That's the first chapter of the Luka Doncic novel. You can etch your name in Laker history, which automatically etches your name in NBA history. But there are things that you have to do differently. There's things you have to do better. In a year or two or whatever, this team is yours. Like in every sense of the word, the Los Angeles Lakers are Luka Doncic's team. There are things you're going to have to do differently, and there are things that you're going to have to do better. I can help you with all of those. Obviously, in this scenario, I'm LeBron James. I can help you with this. And I think if you're LeBron, your dream scenario is that, except Luka comes to you and says, this is your team right now, King, but in a couple of years, when you decide you don't want to do this anymore, I've got to do this. And I've been tasked with the responsibility of sending you out on top. I have to be better. Is he how old is Luka Doncic?
26.
Are we really of the belief this man cannot make, again, we're talking a small switch. We're not asking him to be Draymond Green on the defensive end. We're asking him to be, he did it for like one game last year.
Game 4, never forget.
And everyone was like, see, he could do it. Yeah, we need you to do that. And LeBron, I don't think lives by this. Maybe the Lakers don't. Maybe JJ doesn't. You got to do it for 82. You got to do it for 82. That way, when the first round of the playoffs, it's second nature. You could do it. You're not flipping a switch in February. Right. You're doing it when the season starts because you spent the entire offseason doing it. I'm of the belief that could happen. I'm of the belief that Luka Doncic can make a shift, being now with a full offseason as a Los Angeles Laker, the responsibilities that he may feel like he has towards LeBron James and the relationship those two can establish. I'm of the belief he can change and be enough to where you don't need so many different components to cover up for him. I'm of the belief that you can make that switch. Are you?
Is that why the Lakers lost this year, though? Like JJ Redick.
No, they don't have enough personnel.
Yeah, like with this point, like JJ Redick was only able to play 5 guys in the second half and all that. Like Luka's defense is bad, but I don't think it's just like, oh yeah, like what Nico Harrison has said or anything like that. Like this year, like sure his defense is bad, but he only played 5 guys. You had no center.
Minnesota won games. I didn't see all the 3. I had to go back maybe and watch that. But they definitely won games 4 and 5 because they attacked Luka. And the book is out. The Boston put the book out there, and now every playoffs, when you play these top flight teams, that's going to be
so.
What
I don't disagree with you, but can I raise another issue that is maybe a first? Maybe it happened last year. Maybe I was just a little more aware of it because of Luka this year. LeBron's not the defender he was either. LeBron always been a really good defender, even great defender at times. He's not that now.
Right.
And I wonder, did the Timberwolves recognize we've got free reign on this team? Because they've got a great defender over there on the bench. That Vanderbilt kid, they're not going to put his ass out here. What are they going to do, defend and not score? Nah, that group recognized, the Minnesota Timberwolves, Chris Finch, that coaching staff, the players, they all recognized they don't have it. Attack, attack, attack. And this happened repeatedly in this series. I think it happened last night. Fourth quarter comes around, they're dead. They're dead. We certainly saw it the game before. keep attack. Fourth quarter comes around, they're gone, and we'll have all the way with them. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Because LeBron, it looked like LeBron pulled Luka in when the trade happened. Like, yeah, LeBron could do that for spurts of games in a regular season. Night after night after night against the same team who's making adjustments. King can't do that no more.
No, and I don't think he's going anywhere, at least next season.
LeBron.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
And he's not, and when he does sign a new contract potentially, it won't be for the vet minimum.
Nope.
So now you're going to have.
Nor should it be.
No, I'm not saying it should be, but this is the problem you have. You're going to have to. How do you get to, let me answer your question first. I don't believe Luka will change. Can he? Yes. That's two different.
Okay. Yep.
Can he?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of people can. He's still relatively young enough. I don't think
not
he will.
relatively young. He's still young.
Yeah. He's young enough. I don't think he will. Like the other thing about this too is Luka isn't your typical 26 years old. He's been a pro for a decade. Like
I hear you. But you're right. You're right. But you also, I mean, a lot of times change in life is brought about by like a seismic event that makes an impact on you, whether it's a breakup or a death or something like it. That's where people are like, oh, it's going to be different this time. My next relationship is going to be different, or I'm going to be, slower to anger. I'm going to be happier. I'm going to smell the flowers, do all these things. That man has repeatedly said how devastated he was by this trade from Dallas. Is this the moment that causes the change? Is this the seismic moment in his life that he didn't experience, going from, pro basketball and was it Serbia, overseas, wherever he was, Real Madrid, whatever it was, to Dallas? Like, is this the moment where it's like, okay, yeah, I have to do things differently?
Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it.
Okay.
But maybe.
I mean, and nor should you. We're would you say 9-10 years into it? Nor should you.
I think what happens with Luka is he is so gifted offensively. I don't think he thinks it matters. That's the perception I have for him.
Do you think he's ever getting, or go ahead, Christie?
No, I was just gonna say, I think he's so good offensively. He just looks at it as it doesn't matter. I'm that good. I'm that talented. Like and I understand to a certain degree. Like, y'all telling me I need to get in shape. Like, I'm averaging 30 a night. 7 rebounds, 7 assists.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to get in shape for anything. I'm dominating. I'm an MVP candidate.
No, you're dominating on the offensive end. You're playing with the greatest player that's ever lived, and you can't win.
To get some more people around. Get some more people around me.
That's good. No, that's good. That's good. All right, this is what we're doing. I'm gonna be like Casey. No. What that sound like, Casey? Do that again.
Get some defenders so I don't have to get into a defensive stance. I'm Luka.
Good. Yeah.
I think we are putting a lot on Luka here. Like,
he's the franchise.
He's the franchise. Like, yeah, he is. But like, also, like this Laker team is not that good. LeBron is 40. He's not what he used to be or anything like that. Like they had no center.
He's
okay. Can we just point out real quick? He damn near is.
He's not. No, he's not even a top 5 player. He's not a top 5 player. He's not. He's a top 10-ish player right now. He's a top 10-ish player. Let's be serious about LeBron James. He's a top 10-ish player.
And this is no knock to him or no fault. Like you said, he's 40 years old. He can't sustain that. You see, he runs out of gas.
Okay,
he's not. He's not.
So that's a roster issue. That's not a LeBron James issue.
Well, I'm just saying you can't be like he's playing with the best player of all. Like, yeah, it's a 40-year-old LeBron.
34 minutes a game this year.
He couldn't even score in the last 2 fourth quarters. He ran out of gas.
Because that man has played the previous 22 minutes prior.
Yeah, and he can do that 10 years ago. He can't do that no
Malik
more.
Monk couldn't do that earlier this year.
He could. Malik Monk ain't LeBron. LeBron can't do that anymore. He can't do that anymore.
Yeah, but this idea that LeBron ain't one of the ones anymore is crazy.
You think he's a top 5 player in the league right now? No, and that's okay. It's okay. It's not.
He's not. There's no. He's not. He's not.
It's okay. He's still, in a lot of people's eyes, number one, probably deservedly number one all time. Michael Jordan isn't a top 5 player in the game right now. That doesn't.
I'm trying to concentrate. SGA, Jokic, Giannis, Tatum. Give me an obvious one I'm leaving out.
What'd you say?
SGA, Jokic, Giannis, Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an obvious one I'm leaving out.
Pull up the list of teams. I don't know.
It's LeBron James.
No, it's not.
Then it's LeBron James.
Anthony Edwards is better than LeBron right now. Right now today.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And once again, it's
all right.
Okay. He's
all right.
He's the one of them goats.
The point is like
Okay.
yeah, he's playing with LeBron, but like it's not LeBron how he used to be or whatever. Like you're only taking it so far. And,
Yeah,
your team has no
but
center.
Can we go back to
JJ
your
Redick
original?
doesn't even want to play the other guys.
Well, let's
stop.
Let's bring it back.
Go to commercial.
Yeah, let's bring it back,
Look,
guys.
he's
You
trying
got-
to drive the show. Go ahead, throw it to commercial. God damn it, go ahead.
on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's.
He already in commercial for God's sake.
Oh man! Hey, shout out to my boy Hong. He's a big Luka guy. He loves Luka. And well, Hong, you know what time it is. You go out in the first round again. It's time to talk about what's going on with him.
Who, Luka?
Yeah,
What do you mean go out in the first round again?
can't be that great getting bounced in the first round like that.
Giannis just did it 3 times in a row.
Who did?
Giannis.
Yeah, we don't. Giannis ain't. He's not an MVP and all this.
No, not on this show.
Giannis
Not on this show. Giannis is the best player in the league.
Well, hold on. Giannis also was hurt all 3 years.
I think Jokic was the first one I said, wasn't it?
Giannis wasn't hurt all 3 years. He didn't even play last year. Giannis didn't even play last year.
Which one was last year?
The Pacers? Dame was the one that was playing.
I came back in the Heat one, so I guess 2 out of the 3.
Not to be confused with this year's Pacers elimination of the Bucks.
No, he played the whole time. He played every game. But the other difference is you can't point to anything that Giannis did or didn't do as to why they didn't move on.
Yeah, like Luka was in the finals last year, and like you could point to his defense and all that. Like bigger point, like the Lakers team is just not good enough.
Well, they're not good enough, but
Like JJ Redick was throwing a damn near temper tantrum because the guys he had.
I mean,
Like Luka throwing whoever, no one's taking this Lakers team far.
Allen Iverson got to a finals one time too. Like it does happen.
But how many conference finals did AI get to? Like Luka's at least been around there.
He's gotten to 2 conference finals, won, got destroyed. Like here's my thing with Luka, and it's great. Like he wins, he's won at times in his career. I'll continue to say, when you play them championship teams, they will dust your ass.
Last
That's
year,
what happens.
Last year, the Boston was statistically one of the best teams of all time. Like you're not beating Boston Celtics with PJ Washington and Derrick Jones Jr.
The Warriors beat the shit out of him when he got to the conference finals. When he plays those championship teams.
Wait, Warriors beat who?
The Mavericks. That's who he played that first time he got into the Eastern Conference Finals. And they beat the brakes off him. That series wasn't close. When you play them, like you can get away with it with matchups and teams that aren't ready or whatever. When you play them championship teams, they will beat your ass. That's what happened with my man AI. He played the Lakers, a champion. This wasn't the Bucks. This wasn't the Raptors. This was the Lakers. They beat the crap out of them. And when you play them team, that's what I'm saying.
Who was AI's second
Winning a
best player on that
championship
team,
is
though?
different. Like winning a series or 2, I salute him for that. He did that. Winning a championship, you ain't winning a championship like that. And champions will beat your ass.
Probably not.
Like they're not even the games ain't even close.
Well, yeah, like the AI went against like one of the greatest Laker teams of all time, though. Like who was beating that team?
How many champions does this league have that aren't?
And who was AI's
some of the
second best
greatest?
player? Like Matumbo?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, yeah,
But
like, you're not
that's
beating
fine. But,
anybody.
but once again, how many champions are just like fluke champions? Usually
None.
they're the teams, and you've got to go through the teams to win it. And if he's not good enough right now. He's not good enough.
Yeah, AI not winning with Eric Snow. Like, come on.
The discussion continued during the break about championships and all this other stuff, and a lot of people in the chat talking David Lopez. And
No, it's cool. I'm here. I just want to let everybody know. Like I don't throw the commercials or bring back anymore, but I'm still here. I'm just a pretty face on the show.
A lot of people were talking. I was talking about you play them championship teams. They're gonna beat the brakes off of you. And I said usually these teams that win championships, they're legit championship teams. And people talking about the Pistons were fluke champions. Do you guys need to do your Googles and understand your NBA history?
Do your Google sounds like
the Detroit Pistons.
Something odd.
The Detroit Pistons, I think, made 4 conference finals and 2 NBA finals. Like they weren't like this great team that you think of, but they had a run that a lot of teams haven't had in the NBA history.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're one win. Nobody kind of expected that, but they were right back in the finals again next year and took San Antonio to 7. The year before that, they had lost, I think, a game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals, or maybe they lost before that. But like that was a championship team. And when you play those championship teams, you're gonna have to do a lot more than what Luka's done in his career at this point.
You think Luka's played in his last NBA Finals already? Then
I don't think so.
More for KC, I guess. I don't think you're out on Luka.
No, not at all. I'm out on this version of Luka though. I need to see him be a little bit better. A little bit more well-rounded, I should say. Not a little bit better, a little bit more well-rounded.
In his last NBA Finals. This is something that I talked about. If you guys remember, I talked about when the trade happened. I don't think he's going to beat Ant no more. I think Ant got him. OKC's going to be around. They beat him last year, but they beat the Timberwolves last year too. And then Ant grew up, and SGA could grow up too. Houston and Wemby are lurking.
Okay.
With the way things are set up against the Lakers, they always find a way. Where you think, would you put your money that the Lakers and Luka are going to be better than those 4 teams over the next 5 years?
I can see it. Yeah.
How?
The Lakers got to build this team. Like, it's not with this team.
Did they get Giannis? Maybe.
I'm not as out on Luka as the rest of the world either, I guess, too. Like, I think he can go back to the finals. I think you can still win with Luka Doncic. I just think you need the right team. And what the Lakers have is clearly not that right now.
This team, I don't think this team wasn't built to be centered around LeBron and Luka Doncic. It was built to be centered around LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And you remove your center and your best defender and just, it's okay. No, it's not. You tried to trade for a center at the trade deadline, and then I can't remember exactly what happened, but you vetoed it. I feel like the Lakers were the one who were like, yeah, we're not doing this. Then Mark plays like the next game. Like, what? And then you got Dalton Connect just sitting on the bench, like, I think it was Dalton Connect, just sitting there, like, what the hell?
Jackson Hayes, all.
Yeah, like, so this team wasn't built to lack their best defender the way that they were. Now, I don't know that the Anthony Davis version was a championship team either, but
I don't think so.
Like, Luka can't play defense, sure, but like he's still on the level of a Tatum. Like, he's still one of those guys. I think that still holds some weight.
Well, look, I just talked about you said played in the last final. What are you going to do with Boston? Boston ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question.
Yeah, played in the. I don't see them in the next 5 years being better than those 4 teams.
The OKC,
Houston, San Antonio, and Minnesota.
You're gonna have to make some moves. So like, yeah, like right now, sure, but like if they make moves, like we'll see. Like right now, it's not gonna work. So yeah, they're gonna bring in some guys that we don't know yet.
You think they called about Valanciunas? I'm dead serious.
I think they have before.
I'm dead serious. Do you think they called about Valanciunas?
I don't think they should. Valanciunas, that's another.
Do they call about Domas?
No. I mean, they might,
Man,
but I don't think
that's
they
cold.
should.
No,
that's not.
That guy sucks.
Well, that's not gonna help you out. You need an
need a defender.
athletic.
Yeah, you need a defender
because you're getting to the point now where you have no defenders on the floor. LeBron is still a defensive mind.
But he's not the physical capability.
Not the same. Austin Reeves ain't that. Luka's not that. And if you get a Valanciunas or a Sabonis or something like that, those guys ain't gonna help you on defense. And as long as you and Austin Reeves is also a guy that they've got to figure out how that's going to work. I might look. I'm moving him because that might be your best asset to try and get a stronger defender, whether it's a paint guy or something like that. But that perimeter is getting softer by the moment. Getting softer by the moment. So they got some real holes. And the thing about it is you're about to get into the territory where you don't have a lot of money to spend, a lot of money to fix it. And that's before, like, I'm not Bobby Marks. I don't know the whole situation, but with the Luka contract and LeBron's contract, they got to be pushing up against tax and aprons and all that other stuff.
I'm sure Bobby's already posted it.
Tax and aprons and all that other stuff. You don't have no draft pick this year.
Let's see what Bobby says. Where are they? Here we go. $192 million projected salary. Tax threshold is 187.8. First apron is 195.9. They are dangerously close to that. Second apron is 207.8. Again, they're not too super far from that. They have tax mid-level at 5.6. They had trade exceptions at 6.5, 4.2, and 2.1. LeBron James has that player option. Dorian Finney-Smith has a player option. Oh, they got Alex Len. Forgot he was there.
I'm not so sure Luka's even a Laker beyond next season.
That's a whole.
That's kind of been a sneaky thing. That's kind of that you might not sign an extension. Blah blah blah.
Is that
Luka's. From what everyone's been kind of quietly talking, I'm not so sure he's a Laker beyond next season.
Yeah, that's a whole nother dynamic to it.
And okay, and where does he go to play?
Not sure, but right now, the Laker and Luka marriage doesn't sound.
I don't want to be on this team without LeBron James. No point. Like, I didn't pick this team. They traded for me. LeBron's retiring. I'm out.
I think it's more like he didn't even you sent him to a team he didn't even necessarily pick. You got free agency coming up in a couple of years.
And he wants the freedom to select it.
Yeah, he's got a player option. The last year he's does 48, so he'll decline that easy.
Dallas fires Nico and he goes back there.
That's another thing. I'm not. It's not an insider thing. Just listening to Windhorst and all that. So they all say it's likely that he stays, but it's not in pen right now. Like, the Lakers still got work to do to try to make sure that he stays in Los Angeles. So
this is where some of y'all. This is our man Polo L says we need public apologies for Nico Harrison all day. This is where some of y'all sound ridiculous. Because you're talking like you Nico Harrison moving on from Luka Doncic, fine. That's part of the head scratching nature of the trade. This is why you moved on from a franchise player. Okay, what's the rationale behind it? I don't think I can win a championship with him. Like, I'm trying to win a championship. I can't win a championship with him. So you go acquire Anthony Davis. So I need you to say this complete sentence. Nico Harrison was right for trading Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. Because if you stopped and said Nico Harrison was right for trading Luka Doncic, that's not telling the whole story. And we know if there's one thing we do on this show, it's tell the whole story.
Definitely tell the whole story. I mean, how about the fact that I was up by 7?
He traded him for Anthony Davis. No shot at Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, an older player that his biggest concern is staying on the floor. You talk about if Anthony Davis were the 19-year-old from Kentucky, okay, now we're talking something different because you have a young, athletic, two-way monster defense that you're building your franchise around. You have a window of a couple of years at best. You had to get better within this window to make this work. And at the very least, 1 year of your window just got burned to the ground. Your whole plan might have burned to the ground when Kyrie Irving stepped on Jonas Valanciunas' foot.
Kyrie in attendance last night.
He got some love from LeBron James last night. So you can't say Nico Harrison was right, but only give us part of the statement. If you're saying Nico Harrison was right, you're applauding the deal of trading Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis, not trading Luka Doncic. Because that's not the conversation.
Yeah, but but when we talk about this often, not maybe us, but just in general, people don't also give the other side to it as well. They just say he's stupid for trading Luka. They don't even care about it. I've heard people, I don't even care who you're getting back. I don't care. Like, you don't trade Luka Doncic. And that's the problem.
Well, that's a different.
So I think that's what maybe people say he deserves an apology for. Maybe not the execution of it, like what you gotten back in return, but a lot of people.
Yeah, you don't get credit for that, in my opinion.
Well, no, I'm saying when we talk about when people talk about how stupid Nico was for that, they don't even care about the return. They say you don't trade Luka.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. That's the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So when I don't agree, it's not here to give Nico an apology, but I think that might be where Polo is coming from. We stop it at you shouldn't trade Luka. He deserves an apology because some people see the vision on why you trade Luka. And that's that. We have a further conversation about if you are going to trade him, what you get. That's the second conversation. But people routinely, you're stupid for trading Luka. And that's where they end it. So in some people's eyes, yeah, maybe he's not stupid for trading Luka.
You don't warrant an apology.
I don't think he warrants an apology either.
But I think it's still dumb to trade Luka. Like, it's like if you're gonna trade Luka, you got to get it right, and he didn't. Like, just plain and simple. Like, if you're gonna trade a guy like that, then you need to do it absolutely right. And he just failed 1,000%. Like, sure, you can he doesn't play defense, blah blah blah, but like, end of the day, you still traded him for a guy who barely plays.
And you're right, but once again, you just said the two different things. You said you don't trade Luka. That's what you said. You don't trade him.
You don't trade him unless you have like the perfect deal there, and he didn't. He just traded him for I'd hold on to Luka and his bad defense unless there was the perfect deal there.
Right, and I said sign De'Aaron Fox, right? And there's a lot of red flags with him, but I was willing to say, hey man, let's try this thing out. Let's see what we can get here. And if I'm willing to do that with De'Aaron Fox, obviously I'd be willing to just say, I know there are red flags, but let's sign Luka. Like, come on, let's figure it out. So that's how I would have done it, right? But I don't know if this is a championship player. I'm not sold on that. I'll reiterate what we talked about the other day, what Perk said. I tweeted it out. I'll take somebody gave me $100. I'll put $100 on Anthony Edwards winning a championship before Luka.
I don't think that's the most outrageous take, though.
You put 100 on Luka never getting one, though?
Because never getting a championship?
Yeah, never getting a championship. Luke Dan can get his whenever. You put 100 on Luka never getting one. That's what it comes down to.
Sure, he'll get one at some point. But at the same time, I don't think he's getting one in the next 5 years.
What player in like the non-Jordan era of what player in the non-Jordan era of Luka's caliber hasn't won a title? Like, when you think about the players in it, like Giannis he has one. Mm-hmm. Tatum got his title. Jokic has a title.
James Harden.
Fine, but James Harden has a title.
No,
James Harden hasn't won one.
I'm
Right,
putting
right,
James
right,
Harden
right.
in that category.
Okay,
Russell
yeah, that's a good
Westbrook
one.
is one of the
Yep,
greatest
that's a
players
good one.
we've ever seen.
Yep, that's a good
Chris
one.
Paul's one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Now, I think Luka's better than Chris Paul. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
Chris Paul's a really unique player.
Yeah.
He's certainly one of the best at his position we've ever seen. He's one of the best. You know, the point guard has evolved so much, mostly because of Steph Curry, but like a pure point guard, Magic Johnson type point guard. Yeah, Chris Paul's one of the greatest we've ever seen to do it.
He's great, but because of who he is and the way he plays the game, he's very dependent on the players around him, right? Like he's not going to be the one to just give you 40 every night. But if you have a Devin Booker around him and Mikal Bridges, he can get you 25 and then facilitate where these guys are cooking too. You know what I mean? So that's where he is unique, where he's not your traditional, just this all-time great, but at the same time he is because of what he can do with the people around him. Somebody in the chat said Carmelo. I think Carmelo's on.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
And look, you know how we feel about these guys, but Karl Malone.
Well, that's why I said non-Jordan era.
Okay. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. No. Yeah, but there's obviously guys who haven't won, titles.
Tracy McGrady.
Is Luka better than all those guys we just named, though?
I feel like he's better than a lot of them. I do think he's better than Melo. He's better than Tracy McGrady. But he's in the I think the James Harden one is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, James might have been. I mean, James didn't go to an NBA Finals, but it felt like he had. I never thought the Dallas Mavericks were a championship caliber team last year.
Mm-hmm.
Not for a single second.
Right.
I thought the Houston Rockets were a championship contender. Like that was a team that could absolutely win a title. That was probably a team that could have won multiple titles.
Yeah.
Instead, they walked away with nothing.
Somebody says Dame in the chat. Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard's one of the greatest point guards we've ever seen.
Right.
So history tells me, Jesse, to answer your question, he'll probably get one. I would go with the odds, right? The odds would say somebody that great offensively will find a way to get a title at some point. So I would to answer your question, I would bet that he would get one. But I don't know when it's going to happen because I don't think it's happening in the next 5 years. And once again, as good as he is, he may be James Harden in this respect, right? James Harden was fantastic. He was great. He was the truth. He was the MVP. But he came up in a time when Steph Curry and Kevin Durant played together.
Yep.
And that kept him from winning. And Luka may have come up in a time when Wemby is just Wemby.
It's possible. Yeah, absolutely.
And as great as he is, he's got this roadblock that really nobody, hell, all those guys in the, Jordan era, they were great. But Jordan was around. And that might be Luka's situation. Because I think San Antonio, when they get everything figured out, I think they'll be the favorite or one of the favorites every year for almost a decade. And you're going to have to go through them, health permitting, like if they're all healthy and stuff. And I ain't even talked about SGA and who Chet might be. I think Chet, maybe Chet and SGA is this unbelievable duo, and Jalen Williams and all these guys, or whoever they trade for, with all their picks. There's, I think in Luka's situation, it's not as simple as he's great. He's got a lot of hills to climb.
No.
And we ain't even talked about the other side where Tatum is hanging out.
Could be a jerk. Just
sure.
Is there any possibility? This is hate. I recognize it. This is just hate. Is there a possibility De'Aaron Fox winds up being the third best player on the San Antonio Spurs.
Is there a possibility?
Okay. Is De'Aaron Fox the third best player?
That's a guarantee.
Okay.
That's why San Antonio made the move.
Okay.
If we could have De'Aaron Fox as our third best player, we cooking.
Okay.
Now, what would really be hate? This would be hate. I'm not asking the question. I'm just showing what hate would be, right? That's all I'm doing.
Oh, what the hell's going on?
I'm just saying, I'm not saying this. I'm just saying this is what hate would be. Is if you ask the question, would De'Aaron Fox, is there a possibility that he's the fourth best player on that team?
Yeah, that's hate. That's hate.
All, I'm just saying. I reckon.
All right, well, whoever would say that, yeah, that's hate to whoever would ask that.
Because you wouldn't.
No. But you got Wemby.
Yep.
If they go out and get another piece, which is what everybody's talking about.
Yeah, they can.
And you got the rookie of the year.
They had Giannis.
Yeah.
Giannis is in the
Photo
Spurs.
shops
We're
are
out
out.
there. Yeah, they
shops
out
are
there.
out.
He could be the third best player there, but he won't be the fourth. He
said,
wouldn't be the fourth.
All right, man. The rookie of the year go crazy.
No, wait a minute.
No, stop it. No, I'm not doing
that.
that. If I gotta have De'Aaron back, I guess I'll do it. No, hell no.
Oh, he's having a conversation.
I know, and I'm trying to bring us back.
Dude, Jesse Fox over here, relax.
Fourth best.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's talking about Wemby, Giannis, and really it just comes down to how good does this young man become in Steph Castle.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's all.
Wow. We're just doing a show here, Jesse.
I know, I'm just making sure, just checking.
Man.
Yours wasn't even egregious. It was this guy over here.
Well, it's not me because I didn't ask the question. I said this is what would happen if somebody was hating.
What are you doing with him?
You know how much that guy hates this show? No, maybe not this show.
Once again, I didn't ask it. I just said this is what somebody would say.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, if somebody was hating, this is what they would say.
Right.
I assume they all hate this show too.
If one were to hear hate, here's what it might sound like.
That's all.
You think Domas likes this show still?
I don't think Domas has ever heard of this show. I don't even know that. I don't think De'Aaron hates this show. I think someone really close to De'Aaron Fox hates this show.
And I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Like a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, we got a Spurs win a championship. Fox will be the sixth of the team.
Oh, that's
about X-Pac.
Oh, that's tough. That is.
It was uncalled for.
Oh,
redacted.
Start calling De'Aaron six-pack.
Damn.
I think De'Aaron, in all honesty, I think De'Aaron would be the third best player. Like, I don't think Stephon Castle is going to be a better player than De'Aaron Fox. I think he'll be a great compliment to Fox and what they do, but I don't think he'll be a better player than De'Aaron Fox. I don't.
He's a good ball player, though.
He is a good ball player.
Kyle said his rookie stats are nearly identical to De'Aaron's. Of course, there's context to that. I mean, that Spurs team went to a dark place pretty quickly after Wemby's injury.
There's a damn. I was wondering if I should pull back the curtain, but I'll do it. Did you see that article? And I meant to.
We ain't even got a curtain on this show. What you talking about?
We haven't started the show yet.
I didn't. My bad for not putting it in. But did you see?
I'll pause.
No, hell no.
Hey, come on, man.
Sorry.
Wow. Man.
It's double tag.
Hey, what are we doing?
Double tag. You didn't even give me a warning.
Yeah,
You
no.
get a warning for something like that.
That's crazy.
Man.
And
to be clear, it's okay.
Did you see that article of trade proposals for Giannis?
No.
Just like hypotheticals.
The athlete. No.
It was.
No,
I think
no.
it was Bleacher Report.
Okay.
But how about this? When we
Harrison Barnes and Kevin Herter.
when we return, because we're gonna still talk about it. We're still gonna talk. But when we return,
Hey, you've been
no.
Hold on. We got a minute and a half. It's 11:30.
It takes time. I'm breaking it down.
There's no way you can cover a minute, 2 minutes right now. Go. Let's see. Let's see. Cover it. Let's see.
When we return, I will lay out 4 trade scenarios from 4 different teams. And I want both of you guys. So you talk slow enough.
You see what he's doing?
pausing
You see what he's doing?
pausing.
He's filling out these words and trying to make them
Still
longer
got a
than they
minute, by the
are.
way.
Bro, will you talk for God's sakes? This man.
I got 4 trade scenarios, and I want both of you guys to figure out which one you would go with.
Which
if
trade
you were,
proposal
if you were
calls
the
you a
Bucks.
fraud?
You are literally Buddy Hield taking the half-court shot with 8 seconds left. What did he do that for?
Jesse's Harrison Barnes in there. I'm Tyrese. Like, what is he doing?
You get look, 4, at least 4, because there's a lot more I've seen. But we'll go with the 4 main ones. And you tell me which one you guys would take.
All right, you still got 20
Oh,
seconds.
Come on, man.
What?
You
What
see this
happened?
from Shams?
No.
After conversations with Tyrese Haliburton's father, John Haliburton, in the Indiana Pacers front office, John Haliburton will not attend the team's home games and road games for the foreseeable future.
Oh, boo.
Come
boo.
on, man. Was that necessary?
Not at all. Boo.
Look, I don't.
Do you got to make an
That's
example?
whack.
That was.
That's whack. That is,
Like, I
that's
get, we
whack.
know Mr.
I understand-
Halliburton, but
all
you
right.
have to make an example because you got parents
Oh,
running on the court.
We'll
was
talk
whack.
about it. I don't. That feels so excessive. We'll talk about that. Plus, Kenny's trade proposal.
We got there.
we
See?
well
We got there.
we did it.
Barely.
Well, someone bailed you out along the way, but it's still in case
Somebody fouled with 2 seconds on the shot.
get out on the funny, man. That works. Treat it like an FM show. No, that was good. Get out on the funny.
Did you see Mr. Haliburton was on the news talking about it?
I did. Oh yeah, I know. Like that's one thing we love about Mr. Haliburton, but and maybe not the time for that.
I think I believe him in a way. Maybe I'm naive too, though. John Bull, yeah, but the next one might not be okay with it.
Yeah, John, you're right. Remember the good old days when my house didn't look like a goddamn construction site all the time. Man.
Russ, I think Cleveland, if anyone's going to get him, it could be Cleveland. But we'll see.
Cleveland. This is for you. Oh man. I guess Kenny just left. He gone.
It's not even like the normal time. Where
Nah,
is he?
it's really not. He just cut. But my man be taking his time. It's all good. Let's read this report from Shams Charania again. Shams Charania tweeted just before the commercial break after conversation with Tyrese Haliburton's father, John Haliburton, in the Indiana Pacers front office. John Haliburton will not attend the team's home and road games for the foreseeable future, a Pacers spokesperson told ESPN. Shams followed that up with, this was a decision made by the Pacers front office, and John Haliburton was understanding and accepted the choice after confronting Giannis Antetokounmpo on the court post-game Tuesday night. We talked about this quite a bit yesterday. Obviously, we have a connection to John Haliburton, Mr. Haliburton. He's a guy we think very fondly of. We were both, I think, very clear we did not agree with his behavior after the game. Also, I took a very, player, wife, kid, dad, or player, relative, or whatever. You don't belong on the floor. That's where these men are working. You absolutely do not belong on the basketball floor, and that was a failure by the Indiana Pacers, by the arena security. That was a failure by a lot of different people. I did not think it warranted this response, though. I understand it probably became a little more high profile than anybody involved would have liked. I don't think Mr. Haliburton helped his cause by doing news hits and things like that. Of course, that's one of the things we love about Mr. Haliburton is he was with us on draft night when Ty was drafted. But I understand why the Pacers are doing this. I just it doesn't feel Mr. Haliburton is not a threat to Mr. Haliburton made a mistake. I think Mr. Haliburton understands he made a mistake. I don't Mr. Haliburton is not a threat.
He's not, but also we know Mr. Haliburton. The Pacers no, what if he was just a random guy too though? I feel like you got to treat it all as the same. Just nobody can come out running on the court, and it sucks that it is Mr. Haliburton, but also he did run out and he was in front of Giannis and stuff like that.
You're right,
and that's
you just can't do that whether you're a nice guy or not. You can't do that, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't suspend him for the foreseeable future, but you gotta set a precedent where it's we can't be having this.
I understand. And I don't I don't necessarily disagree. If you took Mr. Haliburton's name out of it and it was a person we didn't know, maybe it would be different.
It could be
maybe my response would be different.
That's life too, though, right?
It's
if you know the person, they've built up that equity where you can say this is who he is. I'm not gonna throw the book at this person because
you can't, because the next Giannis might not know the next parent or whatever. You have to prevent it.
You remember? So I think, man, maybe I'm kind of leaning towards Jesse's side with this. You remember when a kid came out and I think he hugged Carmelo? He ran out onto the floor and I think it was Carmelo and he hugged Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
And everyone thought it was oh, this is so cute. That is not cute. That is dangerous in so many different ways.
Right.
That's not okay. I don't, and it the narrative in the conversation I think is important. Oh, where's the kid's parents? Oh, what a love. I remember sports. Oh, what a loving moment here with the kid who wandered away and got on the court with Carmelo Anthony. The narrative around what happened with Mr. Haliburton was much, much different. And this is from people who knew who Mr. Haliburton was. I think Mr. Haliburton also got a little defensive of the language that some of these people might have used, when he did his news hit and was talking about, make sure Stephen A. know my son didn't check me. He doesn't check. Okay, he was clearly bothered by some of this. That's maybe you already put out the statement. My bad. Apologize to Giannis. We're good. Should have been the end of it. I think he probably hurt himself by doing media appearances about it. And now, I don't like it, but Jesse might be right.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. I wouldn't. And also the language of it isn't that he's suspended or banned.
Nothing like that. It just won't be there for the foreseeable future.
So I
Also,
think that's fair too.
Pacers get to the conference finals, get to the NBA finals. You know, they haven't told him he can't travel anywhere,
Right.
nothing like that. It says for the foreseeable future. That could be game 1 and 2.
Right.
Right. That could be an absolute minimal amount of time.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do think in certain situations, man, like your reputation and who you are matters a little bit, or, you know, the amount of offenses that you have matters. Like, we're not Alfred Sengun isn't going to get the same penalty that Draymond Green gets in an altercation or swinging a punch because of the reputation. And I think
the league is established, though.
Yeah.
Which they've established that with Draymond. They've established that with, I don't want to say certain play. Maybe they did it with Dylan Brooks too, but they definitely did it with Draymond Green.
Right. But like I said, we all understand that because that's the way life works sometimes. Like, if this is your first time getting in trouble or doing something that's out of character that you haven't done, once again, I'm not going to throw the book at you the same way I would if this is your 10th time in the last 2 weeks, the way Draymond Green is or something like that.
Well, how do you keep the same precedent with fans, though? Because, like, we know, like, the NBA knows Mr. Haliburton because he's someone's dad, but it's like,
that's
like, Mr. Haliburton, even though he's Tyrese's dad, is still no different than the guy or woman sitting next to him, too.
Yeah,
on
but
the
that's
court.
also life, too. Like, I can't. That's not you, but that's your bad if you think you've got the same leeway as Tyrese Haliburton's father.
But Tyrese Haliburton's father should not have the leeway that he thinks he has either.
I think,
but they do.
Right. But you don't.
He doesn't, because that's why he can't come to the games the rest of the however long.
Like, you absolutely do not. You don't. Like,
you're not a player. Like, you're someone's dad, but you're not a player or anything like that.
But once again, if I go to the game.
Real quick, like, Dame hit that shot against the Thunder, and he was celebrating with his dad. Dame, like, they went towards his dad and stuff. Like, he wasn't all over the court, I don't think.
But if I go to the game and I'm sitting courtside and game's over and I get off and I step a few feet onto the court to talk to Malik Monk, Doug and all them boys is going to be like, hey, back up. Like, get out of here. Where if Reese does that, they're not.
Yeah, and
like
Rasay can't, like, she shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, you can't go up to Giannis
like,
at the free throw line after you got eliminated.
No, wait.
Do that. You can't do that.
If Malik is walking towards you and you're clearly going to greet each other, that's one thing. It's the same thing with De'Aaron's wife. If that's one thing. If Malik's back is turned and you're walking to him, that's different. That's not the same thing. And I'd absolutely make the exact same argument. It's the same for De'Aaron's wife. If Malik's back is turned and he's greeting players and she walks over to him, that's not okay. It's not.
Yeah, like talking to Malik at the corner of the court is one thing, but like, she didn't walk out to the free throw line, hold up a Tyrese Haliburton flag. Like, then that's what we're talking about. That's what his dad did.
That. You can't do that. But I'm also like, he also wasn't arrested because he's Mr. Haliburton. If I did that, I'm probably arrested.
We'll kick you out. I don't know if they're arresting you,
but I'm saying, like, there is a difference. Like, to act like there isn't a difference, or
all right, you don't arrest Mr. Haliburton then, but you do tell him, all right, you can't be coming to the next few games because what you did was still wrong.
If I did that, I'd be banned for life. I'd be banned for life. He's just told, hey, the next couple games,
which is the leeway that he's getting.
Right,
that's the leeway.
That's
the punishment is the leeway. He never should have been allowed out there. No, in my opinion, I will state this: you cannot, unless you're team personnel, be on the floor. And dads aren't team personnel, wives aren't team personnel, kids aren't team personnel. Now, if Tatum goes over there and grabs Deuce and brings, so be it. If De'Aaron goes and grabs his kids for the camera, that's one thing. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But anything that involves people walking onto their floor to walking onto the floor on their own, that's just not okay to me.
I understand. I just don't. Because
there's also the aspect too that Giannis was really a good sport about it, and the next guy might not be.
Well, he tried to kill Benedict Mathurin.
Well, that was different. That's a player. I'm talking about the instance with Tyrese's dad and all that. Like,
he might have tried to kill a few people out there. We're not really sure what.
The whole point is just to prevent this, I guess.
Yeah.
Because these guys, they understood, they dapped up after, blah blah blah. The next ones might not be so nice.
I don't think that's exactly what happened.
Well, I saw a video at the end where like Giannis
No,
kind of looks like they're talking. It's like
He
Giannis,
did.
yeah.
So I guess I think this Mr. Haliburton explained this. They go, kind of nose to nose, and Giannis says to him, "Yo, don't disrespect me like that again." And Mr. Haliburton says that wasn't meant as disrespect, and they have their conversation, and that again putting what Mr. Haliburton said together with the video, they're pushing Giannis away. Right. It's not like this was a loving, hey, it's all good. It's like they were clearly having an exchange, right. And Mr. Haliburton said something that seemed to satisfy Giannis, and that part was caught on video, where he nods his head and he says, "Okay, I love you," and he turns around. So it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily
peacemaking.
Squashing. Yeah, I don't think that's what it was. I think it was coming to an understanding of what happened, and credit to Giannis. Giannis going, "Okay, I'll accept that." Yeah, and I would say he left. He didn't. He turned around and just found somebody else to approach.
I'm not saying that Jesse is wrong, or even the league, whoever made this is wrong. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, and I'm not saying Mr. Haliburton was right for going to the free throw line and doing what he did. He was dead wrong for that. I'm just saying we have instances. Like, how literal are we going to be about this? That's all. I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well, this was extreme. Like, yeah, don't run. You can talk on the corner. Like, that's not like what Mr. Haliburton did wasn't what Rasay did. Like, this is extreme. Like, this is a clear cut, obvious, like, outlier. This was different.
Yeah, and you do that.
And if you want to stand in the corner, that's fine. But you can't just walk out there and taunt whoever.
You do that, and like, you got to serve some type of consequence. Foreseeable future, I thought was a little bit much. I would have set a game. Or something like that. But maybe that's what it is. You know what I mean? Because they don't have a timeline on it. Maybe it is a game or two or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, foreseeable future could mean anything.
I do think too, like Mr. Haliburton was out there, probably didn't realize exactly what he was doing until because he was talking about on the news or whatever. I was trying to seeing through him. Like, I wasn't necessarily trying to taunt him. I think he got a little too excited. Then maybe realized he was in the wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have a hard time selling that I wasn't taunting him story.
I might be giving the benefit, getting a little naive with it, but
that's our man and all, but that's tough. That's a tough sell for me.
I was seeing through him part was a little tough, but it was like maybe she got a little excited.
You don't see through Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, there is exactly one individual on this planet that looks like that man. You do not see through him. Giannis is one of a small handful of guys. For those that have been fortunate enough to be at a Kings Bucks game or Giannis, when you see him in person, it is very, very different. Yeah. That man is built like absolutely no one on this earth. Absolutely no one.
Miss P in the chat brings up a good point. She said, I almost got banned for life off a tweet.
Yeah, whose tweet was that?
Yeah, you want to refresh real quick?
Yeah, whose tweet was that? For those that might be new to the show,
this was a long time ago. We talked about
who nearly got Miss P banned for life.
I don't know. She's gonna have to tell you that.
No, you're right. Why? You told the story.
No, I just told the story before.
You might as well just tell it again.
Well,
either you're gonna tell it or I'm gonna tell it.
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember what happened. I just know that
KC
that's what happened.
Nearly got.
Wait a minute. How do you know that? She didn't confirm that it was
you
me.
Told the story.
Yeah.
Literally my job to remember everything that ever happened. This man tried to get Miss P to run on the court.
That's not what happened.
Then tell the story.
In a joking manner.
Okay, no. We're not asking for your.
Yo, if they win, you gonna have to storm the court.
What was that word you just used?
It was being facetious.
Facetious. Yeah, facetious.
Facetious.
All right,
what do you think I said?
Kendrick Perkins, come on now.
What's it? Facetious.
Hey, okay, you got it.
I was like, hey, if they win, storm the court, ha, LOL. She's like, I just might, LOL.
Oh, well, Miss B.
And then And then 12. 12 pulled up.
How
when
does
she walked in?
How does the NBA know? Like
That's crazy. That's what we try to figure out. That was crazy. That was crazy. I don't know. Because there was no hashtags. There were no ats of the teens mentioned, nothing like that. But yeah, they said they pulled her aside as soon as she walked through the door. It was like and pulled up the tweet.
Man, that is
it's not me, officer.
crazy.
It's not me.
That is crazy.
They're like, you're not you planning on doing something here or something like that? She said, no, it was just a joke.
Not if they lose, but if they win, maybe.
Get Ishmael in here. It's the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Ish, what up, baby?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Good, good. So I just wanted to chat a little bit about the Luka trade you guys were talking about earlier. So I think it's one of those interesting things where obviously Pelinka, if Nico Harrison's coming to you, you have to pull the trigger on that trade to get Luka.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those things where Luka, in terms of his game, went to a much worse basketball situation in the short term, because I do believe people are kind of underrating Luka now. I mean, we just saw him smash this Timberwolves team last year, but he did that when he had a roster around him that made sense for his game. He went to a Laker team where you got LeBron, who his game has sort of morphed into a game more like Luka's, where it's a slow-paced, heliocentric offense game, and Austin Reeves, who's like almost a very, very poor man's Luka, but similar. And the thing about all three of them is none of them are going to really play defense like that. LeBron can in spurts at 40, but he's not going to give you that defensive effort. Neither is Luka, neither is Reeves. So, but when you give him a team like the Mavericks he had, he was able to actually elevate all of those guys to be a championship level team, which they were, because, and when he leaves, Derek Lively, his game collapses. Daniel Gafford, his game collapses, because these are all people, PJ Washington, these are all people that Luka can elevate role players into being much better than the sum of their parts, because that's what he can do. And people comparing him to Harden, this is why the trade is so flagrant, because it is a fundamentally stupid trade to trade Luka, unless you're getting like maybe 3 or 4 guys in the league. We can count on one hand back, because comparing him to a James Harden, I mean, Luka historically is a big time playoff riser where he'll elevate his game in the playoffs. And Harden, he's had some good playoff moments, but for the most part, we've seen it for years, seen it on different teams. We're seeing it right now. A lot of times Harden leaves you wanting a lot more in the playoffs, and sort of is more than fine cowering away to get, 9 points and 5 assists in a playoff game. So I just think people are now swinging the pendulum and underrating Luka and saying, well, defense wins championships, blah, blah, blah. They were in the finals last year. The guy was a 5-time first-team All-NBA at 25. That's never happened before.
Yeah, that's good stuff there, Ish.
Appreciate you, Ish. Boy, I tell you, people bend themselves into a pretzel defending Luka Doncic, man. I'm telling you.
Well,
I'm telling you this, and we saw the numbers yesterday, and I understand the moments, but the fact that James Harden is a playoff failure, we should tell the whole story. You saw the numbers.
Well, no, don't do that.
He's had bad moments.
No, don't do that.
He's had bad moments.
No. How are you doing this the day after we did this with the?
How are you going to be
the numbers?
You saw the numbers. How are you going to be a failure with those numbers?
That's my point. But the whole, I can't believe this is happening. You missed the whole point in looking at his numbers. This is the Reese and Gunna show in 15 years. They look at the numbers. And they look at the number. How could James Harden be a playoff failure when he puts up these numbers? Mm-hmm. Because you go back and look at what's the empty effing calories. Mm-hmm. He put up some of those numbers. What was it? 32 against Golden State.
Yeah.
He put up some of those numbers when games were over. He'd scored 10, 11, 12, 13 points when the Warriors had already beat them.
Scores 40 against Boston in game 1 and then falls down in game 6.
And it didn't mean anything. So many of his points in those series didn't mean anything. He would score when game.
That's not.
Oh
fair.
Man,
that's
what
not
do you
fair.
mean?
That's
you
not,
lived
that's
that.
not fair. In the biggest moments, in the Spurs closeout game, in the Warriors game 7, in Boston in game 7, we have those moments to be like, yo, he
has those moments in game sixes too.
Yeah, that's who he's always been.
All right, but you're saying like he just scored 40 because he scored 10 when they were down 20.
Man, a lot of that is true.
That's not Jesse.
Bro.
The Boston series, he won 2 of those games. The games last year against Dallas, he won one of those games in Dallas. Like he's had his moments,
no doubt, but like his playoff reputation is what it is because that's what he's done.
He's not,
because in those moments he has the worst possible games. But and maybe I'm taking it too literal to say that he averaged 30 because he scored 15 when the game was over. That's not fair.
You think he's been a great playoff performer in his career?
No, but he hasn't. He's had good moments as well. He beat San Antonio when he was with Oklahoma City with the fourth quarter that he had against San Antonio. So he's had those moments too. He's had too many failure moments for us to just be like, yo, he's this clutch player or he rises his game in the playoffs, because he doesn't. I'm not here to make that argument, but he don't have just garbage points all the time, and that's why he's averaging 30 in the playoffs.
But to the college point too, though, because that's where it started. Like Luka's better than what Harden's ever been in the playoffs too, though. Like they're not the same.
That's fine. I think but my whole point is people get real convenient when they want to talk. How many times on this show did people complain about defense with the Sacramento Kings and DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine? I don't want him because he doesn't defend. But none of them people have ever in their careers been attacked the way this man has been attacked the last 2 postseasons, and just failed miserably.
Neither one of them are playing in the postseason.
That's fine too. But when you get to winning time, they destroy this man on a defensive end it's being overblown.
They're a fraction of the player that Luka Doncic is. Luka's talked about the way that he is because he's a top 5, 6, 7, 8 player in the league. DeMar DeRozan is not. He's a Hall of Famer, but he's not. Zach LaVine is not. These aren't the same conversations. There's a handful of guys in the league, the Tatums, the Jokic's, the SGAs. Those are the guys who get brought into these conversations where it's like all or nothing sometimes when they're either the greatest or they're the worst. We talk about this with Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard wins a title. Your boy the next day says he's the best. This is his league. He's the best player in the league. A year later, he's a scrub in LA. People react in the moment, like, and that again, that is a credit to these individuals because they're one of 8 to 10 players that are in this conversation. DeMar DeRozan is not. Zach LaVine is not. Domantas Sabonis is not. Unfortunately, De'Aaron Fox isn't either, or what he was doing would have been highlighted a little more.
And what I'm saying is I don't want to hear people complaining about defense when you have arguably the worst defender we've seen at that level.
But what does Luka's defense have to do with the Sacramento Kings?
Don't talk to me about defense, like the whole unethical. I'm an unethical basketball player, right?
That's what they say.
I'm unethical. I'll put an unethical team.
That's what they say.
But everybody's worried about defense until we talk about Luka. Then it don't matter.
Well, what's the difference between an individual?
Not you two. Not you two.
Matter?
Not you two. But it doesn't matter. Like what he does on the offensive end is just, I'm telling you can't win a championship that way because his defense is that bad. We talk about the thing with Jokic. Everybody talk about how great he is, but when we bring up his defense, all of a sudden defense don't matter because his PER is so great.
Well, it's different.
Kenny, I don't know what the hell a PER is.
It's different too when it's like Luka and the 11 other guys on this team don't play defense, rather than Luka doesn't play defense, but these other guys do. Like the Kings' problem is that the whole team don't play defense. It's not just one guy.
Let me ask you another question. And Ish said something at the beginning of that call that was Rob Pelinka supposed to say no?
Oh no, yeah, you trade for Luka.
Was Rob Pelinka supposed to go? No, he doesn't play enough defense. No. We need Anthony Davis, who might be available for 36 games next year.
You got to. If you're Rob Pelinka, yeah, you make that deal for sure. And you think it'll be different you'll think it'll be different here in LA. And it probably won't be.
She's gonna stop cheating because she's with me now.
It probably won't be.
All right.
So I
don't even know what just happened.
No, it's just
Ish started a fight.
Everybody because it says Luka's underrated now. He's becoming underrated, and the whole thing for me is like all of a sudden Luka's defense don't matter, and his lack of defense don't matter. And I see.
But is that what Ish said?
He said it doesn't matter because he makes so many other people better. Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively got the same numbers this year that he had last year. He was hurt a lot of times this year as well, so I factor that into it. But I can make the argument. The reason, and I believe this, the reason why they elevated is because Kyrie Irving was that like equal to Luka. That's why they elevated. PJ Washington played great as well. But that's the whole point. You need somebody on the offensive end. And that's also the reason why they didn't win, because Kyrie's not no great defender either. So you had two minus defenders out there on the floor against those championship teams, and they'll dog you out every time.
For the Chatty House members asking, heliocentric in the way that Ish used it means he's the center of what they were doing. There's some Chatty House members not pleased with the use of the word heliocentric. Look, Ish taught everybody a new word today. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Shout out Ish.
We need to have word of the day here with D'Lo and Casey. Look, we need to start. We're going to start learning stuff here on D'Lo and Casey. And if it's a word each day, it's a word each day.
That's a word each day, man. That's all good. My whole thing with Luka, once again, is he's so like, you watch that game last night. You see how when he's guarded one-on-one, how everybody has to shift and move to compensate for his lack of defense, which leaves guys wide open on the back end of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
There is so much that has to be done to protect him, and it still don't work. Julius Randle, who's not a Hall of – like, it's one thing if Tatum and Brown, who are probably going to the Hall of Fame, say, yo, we about to dog this dude out. Julius Randle, who's a good basketball player, but he's not a Hall of Fame. He said, I'm about to dog this guy out. This is food. And he did it. And everybody does it all the time. And nobody sees it as a problem. It's just, you got to put a better team around him. Oh, maybe you're a problem. You need to be better.
Okay. Okay. We'll come back. I want to, there's no way we're missing Bump It or Dump It for the third straight day. No chance. We're going to do that. Plus, I'm going to bring you a question the Insiders brought me earlier today, plus Matt George in the final hour of the show. Here on this day, Del Christie officially named as the Sacramento Kings head coach. Press conference tomorrow, 10 a.m. You can catch that here on ESPN 1320. We'll come back. We'll keep this conversation going. D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, man, I had the most ridiculous
Excuse me. Sorry. Try not to yawn, Kramer. That's my bad. I'm good, man. Thank you, though. I love these guys that are out. Just trying to make my yard look nice. Sprouts just out there lying, catching some sun.
And this is the thing that gets me. And the chat's guilty of it too. You guys will defend Luka to the death instead of just saying like his defense is awful. Like you'll make every reason as to why it's okay or it's other people's problems instead of just saying like if he gets better on that end, then they'll win. I don't think because he's unbelievable as an offensive talent. So if he improves on that or finds a way to be better, then they'll win because his offense is some of the best we've ever seen. But if that doesn't happen, he will not win a championship. And that's all I'm saying. You got but let me say that. Kenny, you a hater. You hate Luka. I don't give a shit about Luka Doncic. I don't care one way or the other. Yes, Zabel, you're correct. We spent 10 minutes watching his low light film of defense.
That was a great 10 minutes, though.
No, it was fantastic. It was a great 10 minutes, and that's embarrassing that we took 10 minutes from one game.
That's the other part.
It
was
was one game, and it was just an abomination.
Oh, I know what kind of garden Zebra PT is making. You can put all the vegetables you want out there, Zebra. I know what time it is.
Growing vegetables feels like something we should all be doing. Is that expensive?
I don't know that it's expensive. I do think it takes a lot of work. Like you gotta know what you're doing.
Just sounds right. Like I got my tomatoes from my backyard.
Yeah. My sister's good at that. Yeah, my sister's really good at that. I'd love that. Oh, Chester says it's expensive. I didn't know.
Damn, never mind.
Couple of things real quick before we get to TC. Didn't want to leave my man Sal out here hanging. Sal asked, D-Lo, your thoughts on Garcia versus Romero? I'm really excited, Sal. Also, coming up.
Why did he ask D-Lo?
Why wouldn't he?
Who do you have winning that fight?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay.
I got some tape to watch. Yeah, I'm still thinking. But I know I'm hyped for it. I got my DAZN.
Said it right too. Wow, he's really tapped in.
I got my DAZN ready for it.
Remember when we used to think it was dazzling or whatever?
Yeah, no, I'm ready for it. Also coming up at 3:00, we will have that keyword you need for your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card. The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. Again, that is coming up right around the 3:00 hour. We'll have that keyword you need to enter over at ESPN1320.com. Let's get our man TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers, man?
What's good, big dog? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, just vibing, tapping in with the homies, like regular.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hey, so look, hey, Doug got his press conference tomorrow. Hey, so look, hey, I'm going to get this out the way right now, bro, before I get started. Hey, the same people, Kings fans, media, whoever, the same people talking about Doug right now. Oh, we need a new coach. We don't want Doug. And when we balling and Doug got us balling, them going to be the same people calling into this airwave talking about, oh, the old school Doug Christie, remember, baby? Oh, we knew we could do it. Listen, man, y'all stay on that side of the fence, bro. If you with Doug, ride with him. If not, then, bro, get out of here. Stay on that side of the fence. I don't want y'all to come back when we balling and we looking up and we the number 3 seed again and people talking about, I knew Doug could do it. TC don't want to hear it, bro.
TC don't want to hear it.
Okay.
TC,
all right. No, this is where this is where we are now.
This is our fault.
Don't want
This
to
is
hear
where
it.
We created this monster.
got-
I don't even know who the hell he's talking to. We lost all control of the show, bro.
Shout out TC,
No, so
man.
I just want to be clear. This is where we are. TC's referring to himself in the third person.
TC don't want to hear it.
Oh, man. Big ups, TC, man. Always.
When we're counting down the moments of episodes 1001 to 2000, let's remember TC referring to himself in the third person.
Yeah, Zabel's got a good
the
point.
first
He's
time.
talked to Domantas Sabonis like directly through this platform.
Oh man.
Well, you heard it there. If you're not with Doug now, TC's gonna be checking for you later.
Yeah, don't. Hey,
TC's gonna be at the door.
TC don't want to hear it.
Don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
TC don't want to hear it.
it sounded cool when he said it. Though, I'm not gonna lie.
No, hey, got my attention. Got my attention. I want to get to bump it or dump it because that's always fun. and we've missed it the last 2 days because we've been getting our jokes off.
Oh, you've been working, man. We've been working.
But I
Bump it or
haven't.
dump it, like you said. In some respects, it's like a insurance policy.
Well, there's timestamps on the YouTube yesterday where it's saying we're talking about turkey and pineapple for like 8 minutes. So maybe it would have worked there.
Were we really?
We were talking about turkey because of
turkey?
Thanksgiving, and then we were talking about pineapple
the
because of
pineapple
pizza.
on the ham. That's
Yeah,
right.
that was about 8
That's
minutes. I was like, yeah,
right.
turkey and pineapple talk.
Oh man, Danny in San Francisco rolling over in his
Oh,
grave.
man, I got to talk to my bad daddy in San Francisco.
What you got something on the screen we got to pull up, or is that for
It's
kicking it with
it's-
KC?
No, it's prepared for bump it or dump it. If you
Okay.
want to bump it.
Well,
then-
okay. Let's start with this real quick because I don't know how much time this deserves, but I don't want to lose it for obvious reasons. Do the Nuggets get anyone's attention if they win tonight?
Not mine. It'd be a great,
Really?
great win. I don't think they could beat the Thunder.
Yeah, I'm with KC. Like, it'd be pretty impressive if you beat the Clippers. It's like, I don't
Didn't
think you beat
think
the
they
Thunder.
could beat the Clippers though.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
But you think the Clippers are a better matchup against Oklahoma City than Denver is against Oklahoma City?
But that'd be a hell of a series win for them to get the Clippers because I obviously didn't think they'd be able to get it. So if they, that's almost like some heart of the champion type stuff, man, because they got outplayed for the majority of the first 3-4 games or so, but found a way to win 2 times, and then they were phenomenal in Game 5. And they were to close it out today, or even in Game 7. I'm assuming they would do it because they played well, not because the Clippers gave it away. And that's a testament to Denver and Jokic and all those guys. So I'd be impressed by them winning that series, but I wouldn't pick them to beat the Thunder.
Should they get any respect or any benefit of the doubt for the fact like they've kind of been there before, they've won, like just that championship experience where maybe they're not as good as they've been the last couple seasons, but it's also like they can still get the Thunder?
Sure, I see it. I mean, I wouldn't give them that, but I see it.
They deserve it. They've earned it.
Yeah.
I think they've earned it. I mean, they've earned it. But to me, the benefit of the doubt you get in like in a series that you like, I don't know where to go with this series. I don't think a lot of people are going to pick Denver in this one. Like if Denver beats LA and then winds up beating Oklahoma City, that's a massive upset.
Yes.
It's not it's nothing else. It's a huge upset. It's not because Jokic isn't good anymore. It's not because of anything like that. This is a team that fired their head coach like last Tuesday. In being able to knock off the Clippers and potentially in this hypothetical scenario, knocking off Oklahoma City, that's a massive upset.
If
that doesn't have to do with respect or benefit of the doubt or anything along those lines.
What they've done in the last 2 games alone, for me, is very impressive. Like that's some impressive stuff. Because I thought they were DOA going into Game 4, and they controlled that game for the most part. Obviously gave up the late lead, found a way to win, but they were playing phenomenal in Game 4, and then just beating them down in Game 5 the way they did. That's impressive, man. I didn't give them much of a chance after Game 3, and to be in a position where they're up 3-2 with a chance to close it out, man. I gotta salute them for that, man. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm looking. Legends just dropped a new.
A new Legends drop.
A new Legends dropped. Anthony Edwards trash talking LeBron James and the Lakers. Yeah, congratulate my mother effing teammate. All that stuff they've been talking. Rudy got 30 tonight.
I need Legends to get the Giannis and Mr. Haliburton.
Then he said, "Oh yeah, come on, Legends." Then he said, Ant-Man, Batman, Superman, Lakers in 5.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's great. Ant's not always like, he's a bit of a wild card, just the way he goes about things. But that's a leader.
Has
on the basketball court.
Has this playoffs been his so far? Like, has he been kind of Just the star, the lead guy. I think we talked about it before playoffs started. Be Cade or whoever. Is it Anthony Edwards playoff so far?
Possibly, because now I look at him and what he was able to do in this series, not only getting it done, but the way he played. And now I'm looking at him like one of them guys. Like he's gonna win a championship.
He's so much more charismatic too than Shea.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at like the other young guys, like Shea, I'm not saying Shea isn't charismatic. Shea has charisma in like a different way. Anthony Edwards on the floor jumps off the screen. Just absolutely jumps off the screen.
What did I just see in the chat house? Those Cade Cunningham's coming out party. If Cade somehow gets past the Knicks, wins these next 2 games, I think that's really gonna elevate him too.
Yeah.
Or he's
he beats the Knicks. Yeah, absolutely. You got a 14-win team last year. Comes back, does that I think 30 games better than they were, maybe 30 plus. I can't remember if it was 44 or 46 games. And you win a first-round series against the Knicks.
Come on, man! And
with the offseason the Knicks had,
and you go into the Garden to win a Game 7.
Yeah,
you talk about media type stuff like that's
you
can't ask for a better push.
The sole reason, as much as I love giving you crap for your love of the New York Knicks,
I'm a Knicks supporter.
You're a Knicks fan.
I'm a Knicks supporter.
I want to watch Stephen A. Smith die on national.
Oh no!
Figuratively, of course. Figuratively, that man will be so distraught if the Knicks. Because remember, this is Game 7, a potential Game 7. It's at the Garden, which means the camera's going to be on one man and one man only. Stephen A. Smith.
Did we get a walk-in, like walking through the tunnel of Stephen A. Smith?
Absolutely.
Before the game?
Do you know how awful the coverage has to be for Gary Gerald to say something? Gary Gerald, I don't think the G-Man, I don't think he's ever said a negative thing about a human being or a situation in the history of life. This man has covered ass basketball for 30-something years.
It's a shoot.
And he just takes it in stride. He watches the Knicks and Stephen A. one time, and they broke him. They broke Gary Gerald. Oh, let it be. Oh, G-Man, don't tune in to Game 7 if it happens.
But once again, that's why he'll be all over the place, because of what you just said. You don't care about what Jalen Brunson's going to look like or Cat's going to look like. You want to see Stephen A. And that's why they have a camera on him. That's why. And I'm not saying it's right. I don't care about Stephen A. And I want to keep it on the players. But I think there's a lot of people like yourself that if the Knicks lose, you want to see Stephen A. Smith lose it. And that's why they will follow him the whole countdown show.
If the Knicks lose, I'd like to see Kenny Caraway lose it. Mark me down for that.
Well, I won't lose it. I won't lose it. I'm a Knicks supporter. I want to see them do well. But
you were tweeting out videos when Knicks were winning Game 4 or whatever it was?
Yeah, well, because I just happened to be there. I had another video that night too. Nobody mentions that. I talked about we was on Sports Sunday. See, people always remember certain things, but they don't remember everything.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I did not see that video at all.
Oh, that was on Instagram. That's right.
Oh, it's all good. We're good. We're good.
I wasn't on Twitter. Yeah.
Have you ever opened Instagram before? Like, do you actually have an Instagram account?
No, not on mine. Like, I don't have the app downloaded. The last picture posted on my Instagram is me and Crystal's prom picture, which was like,
hold up, like so you do have an Instagram account?
There's an account. Yeah, there's an account out there.
What's the handle?
It's Jesse Tapia _3 0303. You can request to follow me. Like, I'm not gonna let anyone follow me. Like, that account's dead. The only reason why it's not.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, the only reason why it's not deleted is because Crystal likes to see like the old high school pictures.
I want to see the prom picture. Accept my request, bro.
Yeah, wait. What is it? What is it? JT?
No, it's Jesse Tapia _03. Everybody go follow Jesse.
You guys are not getting in. I'll tell you that right now.
Let me in. You've
got. No, look. Check this out. I've already requested.
Yeah, like you guys have already been there.
I've already requested them.
Hey, he just left you,
bro. The D-Lo and KC account requested to follow me, and I'd let that live out there. My Instagram's dead.
We want to see the prom picture. Wow. It's for the show.
COE.
Man. Well, at least I can always find pictures of you with Mr. Tapia's account.
Yeah, if you ever want to keep up with me, follow my dad or
I
something.
don't know why Mr. Tapia is wearing Miami Dolphins pajamas in this last picture he posted, but
Oh, the onesie?
the onesie wait, hold up. Oh, those are socks. I was like, Mr. Tapia got matching shoes, but I think those are socks. to
Hold
go with the
on.
pajamas.
Oh, there he goes. There goes my guy, Mr. Tapia. Yeah, he's in the Dolphins onesie.
Shout out to my pops. It's a funny guy.
He is funny.
Yeah,
Mr.
Zabel right here. I've been
Tapia.
on requested for like 3 years. Yeah.
Nah, well, guess that's all of us. All right, man. I don't want to lose another day. Bump it or dump it. Hit the music. All right. There's no music. So you might as well just start talking.
Bumper to double. Let's see. The Indiana Fever have new shirts.
All right, dude. That's the story?
That's the headline. Remember,
All right.
Are you intrigued by the headline?
I'll bite. Bump it. I'll bite.
The Indiana Fever released new T-shirts for the 2025 WNBA season, which has already had multiple opponents moving games against them into bigger arenas. And the shirt reads, "Every game is a home game."
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
I mean, I don't like it.
I'm with it.
I don't as an opponent. I don't like it.
No,
but I understand.
Yeah. That's good stuff right there.
Who
I like it.
Who in the NBA would say something like that? Would it be like Lakers, Warriors that have shirts like that? I think the Celtics get
I don't
in
know
there
if
a
the
little bit.
Warriors would, the Lakers could, the Celtics could.
I think the Warriors could.
You
Did
think
you
so?
hear that game when they played Orlando in Orlando?
Yeah.
Steph
Yeah.
I could probably wear mine.
What was that, Steph, or was that Warriors?
It's
fans?
Steph. It's definitely Steph.
So
But they're Warriors fans right now. But it's Steph when they leave.
No, but what I mean is, do you think Orlando fans were popping for Steph? Because I kind of feel like they were.
No, but you
Okay.
think Aces fans pop for Caitlin?
No.
So yeah.
No, I do not. I absolutely do not.
So do you think there's any team in the W that they pop for Caitlin? Like Washington. I'm a Mystics fan, but I'm rooting for Caitlin.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a lot of them.
Mm.
Yeah, definitely. Mostly bad ones.
So the people that come into those games aren't.
So what I
Caitlin
mean
Cart
is,
fans.
yeah, no. What I mean is, though, like I use the Steph example. Like, it's. I think sometimes when fans go to stuff, it's like, no, I want to see the Kings win.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I'll use the most extreme example. If Steph has 70, I'm rooting for 82. Why?
History.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I want to see it. So it's not, another great example that I use the Denver Thunder game.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook's MVP year. Russ solidifies the triple-double for the season. The crowd saw it. They were already behind Westbrook for that moment. They gave him the love and everything. He has one of his MVP moments that year, hits the shot, which eliminates Denver from the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And the crowd pops.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, there's one guy, and it's an assistant coach who recognizes what just happened. Because you go back and you watch it and you see players, they're reacting, and there's one assistant, I don't know who it is. He just goes, oh, and his head drops. And meanwhile, the crowd erupts.
Yeah.
You wanted to see, you saw history.
Mm-hmm.
You saw a moment that's going to be replayed for Russell Westbrook forever. And I think that happens sometimes with Caitlin. Caitlin gets hot. You get Mystics fans.
Mm-hmm.
You get Liberty fans who are caught up in the moment and the selfishness of, I'm seeing something special as a sports fan. And maybe you're not like cheering like, yeah, go Caitlin, but you're reacting like, oh, which obviously brings the volume up in the arena.
I'll tell you right now, I don't want to see no history at the Golden One Center.
I don't know, man.
Ever.
That's fine, and I'm with you. But if Steph is at 70,
there.
I'm cheering for 12
Stay
more.
there.
That's
No,
fine.
hell
Well,
no.
Fine, loser.
Hell no.
You can leave, and I'll come in the next day and tell everybody I was at the game where Steph scored 85.
Hell no.
Steph scored 40 in the fourth quarter.
Well, what?
Kings won by
Well,
2.
Once again, if you that's
Kings
the
won
whole
by
thing.
2.
If you can tell me that they're going to win, sure, you can score as many.
I'm not
as
telling
you
you anything. This is my story,
No, just stop
and
scoring.
I'm making it up as I go along.
I don't want to take no chances. Stop
All
scoring,
right,
bro.
let's go to the next one.
The Commanders are returning.
It's also game 1 of the regular season. Who cares?
The Commanders are returning to Washington, D.C. with a new RFK Stadium.
That's cool. Dump it. Like, it's cool. They're going back to the Capitol. That's fine.
South Carolina transfer Malaysia Fuwali joins Flage Johnson at LSU.
Wait, I thought Flage left.
No, she's come back.
Was she gonna leave?
She wasn't sure.
She sent out a tweet that kind of everyone wondering.
College game is so weird, dude. The college game is so weird. All right. Okay, bump it.
The biggest domino has fallen in women's college basketball transfer portal scene, with former South Carolina guard Malaysia Fuwali committing to play for Kim Mulkey and the LSU Tigers. Fuwali averaged 11.7 points, 2.8 rebounds, 2 assists as a key off-the-bench player for Don Staley this past season. She joins a talented LSU squad that already has Flage Johnson and Michaela Williams.
Okay.
So
right.
big,
interesting squad there.
Women's college basketball news. Let's see, where else did we go? We did John Cena yesterday, so I won't do that.
John Cena? Did you say John Cena?
Yeah, we did they predicted his match.
Oh, gotcha.
Eli Manning is reportedly putting together a group to bid for a stake in the Giants.
Dump it.
What's going on with this thing you got in the little StreamYard thing? The little ring camera.
Well, I don't know if he wants to I don't know if he wants to bump it or not. So it's there just in case he does. We'll go there. We'll go
what
there.
Is it?
No, we'll go there.
I've been stuck on that, like, not gonna lie, the last 15 minutes.
No, we'll go there. We'll go there. 2 huge alligators show up at a front door of a house in Florida and attempt to get in.
Yeah, warm it
Bump
up
it or dump it.
Throw it up.
You heard the man.
I love me a good ring camera video.
Let me make sure, because I don't know if like the people are cursing. But
Well, if there's an alligator, let's just...
here we go. 2 huge alligators.
Okay, 2. So let's break. Oh!
Standing up at the door.
Oh!
This is crazy. So there's 2 alligators. One is just frozen and ready to pounce. The other one went up to the doorbell.
Oh my God, I'm a little scared, like, just watching this.
Went up to the
That
doorbell.
alligator Oh,
Watch,
my
he's not
God.
done. He's not done. Watch this.
Is it so? This has to be in Florida. Where'd you say this
Florida.
was?
Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to get in.
Oh,
He's trying to get in.
Why did? Clumsy. Calm down, fella. That is crazy. That man got up. He got up to the peephole like, yo, what's good, bro? I'm here.
I'm outside.
Yo,
Come on,
that
man.
other this is like a plot.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
That other alligator is just waiting to attack. It has not moved.
Bro, I hate alligators. I don't know. Like, I think they're still.
This is crazy.
I still think they're number 2 behind.
No, why is it climbing like
That's
that?
what I'm saying. He's trying to get in.
Stop. Yeah.
This is now watching it fall. It's like it's a drunk
Look
alligator.
At him. Look at him.
It's like a drunk alligator, just like, hey.
I'm legit like getting like the chills, like watching this, just because like it's like
I'm telling you, I hate
Nah,
alligators.
that's
bro.
scary.
Nah, like this is reason 6,712 to not live in Florida.
Bro, they came up to 2 of them. Not one lost one, 2 of them. Yo, let's go up to the door.
Worst you get in Sacramento is a crazy ass turkey.
Well,
the turkeys, they get after it.
Drunk ass alligator. Bro, that's
Steve, I'm at the
crazy.
door. Let me in.
That is crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm
my
cool.
God.
Like I said, for the longest time, snakes were number 1. I hated snakes the most. Now I don't know, man. It's I don't know if I hate snakes or alligators more. And I'll throw crocodiles in there as well, because they're basically the same as alligators.
The Everglades is cool if you ever go to Florida.
No, it's not.
It is. It is.
No, it isn't.
I was there. I was inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's compare our experiences. I'm driving through the Everglades with a senior citizen taxi driver who I'm confident can't see 3 feet in front of him. Hurricane Katrina has just hit Florida. You tell me how exciting driving through the Everglades is.
Well, that's different. I was on the airboat, and it was after Katrina.
I was positive my death was imminent. And I was going to get eaten by alligators.
See, next time we will go to Florida. We'll go hit the Everglades.
No,
Yes,
we
you'll
won't.
be good. You'll be with me.
Won't.
We'll get some fried gator after.
We're not doing that.
It's cool. They'll take you like, oh yeah, and like over here is where certain so gator that hangs out, and like, oh yeah, there he is. I'll try to find pictures.
I told you guys when I was in New Orleans, my wife wanted to do the Swamp People tour, and I couldn't look like no punk, so I couldn't tell her no. But I didn't want to do that.
You stupid. I would have looked like a punk.
No, it's the same.
I would have been like,
I
no.
say yes.
I can't. No, she can't. No, she can't be on the tour. And I'm just like, no, I ain't doing
Like one
it.
time, me because we're at Magic Mountain, she wanted to go on this roller coaster. I said, I'm not feeling. She's like, oh, it's fine. You don't have to go on. I went on the roller coaster.
That's how I got on Drop Zone on one of our first dates. Think I want to go on Drop Zone? No,
bro, you a sucker. Say no.
Nah, bro, I can't do that, bro. She can't be just going up there like, all right, I'm gonna go up there. All right, man. All right.
Boy, you're
man's pride. I'll tell you,
masculinity, man. Bruh. I'd have been like, nah, man. Enjoy the tour, though, baby. I'll see you when you get back.
I'm sitting on the floor holding the stuffed animals.
No, I'll be at the bar having an old fashioned. You enjoy your alligators and all of that. Come holler at me when you're done.
Yeah, I had to say yes to scary movies. I hated scary movies. Like, Crystal, you want to go? Fine.
Now look, we got married. I don't think we were married yet, but look, we were engaged or whatever, and we went to Six Flags, and she's like, me and Reese are getting on Superman, and I said, I'll be right here.
See, there you go.
I'll be right here.
There you
You
go.
guys enjoy it. They came off that thing looking like they saw 4 ghosts. I said, I felt great. I sat right here and had a good time.
I'm just sending you guys a picture of the alligator we were by.
What?
It's about time you stood up for yourself.
Bro, what?
What's the oh yeah, I remember when you
Yeah,
come
right
on,
there.
man. That's all right. Well, we'll talk.
Everglades,
We'll talk.
bro.
I'll tell you what the insider said to me. That this whole show needs a goddamn break.
Hey, D-Lo and KC take the Everglades is gonna be fire.
Oh my gosh, no. Jesse of D-Lo and KC taking that out.
The craziest part
That's
was
what that
after
would be.
you go to the alligator show after with the little trainer, and he's like lifting up the alligator's mouth, and he's putting his face like right there.
Guy crazy? Hell no. I think it was Daniel. Somebody who asked, kicking it with KC is here. What's good, baby? It's your man KC. We kicking it with KC today, man. And I got some heat for you today. Come on, man. The LeBron James, LeBron 21, Prime 96. Yes, sir. These is fire right here. These are absolute fire. King James is now tipping his crown to the primetime era with the Nike LeBron 21 Prime 96, a hard-hitting tribute to Deion Sanders' legendary Air DT Max 96, merging LeBron James' court dominance with Sanders' unmistakable flair. This multi-sport homage is laced with fire red aggression. Prime 96 takes design cues directly from the turf terror himself. The upper features crisp white leather with jagged varsity red overlays, mimicking the ripped aesthetic of Sanders' mid-90s football shoe. Hits of black add definition, while a mini gold swoosh and flamed wrap midsole deliver maximum heat. LeBron's logo sits proudly on the tongue, reinforcing the royal crossover of two sports titans. Look, I wasn't a big fan of the LeBron 21 in general, but they bodied this one right here. These are cold, man. They feel great too. I will be hooping in these very, very soon, man. Shout out to LeBron. Shout out to my people over at Phenom. Go check them out down in Doco, just steps away from the Golden One Center. Go tell them your boy KC sent you over there. Tell him I said what's up. And hey, shout out to all my people out there. Shout out to Bron for getting this done and prime time. And that's kicking it with KC. Yep. You already know the vibes, man.
I'm not a sneaker guy, but those are fire.
Those are fire. He did his thing with that. He did his thing with those. It's not about Raptors colors, sir. Let me educate you. It's about those were the shoes that Dion wore when he was with the Niners. Same colorway and everything.
David, Team Snakes. If it's coming down to them and the Birds, Team Snakes. Leezy,
Birds versus snakes.
yeah, Leezy Air Force Ones. Kyle knows what it is.
It's all good, KC Tucker. It's all good, man. That's fine. But I love the red and white colorway. Not in the tweet, but maybe in the article. No. Back here on D-Lo and KC, I'm still tripping off of these alligators, bro.
That was scary.
Man,
That was scary.
I don't even know what you do.
You got to call an alligator person, I think.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Look, I love animals, right? I don't have no problem with animals or whatever. I don't have no problem with animals. But
I think they kill them too.
Well, okay. Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If I was at that house and I took matters into my own hands, then I would get in trouble. How does that work?
Would you, though?
I think that's the case. Like when there's an animal like on your property, if you do something to it, you get in trouble. Is that correct?
I don't know.
That's
well,
not
why
fair.
do you have to do anything to the animal? Like it's outside the house. You could call whoever you need to call. You don't need to do anything to the animal.
All right, man. Whatever. The alligators out there.
If it breaches the doors, then yeah, do what you got to do.
How about if it breaches the front yard? Get off my property.
Come on, man. You ain't got to do nothing. Call who you need to call to come get. It's Florida. There's probably someone on every corner to come pick up a loose alligator.
I'm scared to death. Okay.
You're too scared to use the phone?
If nobody picking up,
okay.
or they got me on hold.
Also, second, well, you know what to do in that case. The other thing is, it probably isn't like, oh my God, there's an alligator on the ring cam. It's probably, babe, them alligators is outside again. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, look, it's Tom and Jerry out there again.
Look, I'm not. All I'm saying is if I had to do something, I don't know why I'd have to get in trouble. Which you would, right? Like if that was the case, if they were on the front lawn and I handle business, I cancel Christmas on the alligators, I'd get in trouble for that, right?
What that means to people who don't know the reference.
Use your imagination because people might be listening. So if I cancel Christmas on those two alligators, I'd get in trouble for that, right?
Yeah, Florida today says you can't shoot
so. Yeah, I would think so.
That's crazy. And I think you're one of the reasons why you do that. So you're protecting animals who aren't in on your like dog fighting type stuff. Like I think you're protecting animals from that too. But bro, come on, man. I don't need no damn.
I want to know what they do with the alligators. Like, where do you just drop them off after that?
Hopefully, you take them back to the Everglades.
Wherever alligator,
They do some of that, yeah. But
take them back to that. Did you see that clip of when?
Name the WWE wrestler from the early '90s from the Everglades. Come on, man, come with it.
I get multiple choice.
The early '90s.
From the early '90s, they announced them from the Everglades.
Is this like a jobber or mid Carter? Like
mid Carter at best, maybe even a smidge bit below.
Everglades.
This is my era too, and I don't think I'm gonna get.
I have no clue to even think of.
Wow. Well, it's obviously before Skinner.
Oh, I don't even know who that is.
Sounds familiar. Let me pull him up.
Yeah, you'll recognize him.
Every mid Carter and jobber back then to me is just the Brooklyn Brawler.
Well, most of them actually were the Brooklyn
what I'm
Brawler.
saying, yeah.
Didn't you say that he was like part of creative or something?
The Brooklyn Brawler? Yeah. He was a bit. Steve Lombardi was he wasn't a part of McMahon's inner circle, but he was around for a really, really long time.
Probably a good thing not to be part of his inner circle.
Well,
was someone with?
I kind of remember Skinner. I kind of remember Skinner.
Was something in the rundown with redacted McMahon?
No, Shane McMahon.
Oh, Shane McMahon. Okay, I thought I read Vince.
Charlotte and Shane were at the game with Alex Rodriguez.
Okay,
like I think they were at the game with Alex. It looked like they were at the game with Alex Rodriguez.
My brain read that so many times this morning. As Charlotte Flair and Vince McMahon were at the game with Alex Rodriguez.
Why? Crazy. Like, why was what?
I don't know.
What is Alex doing?
Anthony Rodriguez or Anthony Edwards coming to WrestleMania or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, wait a minute. Does Shane still work for WWE?
No, I don't think so. Because there's the whole maybe he's going to AEW type rumors.
That's right. Yeah. They did the staged picture with Tony Khan. Oh, that was so bad.
Cheryl in Oak Grove was watching the game at my house yesterday, and she didn't know like the ins and outs of what was going on. And she goes, "There goes A-Rod again. Why is he always at these Timberwolves games?" I said, because he's the owner now. She's like, "Oh, that makes sense. I see him at all the Timberwolves games." I said he's the owner now.
That checks out.
He's been trying to own him for 2 years, a year.
Yeah, this was a long. I mean, I don't even remember like how it ended. I know what happened. I just what's that? Was it Glenn Taylor? What's his name? Glenn Taylor.
Yeah. I think it just ended with like, Glenn, you just got to sell. Sorry.
Yeah,
they were just like, yeah, Glenn, you said you were going to sell it. Like, you can't change your mind at this point. Like, it's over.
Said I changed my mind. But yeah, I think the judges just said no, that's not going to work. So.
Yeah, so, sorry, pal.
It's not going to work. You wanted to ask me the same question you asked the insiders.
Mm-hmm. Nope. The same question the insiders asked me.
Got you.
And I'll ask it I guess I can ask it the same way, and let's provide some context to this.
Okay.
Tim McMahon, our very good friend Tim McMahon, who I don't even think we spoke to when Dallas.
It's my boy though.
He wrote recently that his words, the league was down on Ja Morant. And it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Of course, I think it was Howard Beck who first reported, hey, keep your eye on Ja Morant this offseason. There's rumblings about that. That seems to have gained a ton of traction. As obviously a lot has happened. Yeah. Taylor Jenkins gone, Memphis gets eliminated, the whole deal. Ja finds himself in, I don't want to say he found himself in trouble again, but he found himself at the center of something silly. Mm-hmm. And like, okay, maybe there is some validity to this Ja Morant thing. And as you talked about earlier, different conversation, but talking about aprons and, we're seeing what an effect like the salary cap is actually having on the league and their decisions, and tying Luka Doncic back into this. There's some will have you believe that Luka's next contract was a big part of the decision to move on from him.
Mm-hmm.
So you got that, which is obviously it's intriguing. Ja Morant still a very talented young man, but to bring back an old word from Kenny Caraway, wards. Zion Williamson, what direction are you guys going? Like, what are the New Orleans Pelicans doing? Got a new front office in place. They've got some things to figure out. They were a disaster this year, and you're still dealing with the hope and a prayer of Zion Williamson being available for more of the season than he's not. Mm-hmm. Trae Young. What is Atlanta? Where's Atlanta going? What are they doing? Does Trae want out of Atlanta? Does Atlanta want out of the Trae Young business? LaMelo, Charlotte. They are going nowhere at warp speed. Can they just completely start everything over by trading him, acquiring some draft picks, having some draft capital, maybe some salary cap? Can they figure some things out there? And the insiders asked me to rank. So they're all out on the there will be rumblings that they're all out there on the market. Mm-hmm. Whether they actually are or not, that remains to be seen. But there will certainly be a lot written about them over the course of the next month and a half, headed into the draft, and then, of course, headed into free agency as well. What the insiders asked was, rank those players in terms of which ones you would be the most excited for to be a member of the Sacramento Kings.
You said there's 4 of them, right?
Ja, Zion,
Trae, LaMelo.
Yep.
LaMelo will be one. LaMelo will be one. And
okay, before you go any further, why would LaMelo be one?
Because he has the most. It's tough, but I'll just say it. He has the most upside of the 4. Zion is the one that makes me pause about, like, does he have the most upside or not? But I'll say LaMelo has the most upside of the 4. I think he's the youngest of the 4. And that's somebody talent-wise and position-wise you can build around. Maturity, is he ever going to get it? Those are the red flags. Those are the warts. Those are the things you have to worry about. But if I'll put it to you like this. If he came off a little bit more mature, just a little bit more mature, and he was a little bit more healthier consistently, being no doubt about it, because the game is there. Yeah. He's got everything, and he's a better player than those other 3. So he'd be one for me.
Okay, sorry. I'm gonna ask you to elaborate a little bit further. When you say he has the most upside, what do you mean? Like what's the most complete version of LaMelo Ball look like?
The most complete version of,
because he's James likes to do this, but he is right, and it's difficult. He's on a bad basketball team, so he's on a really bad basketball team. And he's kind of he has to do everything for them to even be remotely competitive. So he has the ultimate green light in virtually every facet.
Do we think that LaMelo Ball is a 1, like the guy on the team?
I'll say no.
So
because there's different components that you got to factor in when you talk about a number 1, I believe, and he falls short in some of those components.
What about John Trae?
No.
Ja is not.
No, Ja's not.
And Trae is not.
Trae is not. There's other components with him as well. He's a small guy.
So play along. A healthy Zion Williamson is. Wow. Really?
You know, one of the issues I have with
really.
So let me ask you this: are we under the premise that there's 30 teams in the league, that there's 30 number 1s?
No.
Okay.
Kings don't have one.
That's right. Zion, and here's the level of consistency. He's a one-way player. He's not the worst defensive player in the history of the game, like I think Luka is.
Boy,
but he's not good.
Hey, who is this guy over here? Like, has there been a bigger preacher of defense for a guy who begging for Zach LaVine
and get buckets for 5 years?
The unethical basketball league.
But I've never said any of those guys are number 1s. Number 1s play on both sides of the floor.
Okay.
And
boy, you asked an interesting question. A follow-up might be, how many number 1s in the league are there? Now, we don't have to go through and name them all, but Prize Pick says 9.5.
I'll go more. I'll say 10.
Okay.
I'll say 10. I think
I'm Las Vegas over here if that's the case.
I think I can find 10 number ones.
Okay.
You know, but they're not a lot. In Zion, I say he's not a number one because of that. He's a one-way player. Even if he's healthy, he's a one-way player. He can score, but defensively, he leaves a lot to be desired. And he doesn't really stretch the floor either. Like, he's not a shooter. He doesn't have. It's just brute force with his game. So that's why I don't have him as a number one. LaMelo, I'm trying to think of a player to compare LaMelo to as to what he could be. It's kind of difficult without being disrespectful. And I'm not gonna be disrespectful. But LaMelo's, I think he's about 6'5", 6'6", point guard, can shoot it.
LaMelo 6'5", really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He might even be taller than that.
I don't think I realized that.
Yeah, but he's a really tall point guard. And I'll say like this. I think he's a more skilled version, and this isn't disrespectful. This wasn't what I was thinking, but a more skilled version of Tyrese Haliburton.
LaMelo's NBA height is 6'7", by the way.
How tall is Tyrese?
Probably 6. He's probably 6'5". LaMelo's 6'7".
I do not think I realized LaMelo was so tall.
It's all PG.
So LaMelo's the one then.
LaMelo will be one.
Tyrese is 6'5".
Yeah, I think LaMelo is a more skilled version of Tyrese. Now Tyrese understands leadership, understands maybe the point guard position a lot better than LaMelo. So that's where his pluses are in that situation. But just skill wise, LaMelo's the best out of all four of those guys, even Zion. And I like Trae too. You know, I'm a big Trae Young guy.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm very surprised. Kyle said Trae, and I think, if I remember, I think Hammer said Trae.
Trae Young has had moments,
which sounds crazy repeating that out loud, that Hammer said Trae, but I think that's what we said.
Trae Young has had big time moments in big time games.
Yep.
And that is, for me, it was between those two. It was between LaMelo and Trae. Trae he's so short though. You know, it brings so many complications on the defensive side of the ball. That I don't know, like, all things considered, like, if I had to choose between the four, I might go with LaMelo because of that. LaMelo's, obviously, everybody knows his shortcomings. You just don't know what you're getting with that kid. You don't know when he's going to grow up. You don't know if he's going to stay healthy. And those are the red flags for LaMelo.
I think I take Ja in this scenario.
Explain.
I feel like Ja would have the most impact as far as if you're trying to win and just move you forward. Like, I don't know if I believe in LaMelo Ball leading my team anywhere yet. Trae Young is good, but I think I like Ja more. And then Zion is just too injured for me to take a chance on, I guess, out of this group. Like, if you throw, I'm not sure what the deal would be, but I could get behind Ja being this team's starting point guard, being the leader and all that too. It's just his injuries, I think that kind of holds it back.
Hang on, Leezy. We're gonna get to you in a second. I do have a confession, because you was probably listening to some.
These are my confessions.
Some R&B on your way into the
Sonic Week.
I said Ja too. I said Ja because it'll be really, really difficult to rationalize Zion Williamson. Other than, I hope, as all you could do. Like, if I'm right, if the Lord pays off my prayer, boy, are we in good shape. But we're literally asking for something we've never seen from this young man in his career yet. That's a tall ask. Now, with Ja, the concerns are regarding his availability are starting to get louder as well. But I'm with Jesse in the idea that I think he would have the most immediate impact. With Trae and LaMelo, I struggled with, what do they like? Because Trae, you know, I think you brought this up the other day, is never, and I know this was making the rounds, hasn't played with another all-star. he's never had another, high level player, any player near the tier that he is with him before. What would that look like? What adjustment would that have to be for Trae, if any? It's literally the same exact question times 10 with LaMelo because his team's terrible. And I'm not saying, hey, Trae took a bad Atlanta team. No, Trae took some fine basketball players, to the Eastern Conference Finals. LaMelo's team, LaMelo was in a, people can get their jokes off about Sacramento if you want to. Charlotte is a horrible organization, a awful organization. And LaMelo's had nothing to play with, no one to play with, period, in his career. So, like, I don't know how to tell you what that looks like. That's why I asked you. You say his upside. What's the best version? That's why I asked you, because I have no idea what that would look like. And that's what I felt like if I needed an immediate impact with a version of the roster that the Kings have. Like, man, I still might rock with Ja on this one.
If I told you,
of course, that could just be trading back for De'Aaron Fox. So I don't know. What the hell do I know?
If I told you that LaMelo at his best is a better offensive scoring version of Tyrese Haliburton, what would you think?
I'd love that.
Would that be number one? Because you asked what is
a better scoring version of Tyrese Haliburton. Yep.
Because
that'd be number one. Yep.
So I think that's what he could be.
Okay. Yeah. If you're telling me right now, that's what it is. If you laid out the best case scenarios for all four guys, and that was your best case scenario for LaMelo, and the best case scenario for Zion is he's healthy, I think I'd take Zion. But LaMelo, that would immediately move LaMelo to number 2 for me.
Now, also, we're talking about this team, right? Like this, let's say this is the DeMar DeRozan trade, since we think that's the guy that's going to be out. Would Zion fit what the Kings are trying to do with this roster? Like him and Sabonis being able to play together?
No.
I don't think
so. I don't think so.
Are you trading Sabonis for Zion?
Well, I said DeRozan. But you might have to, but you
might have to make a couple deals.
Yeah, the DeRozan to New Orleans, just like, yeah, we're gonna just try to bottom out. No knock on DeMar, but like it's from a contract standpoint, we can move off this. We'll be free of money. We can do whatever.
Man, the problem is like none of these guys, none of them defend worth a damn, and you've already got 2 guys that don't defend at a high level, so you'd be adding a third, and that's just tough.
2 guys,
even for me,
2 guys being Levine and Domas.
Yeah, and I also think Levine defends a little better than people give him credit for. I've been saying that he's not a Luka level defender.
Let's get Leezy in here. We got Leezy Fridays tomorrow. He couldn't wait. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo and Casey? What's popping, guys?
What's up, my guy?
Man, that energy is sky high today, considering his boy got his ass whooped last night.
Oh, no, don't distract me with Jimmy Butler. I'm going to get off topic. I was calling in, guys, because I'm upset. I'm tired of the LaMelo disrespect. Everyone wants to talk about accountability and maturity with these 4 players, right? What trouble has Ja gotten into off the court compared to LaMelo?
Whoa.
Yes,
who was saying any of that about LaMelo?
Not you guys. People are talking. People, we know. People are talking about his maturity and this and that. If you even compare LaMelo to Ant, I don't see a big difference in some of the things they say. They're very candid. They let it fly. Their personalities out there, whatever.
Yeah.
Yep, candid. And also, you guys are talking about the Hornets. They're one of the worst franchises. Who's playing on that team besides Brandon Miller and Miles Bridges? Brandon Miller, he ain't even old enough to drink. And you want to say, oh, well, LaMelo can't win with nobody. Yeah, he's not playing with anybody. They're not developed yet. And you want to talk about winning players. Zion has never played one playoff game in his career. So we want to talk about maturity, winning players, this, that, and the third. And these other guys ain't done half the stuff.
So who's he taking? Who's Leezy taking?
Who am I taking?
You're taking
thank you
LaMelo.
for that. Who's taking LaMelo? We should take LaMelo if he's out there.
No. Leezy. He's asking you, who are you taking? And I assumed it was LaMelo.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I wanted to say this real quick.
Good.
Jesse, please let me cook. Please, Jesse. I understand Trae Young is probably the safest pick. I was on the air and I said that he is probably the safest pick. But with LaMelo, you get someone who's younger. He's 6'7", has pretty much the same skill set. So I would much rather go with LaMelo. That's just me. I know everyone's gonna get their jokes off about him and say he hasn't done anything yet. But here in Sacramento, we defend a lot of players who haven't done anything either. So I just don't think it's a fair criticism is what he's getting.
All right, Lazy, bring some lunch tomorrow. I don't know what's good.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we need to do. No, this is what we need to end the practice.
Take a breath next time too.
No. Well, he's afraid. The callers are afraid now. They're afraid of Jesse and the fade.
I get it.
We need to end the practice of calling D'Lo and KC and yelling at us.
Yeah,
over something somebody else.
Who do we
said.
think he was talking to?
I'm positive it had to have been James. It had to have been James. Got TC calling and yelling at us about stuff Carmichael Dave did. Hey, what are we? Just everybody's therapist? What are we, the punching bag?
What did TC say today? Don't talk to TC.
Don't talk to TC. Don't talk to TC about that.
Oh man.
We'll come back, man. Unbelievable. We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes as well. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino.
I got those trades. Remember?
Completely forgot. Nope, completely forgot. You're going to have to refresh our memory when we return here on ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Hey, can you grab me one of those Kit Kats that is sitting up there so I can wash this nasty-ass green juice taste out?
Tune into the producers tomorrow at 10.
I was thinking the same thing, John. Nope, that's coming up in about 15 minutes, Scooter. 15 minutes. Oh yeah, I've done that. I think I've only done that once, Michigan. I think I did a 48-hour one the other day because I just or not the other day. I think I did a 48-hour one the other time because man, I'm not doing 3 days again. Not yet. Not yet, Norm. Do you have a favorite sandwich? I don't think so.
Grilled pork banh mi from Saigon Corner in Natomas is my go-to.
I don't know. That sounded fire. Whatever them sliders they serve at Sac State games are pretty damn fire. KC knows what those are. Those are crazy. Is Kenny going to miss another rejoiner? Oh, great question. My money is on yes.
Soren and B pair, they're literally the perfect sandwich.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. He made it. He made it.
Time to spare, too.
Thanks, brother. Mendocino Farms makes great sandwiches. That's a good call. Who wrote that? Is that? Matt George going to join us in a couple minutes. Well, not really a couple minutes. Matt George is going to join us in like 30 minutes.
Hey, so check this out. I want to give
Got
you
that keyword coming up, by the way, top of the 3 o'clock hour, right near the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Sorry, go ahead.
keyword coming up.
Chance to win Kenny's money.
You don't want to win my money. I'm telling you. I got those trade scenarios and stuff like that. But two things we didn't talk about really that I think, it's timely today. One,
bump it or dump it.
One is LeBron, his words after the press conference, his future, how long we think he's going to play. And number two, boy, JJ had a tough time with dim lights.
Yeah, get a hold of yourself. Gosh.
Oh, JJ had a tough time with dim lights.
But did he? Did he? Or is that?
Why are you asking me that? Because I'm inexperienced? What?
Now walk out, Casey. I'll just walk out for a perfectly normal question.
Dim lights.
Well, JJ needs to stop feeling like people are attacking him, bro. He's just asking you a question.
After you did something stupid.
Yeah, just relax. I'm just asking a question here.
I don't disagree.
Oh man,
JJ had a rough series, but let me ask two. Let me defend JJ for a second.
Okay.
The reporter did make an assumption, like he just phrased the question wrong, because he did frame it as if JJ didn't lean on his assistants or talk to his assistants, which is kind of I think I know what the reporter. I'm sorry, I don't know who it was. I think I know what the reporter. I do know what the reporter was trying to ask. I think he just asked it in a way that got a guy who was already in a testy mood to respond a certain way. Also, as I am now done defending JJ, was he even in a testy mood? Like, is that who JJ is?
That might be like kind of who he is.
Like JJ, like what was when JJ was a podcaster? How many times do we say he comes across as such an arrogant little ass. And that's what he looked like last night after the game. He looked like an arrogant little child. And like, I don't know that was the lights or the moment, or if that was JJ Redick. I don't know which one it was.
Did he walk out post game too?
I didn't see that. I saw him.
What do you mean?
Because that interaction was pregame.
Yeah, I thought there was something post game as well.
I didn't see him walk out.
I don't think I
got
knew.
Pissed
Yeah,
off and then he walked off again.
I did not know that was. I didn't know that was.
That was before the biggest game of your season. And dim lights.
I did not realize that. I didn't see it till well after the game, and I just assumed it was post game.
Dim lights was already blinding them.
Well, now I've changed my mind.
I could be wrong though. I'm trying to double check it.
When he walked out was absolutely that question was absolutely pregame because I saw it.
No, I know the pregame one happened. I thought I saw something else where like he got pissed off again after post game and he walked out again or something like that.
JJ, you can't walk out of multiple press conferences in the same day.
Like I said, I could be wrong.
The league is being unfair.
All right, no, it was just pregame.
But So what? Maybe I'm stalling him out a little bit too. I'm not trying to, but it's different being the head coach of the Lakers or the Knicks or the Celtics. Hell, in some respects of the Kings. You know, it's not the
them
legacy
lights be out
thing,
here for the Kings.
but them lights, they dissect in everything that you do. Whereas head coach for Mark Daigneault, you think he feeling them lights in OKC? They was talking about Oklahoma Spring game the other day. They want you to win. Like there's quote unquote pressure to win, but it's not
Lakers. You're always going to have championship expectations, or the expectations going to be how close are you to getting to that point again? Like that's always what's going to revolve around.
Like they literally are championship or bust every year, and yeah, it's different. It's different. It's difficult. First time head coach, and this is his first playoffs. First time kind of losing like that. Like not the series, but he was behind 3-1 at that point and made some questionable decisions. So I bet that was Sunday. They didn't play till Wednesday. I bet you every day on Mason and Ireland, they were taking calls about how ridiculous JJ was in game 4. And
Joe Mazzulla
didn't get better today.
Joe Mazzulla lost lost his first year in the conference finals, and Kendrick Perkins said that if you put his brain in a bird, it would fly backwards.
He should have been slapped, actually. Kendrick should have been slapped for saying that.
I think I don't know who coined that line. I feel like Bobby Heenan used to say it.
Sounds like some Bobby.
Hey, it's a hell of a line if you're trying to diss somebody.
Oh, it is.
Very disrespectful, but
it is super disrespectful. That remind me about a Kendrick Perkins clip I wanted to play though.
So JJ didn't do himself any favors with that performance in game 5 though. I mean, you're getting beat up on the boards. Rudy Gobert is having the game that he's never had in his life. Like just never. Even the French national team was like, what the hell is this? We couldn't even play this guy. He was going crazy. I'm not saying Jackson Hayes is Wilt Chamberlain, but you just refuse to put anybody over 6'7" into the game. And then when you do, you say, Maxi Kleber, you haven't played since January. You've literally never played for the Lakers. Get in there with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, do it.
Just an awful, awful performance by JJ.
He needs to learn to be less arrogant for his own good, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe you do throw Jackson Hayes out there for however long because you do just need someone who's 7 foot tall or someone who can throw a body on Rudy Gobert.
Yeah. So, and then he talked about he goes it's kind of throwing people under the bus a little bit. Well, tell me if maybe he is or isn't. But he goes, yeah, people say, try different lineups and, get other people in the game. Well, we do that. We can't score. All right, sir. Like,
yeah,
JJ basically said that.
Talk about Jared Vanderbilt. He was absolutely talking about Jared Vanderbilt.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So JJ, I don't know what he's going to be moving forward. He had ups and downs. There were certain times when he was really good as a coach and other times when he wasn't. It's his first postseason. We'll see if he learns anything, but not a good performance for him in this playoff.
Mentioned Kendrick Perkins. Here's Kendrick. It's always fun when he
as expected and confirmed by my brother Dave McMenamin, the Lakers are only worried about the office. The Lakers are only worried about the offensive end. That's it.
He says it twice.
As expected and confirmed by my brother Dave McMenamin, the Lakers are only worried about the office. McMenamin. The Lakers are only word.
So for those who didn't get why this is extra funny, this is Dave's wife. That's one little extra reason this is funny.
Shout out Perk, man. Shout out Perk. It happens.
He was trying.
It happens.
It was like you were facetious earlier.
Facetious.
As expected and confirmed by my brother Dave McMenamin, the Lakers are only worried about the office. McMenamin. The Lakers are only word.
Kendrick's like, what's the issue? Yeah,
what's the problem?
I don't mean to sound facetious, but vengeance is mine, said the Lord. He said it better than all. That is Lucifer, I think, on the Black Album.
I was gonna say, okay. Now I'm got to move over Lucifer. I'm more ruthless. What song is that?
Say it again.
I think it's Jay. Move over Lucifer. I'm more ruthless. I don't know.
Sound like it might be big.
Oh, it absolutely might be. Yeah, maybe it is big.
But I don't know the song.
Oh, I think I know what it is. I think it's Dead Wrong.
Oh,
never mind.
Wild.
Never mind. Let's just keep going here. We'll just keep going here. Matt George set to join us here coming up about 20 minutes. We'll have that keyword you need for the jump shot jackpot coming up here in just a heartbeat. JJ, LeBron. LeBron was the other one. You said there are two things we should probably touch on that are timely. JJ was one of them. LeBron's the other.
LeBron, I don't think he's going to retire, nor should he retire. But this was one of the first times in his career, in his 22-year career.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn, Bron, he's not as young as he used to be no more. Like, he can't do this the same way. And like I said earlier, it's not a knock. The man's 40 and trying to play in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And he's playing at a high level. But now all of a sudden he has a gas tank that will go on E. And we've never seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we saw that in this series,
mm-hmm.
And specifically in these last two games of the series. No, I mean, 5 points in two combined fourth quarters. It's so and you gotta have it games. It's so un-LeBron like.
He'll be back next year. I think I saw he'll be the only player, if he is, to play 23 seasons in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that'd be kind of notable. But yeah, he's starting to lose a step.
He'll be back, and I think he'll be back beyond that. They had the conversation earlier today on a couple of these shows. I think maybe Shams even said it about, he's got an eye on playing with Bryce.
Yeah, it's.
You can go to the G League.
It's. I mean, it's so within like reach.
Yeah, it's 2 years.
Like, how do you not at least think about it?
Right.
2 years feels like I never believed this was LeBron's last year. But like if he goes past next year, I'd be a little bit surprised.
I think there's ever a point where we're watching a LeBron James team and he's not one of the two most important players on that team.
No.
I don't think so either.
I think we're already past that. Like, there's no way that's going to happen.
Like where he's the third guy.
He's not, like you said, he lost the step, and that's fair. Like, I push back against it. It's fair. He's lost the step from the greatest player that's ever lived.
Yeah.
Right. Like Michael Jordan was a really good basketball player in Washington.
Right.
He just wasn't the greatest player that's ever lived.
Right.
Like there's context. Like, Dirk wasn't good like at the end of his career, with all due respect to like he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, almost no one was.
Mm-hmm.
Garnett. I mean, even Kobe. Like,
and I'm not saying like Austin Reeves becomes the Lakers' second best player, but maybe you trade for someone or bring in someone that's just a little bit better or whatever, or on that level, I guess, where LeBron kind of takes
like trade. You're saying make a trade.
Yeah, where like LeBron is like now
the
the third focal point on this team, not more so his ability, but it's Luka and this guy, and LeBron's kind of playmaking, helping out, rather than it's LeBron and Luka.
So let me ask you guys a question. If the Lakers had Luka, LeBron, they were able to keep Austin Reeves, and they got Nick Claxton, you think they can win a championship? Because I don't.
Nick Claxton. Who was the other one?
You keep everybody. You just added Nick Claxton.
Oh, no. I don't think they're one. I don't think they're a center away.
Do they need someone?
I don't think they're one player away.
Do they need someone better than LeBron?
Maybe they need someone better than Austin. Because, I mean, if Luka's the best, all right, if Luka's the best, LeBron's right below him. Austin's probably a little bit below LeBron. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And mind you, I respect Austin Reeves. I think he's really good.
I do too. In these playoffs, he was a lot below LeBron.
Okay, so that's the other thing. you might need someone slotted just below LeBron rather than healthily below LeBron. Or if you can get someone better, I don't know who that would be.
Mm-hmm.
I have no clue who that would be. But if you could do that, yeah, it's fine.
So, and then here's the other question is how do you get that with the new Luka contract and the new LeBron contract?
So you don't, because I was just going to throw out like a hypothetical. Like, let's take all of the 4 players we were talking about with the Sacramento Kings a second ago. You put Trae Young on this team. Does it matter?
On the Lakers?
Yep.
No, I don't think they win
It
a
doesn't.
championship.
No, it doesn't. LaMelo? It doesn't. Zion?
No.
Ja? Like it doesn't. What I think you need is the right. Like you mentioned Nick Claxton. I think Nick Claxton would be a fantastic addition to the Lakers. Not your only addition to the Los Angeles Lakers, but a fantastic addition to him. You need to round this team out like a little bit more. I don't think you need to find a player better than LeBron James or better than Austin Reeves. I think those are your 3, but you have to find guys who work around them or work with them. You need to find a way to strengthen up that bench. One thing I have a smidge bit of concern about for the Lakers' future is I know there was the big baby face turn at the end, but guys didn't want to play with Kobe in the final few years of his career because he wasn't the same Kobe. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a certain level of like grouchiness that comes along with that. There's a certain level of, you're now mortal that comes with that. And I wonder if people would want to play with LeBron in his very, very literal final years. And now you throw in the Luka dynamic where Luka's probably he's probably a player you have to get used to playing with. Mm-hmm. Does that make the Lakers an attractive destination for the types of players that we're talking about? Now that's free agents. If Pelinka can work, none of this matters. But
I don't even think they can sign free agents.
Well, we looked at their money earlier. You can sign a $5 million free agent.
Yeah, that's a Christian Wood. That's what they did last time they were in these situations, right? I pulled it back up because I couldn't remember. They're $3 million away from first apron.
Right. Yeah.
They're already a tax team.
Yep.
And Luka's going to be up for a new contract. LeBron, once again, like we talked, maybe he does do something where he take $25 million, so they can make moves because he wants to win a championship. But this, I was, for the argument's sake, assume that he doesn't. That's another max guy. This is what I talk about when earlier we were talking about, is Luka going to get back to the finals in 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They're going to have to flip Austin Reeves into something crazy. Like that third, that player that's better than LeBron, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to flip that crazy. And I don't know how you do it, but the argument would be the Lakers always find a way.
Well, the Lakers might want to listen to this because they're going to need it. We got the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. Head over to ESPN1320.com right now and enter the keyword rebound. Can the Los Angeles Lakers rebound after this 4-1 loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Rebound last night.
They couldn't do anything last night. Rudy Gobert beat their ass. Enter the key phrase, beat their ass. No, enter the keyword rebound over at ESPN1320.com right now for your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card. Did just confirm through the rules that this does not work under the Los Angeles Lakers salary cap. So this $500 won't help them sign anyone.
It's second apron.
Yeah, you're still at the second apron, guys. Sorry. We tried to help. It's a shame we couldn't. I don't know what they're. I feel like they're chasing their tail like this every. Look at Rudy Gobert, just destroyed them last night. Like Rudy Gobert's Hall of Fame highlight reel all happened last night. All happened last night. I also don't think, and I said this already. I'm looking up because we saw Ant-Man. Like Anthony Edwards, his him winning a title before Luka Doncic is not an outrageous take. Like Anthony Davis, like they're in the same class, so to speak. Like Anthony Edwards, he's top tier.
Yeah.
He's in the conversation with Luka Doncic and Jokic, SGA, that's the top players in the league.
Nah, for sure. I'm looking at the Lakers contract situation, and yeah, I don't know. They got some player options.
What Austin Reeves make again?
That's what I was curious about. It's not a lot at all, actually. He made 13 million this year. He's slated to make 14 million next year. He's got a player option in 26-27 for 15 million. So you could trade him where that becomes something that's attractive is maybe you could trade Austin Reeves and Gabe Vincent for a salary that matches. That's quick math real quick. That's $25 million. You could trade those two for DeMar DeRozan.
Well, that'll fix all their problems.
Yeah, I don't know what center you could get that. $25 million, that gets you Nick Claxton.
Well, oh yeah, absolutely, because he was 4 and 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't they just revisit the Mark Williams thing after the?
You would think. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. I don't know if there are rules that say, I can't imagine there's rules that says they can't.
Right.
Though we hear a lot about Brooklyn and their plans for this offseason. Maybe they got money for days, though. Moving off of a Nick Claxton salary doesn't mean anything to them. Like they've got money to play with.
The thing that I was thinking about really started with like the Bucks situation and Giannis losing and his season over and everything that we speculated with him is there are going to be a lot of guys that may be available, and that could lend itself to a good ball player, a borderline all-star or an actual all-star falling into the Kings price range because everybody can't get traded, you know what I mean, for 4 first-round picks or something like that. Like let's just say Giannis would be that type of guy. KD, I guess, would be that type of guy. Zion, borderline, I don't know. But let's just, argument's sake, those 3.
Mm-hmm.
But that still leaves a Trae Young still available.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves a Ja still available. And they're not going for the same thing that those other guys went for.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think about that with the Kings, I think about, maybe they have a DeMar DeRozan and 2 first-round picks to trade for somebody. Maybe it's a DeMar DeRozan, Devin Carter, and a future first and a swap. That may get you an all-star level talent player, which I didn't think was possible immediately after the season was over. I was like, you don't have enough to go get one of those big guys. And maybe now, because so many people might potentially be on the move, that the market eventually may fall back down to where you can be a player in those discussions. I don't know. The KD thing is really interesting. Really, really interesting.
You can't even venture a guess what that market looks like, what the market looks like, or what the value looks like.
Right, because it's not going to happen. I'm not trying to.
Suns
say that.
hired a new, I think it was president of basketball operations today.
Is James Jones still there as general manager?
James Jones is being reassigned.
He's being advisored.
Gotcha.
He's
Gotcha.
I don't know the structure of the Phoenix Suns, but it sure has Alvin Gentry vibes there.
And I don't think James is as cool as Alvin Gentry. So.
I don't think there's a human being.
Yeah.
Billy D. Williams, Alvin Gentry.
That is facts.
It might be
facts. But yeah,
those are all-time rankings, by the way. Billy D. Williams, Alvin Gentry.
But yeah, I'm interested to see what KD goes for.
Yeah.
And what. Once again, not saying I don't think it's likely, but does he fall into the the stratosphere of what the Kings could do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Shams is saying the Celtics could be sellers this offseason too. Said the league's expecting them to make moves this offseason. Shams this morning said that.
Because of the cap, because of
all that
that
stuff.
money.
So I don't know if it's Jaylen Brown, Porzingis, or whoever, but league's expecting them to make some moves this offseason.
You know what I think the Kings really should kind of look at, and I know they are. Scott Perry's way smarter at this than I am. Is, man, try and be a third party in some of these stuff. You can't go player for player, deal for deal with to get Durant or something like that. But maybe you could be a facilitator and get something back.
Yeah.
Be a third team and get you talk about something like that, Jesse. If Porzingis and Jaylen Brown are available and all this, we'll see if you could be a third team and get Drew Holiday.
I was gonna ask, would you take Drew Holiday on the Kings?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Heartbeat.
And maybe that's the case. Maybe you're getting DeRozan to, maybe it's a forward team. You get DeRozan to Miami and you get involved and get Drew Holiday and Boston gets KD and or whatever. You know what I mean? But
Boston gets Giannis and Jaylen Brown's a buck. Yeah.
I don't want that to happen. I do not want that to happen. Sorry. You got your championship. I don't have to apologize anymore. You got it. You've seen it. It's good. I don't want Boston to win.
He might get another one.
He probably will get another one.
He might get another one.
Donovan Mitchell.
Will you even be excited if they win again? I feel like you.
Yes.
You will.
Yeah.
Were you excited last year?
Honestly, I think I'd be maybe more excited this year than last year.
Because you were just kind of relieved last year.
Yeah, last year everyone was just pissing me off for 6 years. Tatum sucks. Celtics can't get over the hump. Blow it up. Blah, blah, blah. Brown and Tatum can't play together. And it was more so like, look what I told you guys. This year would be like, yeah, now they won it again. And they're the best. Lakers, of course, second best. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, well, pat on the back for me because I did say you had to move Marcus Smart. Barry Horowitz.
All right, man.
Try to bring up Jalen and Jason too, but
well, okay. I said I wasn't there yet, but I was looking at it. I did say that. I didn't confirm that's how I felt.
This show is stupid. Stick around for
pretty
more.
stupid.
Matt George joins us next here on ESPN 1320.
No one ever calls the smartest show of all time.
No. Hey, he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, King.
Still need to start The Wire, by the way. I haven't gotten to the first episode yet.
I saw, it's funny you said I was thinking about that because I saw one of the famous clips yesterday. I forgot. I think they were talking about LeBron, but somebody's like, yeah, LeBron, da-da-da-da. And they pulled up the clip where he goes,
oh, I saw it. I think you retweeted that one, right?
Maybe I did, yeah.
Or someone else tweeted and I saw that one too then.
See, the thing about the old days is they the old days.
Was that Barksdale or
that was what's his name?
That's my name. That's my name. Was it him?
No, it was Bodie and Slim Charles.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
See, the thing about the old days is they the old days. You're thinking, well, my gosh, how could I forget?
Bring in Matt. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Matt at work.
Matt's at work.
What's up, man?
Nothing. Kenny was saying something. I didn't want to interrupt him. What were you saying? You said,
I was trying to think of damn, this is bad. The new drug kingpin or the guy that took over for the Barksdales.
Yeah, I can't remember his name either, but he was the one saying my name was in these streets.
Yeah.
My name?
Yeah.
My name.
Oh, come on, Kenny. That's a bad job by me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember it without looking, but I'm gonna have to look.
Well, I see it. Kyle got it.
Stanfield, Marlo Stanfield. Man. Come on, Kenny.
Is this a TV show?
Yeah, The Wire.
The TV show.
Oh, yeah, no. Haven't seen it.
We're gonna watch it as a family, you should join.
Yeah, maybe me and Matt George just come every Thursday with our wire notes.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it either, Matt.
we're almost halfway through the NBA playoffs. Not a bad idea.
I was watching Eddie Murphy movies that one summer. Shout out Beverly Hills Cop.
There you go.
It's better than
You've
Coming
never
to
seen
America,
Beverly
I
Hills
think.
Cop? Man, that is crazy.
See, my thing is audiobooks. I've gotten super into audiobooks.
There you go. Yeah,
I
like
listen
those.
to audiobooks during commutes unless D'Lo and KC's on.
Yeah, I like audiobooks a lot.
Who do you guys with the audiobooks?
Audible.
Audible.
Yeah.
I just got a little achievement for 150 books. I just got my 150th finished.
That's cool. I used to burn through audiobooks quick.
When you're listening, you retaining like as much as you would like when you're reading and stuff like
I
that.
retain. So I've actually thought about that. I feel like I retain more of the information. Well, it varies. Like it probably depends on the book.
Yeah, because I feel like if I'm reading a book, like I'm in there, but like if I'm just listening,
But
maybe it wouldn't be as involved.
There are times I've read a book and have zoned out reading the book
Yes.
and have gone back, and gone back a couple of pages. Obviously, that can happen like listening to an audiobook too, but normally I'm walking Sprout and I'm just listening.
Yeah, I definitely retain more from listening, for sure. Definitely retain more because I look at it more as like a source of entertainment versus a book feels like a task sometimes.
We're coming back, Matt. We're not coming back, Mac. We're actually back right now. We're Mac. Everybody, we're back. We're back on the radio. We welcome in our good friend Matt George, who is live at work at ABC 10
in the chill lounge. That's where
is that called? Is that called the green room, or is that called something else?
Well, it is technically a green room, but it's painted red, so we call it our red room.
Okay.
You guys have been you've spent time in here.
Yeah, the
You've
one
spent
time
or
you
two.
invited us.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true.
NBA playoffs.
The one time.
Matt, because usually it's like, hey, game one, we haven't
We'll
heard
come
from
back
him.
for game 7, guys.
Well, I mean, I would love to have you on for game 1, but I mean, if you're going to talk about the other Sports Extra show that happens for the other station every damn time I'm on the air with you.
Well, just to be fair, we didn't do that.
So, D'Lo, what are you doing for game 1?
Matt George, of course, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast as well. Matt, Kings made it official today, announced Doug Christie as their next head coach. Press conference will be tomorrow with both new general manager Scott Perry and Doug Christie. I guess we haven't talked to you since it became not just official, but since word leaked earlier in the week that Doug Christie was the guy. You've kind of had feelings about this entire process. How do you feel about Doug Christie being the new head coach?
Well, there's the elephant in the room to be addressed so that I think it can be put away and not hyper focused on, which is always the question of how much was this completely Scott Perry's decision? How much had ownership already kind of explained to Scott, this is the guy that we wanted coming in? But now that that is addressed and it's out there and people know it and it can acknowledge that it exists, when you talk about Doug Christie specifically, I mean, I think he deserves the shot. I mean, he managed to turn a very difficult situation into, at least his record-wise, something positive. Now, the way it ended was not good, not just the play-in tournament blowout, but, I mean, he lost a good amount of games over the final stretch of last season, and we can list all the circumstances that we want to, but Doug had to deal with a lot, and for the most part, I thought handled it pretty well. So my feelings towards Doug getting the job are, one, not at all surprised, and number two, like, all right, like let's see what you can do. And I'm especially curious with the staff that he puts together. I'm sure a lot of us are eyeing how many former Kings are going to be on that staff and what veterans he goes out and gets to lean heavily on, because I think he'll need that as a true kind of rookie first time head coach. But in terms of the things that you don't have to teach, right? The understanding of this city, the understanding of the culture, and the passion, plus his ability as a motivator. I mean, there are very, very significant strengths that Doug Christie brings to the table as a coach. So now, kind of the same way I feel about Scott Perry, there is always going to be kind of the looming involvement of ownership. That's just not going away. But now that Perry has been named general manager, and Perry addressed the media and said, Vivek has entrusted me to make the basketball decisions. And then the first basketball decision he made was hiring Doug Christie. Now it's Scott Perry and Doug Christie that takes center stage. Hopefully Vivek and ownership fades into the background. And the thing that's most important out of anything is that Scott Perry and Doug Christie just need to be on the same page and stay on the same page. Just make sure that relationship is consistent. Doesn't mean you always have to agree with everything, but work together. And like, I'm okay with outside voices. I'm okay with advisors and people weighing in on their opinions. That's what you have staff for. That's what you have differences of opinion. But the bottom line needs to be Perry and by extension, Doug Christie, with what this organization is trying to do and where this team is trying to go going forward. And I won't say confidence yet, but I have hope in the two of them taking the torch and kind of leading this new regime.
Now that Doug Christie is the official head coach, what do you think is next for Scott Perry? And I guess you could say in this aspect, Doug Christie, like what's the first order of business if you were those two about what to do next with this organization?
Well, I did a podcast on this before Perry's press conference. I said the Kings need to go into training camp with two things very clearly solidified. One is their team identity, how they want to play, and two is the organization's direction. Are they going for playoffs? Are they doing a soft rebuild? Are they doing a hard rebuild? Like, just make sure the direction is clear. And Perry listed out his identity traits. There were 7 of them that he listed out during his press conference. I was like, yes, this is exactly what I needed. He laid it out there. He put it out there. A lot of them were basketball related, like defensive minded, sharing the ball on offense, physicality, toughness is what he said. Like, those are very basketball centric. Then there was other ones, which is more like human being centric, which is the professionalism, accountability. And these are things that every organization lists as identity traits. But he laid out his 7 things or 7 traits of what he wants the identity of the Sacramento Kings to be. Made it perfectly clear. I thought at the time it was interesting because when I listened to it back, I was like, oh, Doug Christie fits that. Oh, Doug Christie's been saying that. So that made me think, okay, those two are on the same page, at least in the identity. But what's not on the same page is the roster. The roster does not, I should say this, the top of the roster does not fit those identity traits. I did a podcast where I made a scoring system, like out of 7. And if you meet that trait, you get a point. If you are kind of like questionable, you get half a point. If you don't make that trait, you get no points. Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis got 7 out of 7s for me. DeMar DeRozan got a 3. Zach LaVine got a 4. Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis got 5.5s. And to me, 5 and above was like, okay, you fit, you make sense. Now, I'm not using that to say DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine aren't good basketball players, but they aren't necessarily guys that I feel fit the identity traits that Scott Perry laid out. So in a long-winded, convoluted way of answering your question, Kenny, while I'm not saying every single person on this roster has to fit that identity to a T, because you have to have other guys to fill in other strengths, I don't think the top of your roster, your arguably top 2 or 2 of your top 3 guys, cannot fit the identity that you're trying to build for yourself. So in a very broad way to answer the question, the next step for Scott Perry is to build a roster that fits that identity along with Doug Christie.
Do you think that's realistic?
Short term, no. Long term, it needs to be. But the more I talk about it, the more I feel like we're approaching essentially running it back. Not to a T, because Kenny and I both agree that I think DeMar DeRozan's gone. Like, I think it makes sense for all sides. It's not a God, we got to get rid of DeMar DeRozan. I think DeMar's going to want to move on. I think the Kings will want to move on, and the Kings will need to free up some kind of money. DeMar DeRozan's 23, 24 million is a lot easier to move on from than the 40 plus million that both Domas and LaVine are making. Now, Perry, I'm sure, will float those contracts out there too and see if there are any takers, but I don't know how many takers there are going to be. Then you look at the supporting cast of players. The first three that come to mind are Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, and Malik Monk. Well, Keon Ellis is only paid $2 million a year. You're not getting anything more valuable than Keon Ellis in a Keon Ellis trade unless you're attaching Keon to a big blockbuster deal as a sweetener, which I just don't think is realistic. Keegan Murray and Malik Monk, I think both have value around the NBA. Here's a problem, though. Both of them provide things that you need more of. Keegan is your only wing/forward defender, and Malik is pretty much the only playmaker that you have on the roster. So are you trading those guys away? It's like the same thing with the Harrison Barnes conundrum. Are you trading Harrison Barnes away for a better version of Harrison Barnes? You're not going to get that. Like, are you trading DeMar DeRozan away for a better version of DeMar DeRozan? You're not going to get that. So I feel like there will be some changes. They won't be drastic. And essentially next season, Kenny and I were talking about this on my podcast today. I feel like next season is going to be very similar to this year, except hopefully Doug Christie is there for all 82. Like, that's what I feel like it's going to be. Maybe the Kings are slightly worse because DeMar DeRozan's gone. Maybe the West shakes out to where they can win a few more games. I have no idea. I personally do not like the idea of another 82 games of that. But it also might be one of those years with, for lack of a better term, a throwaway season where Perry has to ride it out with what he's got and then go into the then he goes into the trade deadline or to next offseason, has a draft pick, and at the very least, LaVine's contract is a lot easier to move on from.
I hear you.
What you mean by don't do that? Like
I don't like
look at that as a throwaway.
I don't like the idea of the gap year thing again. Like I don't love that. Maybe that's the reality of what Scott Perry is facing. I'd hate that for Doug. I'd hope there's at least something here that you can salvage a large chunk of this roster and remain a competitive basketball team as you're trying to navigate what you think your future landscape will look like, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think
that could be wishful thinking on my part, Matt.
I think it's like a gap year with an asterisk to where it's not like, oh, the season doesn't matter. This team as constructed should be competitive enough to be in the playoff conversation. Mm-hmm. But we all know that's not going anywhere. And essentially they're in a position that I absolutely hate, which is just being mid. It's NBA purgatory. You're not good enough to really make a run. You're not bad enough to get a high draft pick. And I think that's the year that Scott Perry might just have to ride out. Like, we're going to try and be competitive. We're going to try and attack this year and see what happens and be as good as we possibly can be. But this is a short-term vision year that doesn't really fit the long-term. I'm just wondering if the long-term plan starts at this time next year, assuming the Sacramento Kings aren't still playing.
Potentially. I mean, because you'll have more things at your disposal. You potentially have more draft picks available. You'll have, hopefully, unless you make a trade, you'll have a draft pick in this 2026 draft. So you'll be thinking about that, thinking about your future in that respect. And then you'll be 1 year closer to LaVine and Sabonis being a little bit more tradable. Now, there is a lot of people that believe that LaVine might, what's the phrase for it? They might renegotiate and extend or something like that, their contract this summer. So that would put him further out. But maybe it's for
that eat up cap space. So that feels like a terrible idea. I hear if I understand the renegotiate and extend thing properly, that's what happened with Domas, right? It's the same thing. And they utilized cap space. You had to have enough cap space to pull that off. It's not. Whereas when you're in the final year, you can go over the cap and you have a little bit more luxury when you do the renegotiate and extend. that doesn't feel like this isn't Zach LaVine hate. That doesn't feel like the move for Zach LaVine.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, hopefully, if you're Scott Perry, you're just kind of keeping the books as is. And this time next year, you'll have even more options. You got options right now because you'll lose your draft pick this year, but you'll have the ability to trade some stuff. You got Devin Carter, you got DeMar DeRozan. So you'll have some options, but you'll have probably more cap space and more options the following summer as well.
Yeah, real quick on the Zach LaVine extension thing too. I think there's high probability of disasters, small probability of success with that. And those are the moves that I think Scott Perry and the Kings need to avoid, because that was the whole Zach LaVine, De'Aaron Fox trade to begin with. And that's where the ownership involvement conversation would reignite for me, because we need a lot more context over the next year before that would happen from Scott Perry specifically, before I'd believe that Scott Perry's decision and belief is that financially recommitting to Zach LaVine is a good idea, especially when there's public comments from Perry questioning whether or not you can win basketball games with LaVine, which is a very, very fair analysis or question to ask based off of how the man's career has gone. So, the concept of extending Zach LaVine sounds extremely unappealing to me. And just for the reasons that I laid out. But what Kenny and I also discussed on the podcast today is, like, if it's going to be a run it back year to some extent, or a gap year or a throwaway year or whatever you want to call it, where they're just this is the roster they have and they're just going to try and be competitive as much as possible, you need to give fans, you need to give somebody something to be excited about. Because to me, and I know this is crazy after experiencing only one playoff year in the last 18, making it to the first round only to be bounced by clearly better teams than you is not appealing. That doesn't do it for me. And this King, whether it's a commitment of Keegan Murray as really truly trying to emphasize his offensive strengths, and this is your year to have the green light, Keegan, let's see if you can do it this year, or Devin Carter making a leap, something to get fans not just excited about the concept of a season like that, but hopeful for where that season is leading. Because if we are having the same conversation in October that we're having right now, where we're trying to find something to be excited about for next season, it's going to be a long 82 game year with a team that is going to continue to be up and down, high and low, ultimately 500, ultimately mid, and I don't think very appealing for the Sacramento fan base to support, especially financially.
All right. What do you think? So you laid out your grading system for these players in terms of how you think they fit for, like, Doug, Scott Perry, the kind of the way that they laid things out. The way Scott Perry laid things out and the things that we already know about Doug Christie.
Right.
Who are those players to you? Like, who would those players, not the Kings, because you already did that. Who outside of the organization would you say, oh, that could be that's a Doug Christie guy, or that's a Scott Perry guy, or whatever? Have you thought that far ahead?
I haven't thought about too many names specifically, and I'm sure we could come up with some as we workshop it. The issue that I come up with when you try and take that next step forward is there are guys that I think would be Doug Christie or Scott Perry guys on the edges that don't move the needle, because to me, you need to improve more than just the edges of this roster. This roster can't be rounded out. It has to be, I think, re-evaluated. The foundation needs to be rebuilt. Like, the committing to this core as it is and trying to put the right pieces beside it. Like, you already have a lot of pieces here that you're either trying to retain or already here that kind of, in theory, fit that core. So I'm thinking about it from the standpoint of a piece to add to the core to build around. And again, I don't know if it's possible to acquire any piece like that in the current situation that you're in, because DeMar is not going to do it. Just given his circumstances, you're just not going to get that for DeMar. And You're not going to get it for Sabonis or LaVine, I feel, because of their contract situation. But what could change things scares the heck out of me. And that's that unless the Kings get insanely lucky in the draft lottery in a few weeks, once this pick goes to Atlanta, it is green light for all the other future picks in Scott Perry's arsenal. So he has now all these assets that he could use to go make a swing for a Zion or a Trae Young or any of the four guys that you guys were talking about earlier, or anybody else that might become available. And we can debate each one whether or not that would be a good target for the Sacramento Kings, but what's it going to cost you and how much of a difference is it really going to make? And is going all in with this group really a smart decision? So again, it all falls back to, it just doesn't feel like now is the right time to do anything significant for this organization as much as we want to, just because we don't want to watch that season again. It doesn't feel like, if I'm Scott Perry, I'm thinking like, I took this job with the expectation that I would need at least a year to get everything in order because of the position that the last regime put them in with the De'Aaron Fox trade. Sorry to bring it up again, but if Fox were still on this roster and Perry could make the decision as to what to do with Fox and LaVine wasn't on this team right now, we're having a completely different conversation because Perry can try and figure things out with Fox, which probably doesn't work, or look for another trade. I don't know if there's anything better else out there, but it gives Perry more options than what he has right now. So sorry, Dame, I don't really have like names off the top of my head yet.
Well, then just forget it, Matt. God.
I just have this scenario that this team is in, this situation that they're in, and everything just feels very stuck right now because of decisions that were made this season.
Sure.
So we was on Locked On Kings talking with Matt. You know, I'm deemed, I guess, in Kings.
I've been banned.
Oh, wow.
I'm like Mr. Haliburton.
For the foreseeable
I'm
future.
not allowed to come on Locked On Kings for the foreseeable future.
That's not true. I invited him, and then I invited him like right before his show started, and then pretended that was his fault. I said, "Oh, really? You're going to do your show over mine? Fine."
But I've been labeled the eternal optimist with Sacramento media.
I passed the torch to him. I gave it to him.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Oh, very
I
good.
said, "Here you go."
So I would ask.
It's a heavy
Matt.
crown to wear.
Yeah, I don't. It's just
it's heavy, but it ain't worth anything.
I would ask Matt, because my thought process is you can't do anything about what's happened in the past or the situation you're in. What you can do is try to make the situation you're in the best you could possibly do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd ask Matt, if you were Scott Perry, how do you do that in this group with what you have in front of you with this group?
I only use my future draft capital if I'm getting something that I feel has both short-term and long-term positive impact. I'm not using my draft capital unless the foolish becomes available. I'm talking like Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? Which is just unrealistic, but fun to talk about during the offseason. But you throw multiple first rounders and Domantas Sabonis at the Bucks, and if they even humor that for Giannis Antetokounmpo, okay, this is a completely different conversation. But realistically, right now I am not using anything to potentially mortgage my future beyond something like one of your less value first rounders that you got in the De'Aaron Fox deal or second round picks or whatever. I'm not using anything of substance in my future to go out and try and make the best out of one season with this group, right? Unless I'm going out and getting a player that is young enough and under contractual control enough to where if I were to move on from LaVine and Sabonis at the end of their contracts or when their contracts got more movable, that guy wouldn't now just be on an island. I could actually build around that guy. But again, I don't think that's realistic. So again, Casey, I just think you're stuck. Like, I think you trade DeRozan for the best that you can get for him, because DeRozan has value, but it's not better value. You're not getting a Hall of Famer back. So if you can get a youngish or prime rotation piece that fits your identity for DeMar DeRozan, then you go out and do it and you ride it out with this season and see how it works. You pursue maybe draft night trades if you really want to move into the lottery or whatever, in that nature. I'm not making any short-term moves. I guess that's the way I'm saying it. I'm not making a short-term move to try and spice up a season that ultimately I don't think matters and has a low chance of success, I suppose.
Two very different situations here, but we talked about with Mike Brown after the successful first campaign that he had as a Sacramento Kings head coach. He's probably going to have to do some things different his second year. He's going to have to evolve. He's probably going to have to change his thinking on some things. He did all of that, just not in the right direction.
No.
Do you think Doug's got to do the same thing? Doug essentially coached for his job, but he did it for 51 games. And I think that's a really important factor in all of this is like Doug wasn't the interim head coach for 10 games. He wasn't the interim head coach for 15. Like he coached more games last year than Mike Brown did. Coached 51 basketball games last year. What do you think will be different for DC next year now that the interim title is gone and he is the Sacramento Kings head coach, if anything?
I hope we get an opportunity to chat with him about this tomorrow at his press conference, but you now have a multi-year contract. So operate like you're going to be here for a long time, not that you're trying to earn your job. So to me, what's most important for this organization right now is establishing an identity. So coach this team to that established identity. In many ways, it's kind of what Mike Brown tried to do. Now, he certainly did things wrong along the way, but try to establish an identity with the players that you have. And if things don't fit or don't work, it'll become obvious very quickly. And then it is on the front office and the coaching staff to have a good enough, solid enough relationship to where they work together towards a shared goal or shared identity to build this roster with the players that fit that. And Scott Perry said something along the same lines. He said he doesn't want hostages to an identity. He wants volunteers. And if you're not willing to volunteer for that identity, which again is very similar to like Mike Brown's contract that he had everyone sign, even if it's a little corny, like if you don't volunteer to this identity, then we'll find someone who does. Like we'll bring in players who do. So Perry and Doug need to operate like they are the safest people in this organization. That is their team, they're in control, and the players need to conform, or the players on this roster need to fit to what they're trying to do, not the other way around. And if Doug were taking over a more established team, an established situation like Doc Rivers stepping into Milwaukee where you know who they are, you know their star, you know what they're trying to do, make that work, that's very different than what Doug's doing here. Doug is starting fresh with a group that is not cohesive. Find the ones that are cohesive to the way you want to play basketball and work with your GM to replace those that aren't. That's how I'm approaching next season. And if Levine or DeRozan or Sabonis or anybody 1 through 15 stick out like a sore thumb because they don't fit, you know who to move on from. That's what I would do. That's if I was advising them, that's what I would say.
We talk a lot of Kings here, and that's because this is a Kings city for sure. And we're going to learn a lot more. We're going to hear a lot more from Doug Christie and Scott Perry tomorrow. But I wanted to ask Matt a quick question about the other Sacramento basketball team that made a lot of noise. Shaquille O'Neal joining Sac State men's basketball, joining Mike Bibby. I know, those times in the early 2000s with the Kings and the Lakers going back and forth, you hold them near and dear to your heart. Any thoughts about Shaquille O'Neal now for the second time coming into Sacramento and being a part of Sacramento basketball now with Sac State? Well,
Casey,
he was the owner. He's the owner.
Casey, I am so fired up to see how this helps the development of DeMarcus Cousins. I'm so excited to see DeMarcus Cousins develop as a Sac State Hornet.
I'm gonna go down to the nest. I'm gonna have Cousins, and I'm gonna show him what means to be a
Yeah,
big man
but
in
Shaq,
this league.
this is the second time.
I'm telling you, you don't know. You're not a big man. You don't know what you're talking about. I've done it. The big Aristotle.
That is funny. It does make me.
It's way better than his rock. It's way better than his rock.
It's way better than all of them.
Matt George, what are you talking about? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
don't.
Because look here, when you've got 6
How
weeks,
do you not hear Barack
6
Obama?
weeks to get into this whole situation, you don't need the final boss. And Shaq may look at himself as the final boss. You don't need the final boss. Go watch my new movie, what the hell is it called? The Smasher?
You almost morphed into Doc Rivers right there. It's like what? Doc Johnson. What was that?
So we have Mike Bibby as the head coach. We've got Shaq as the general manager. But guys, I heard a rumor, and I'd love to ask him if I get the chance. The new owner of Sac State men's basketball, Jerry Jones. Jerry, can you comment on Sac State?
Oh, this is great.
Well,
Matt.
I'll tell you this. Even though I am an Arkansas Razorback alumni, that's what we used to say back in the day when we used to try to get that fourth down stop before I'd go to Morton's every night. I know the importance of having a good community feel on the university. And that's what they're getting here at Sacramento State University.
Was this show ever good, or has it always been a parody of itself?
Real quick to kind of bring this all back. Can I get a Stingers Up from Ultimate Warrior?
Oh, for God's sake.
Hey, this Matt guy gets it.
Well, let me say this. With Sacramento and Shaq State, you have Mars aligning with Neptune, and when Neptune aligns with Mars, that means the struggle is no longer the same as Austin Rivers. It's not there anymore. It's Stingers Up.
I've got one impression, and it's Damian Barling. And I used it.
Well, that impression did get you on your competitor's newscast, which
I still don't know how that's possible. But me and Rihanna are an elite company on that.
That's a true story. That's a true story right there. True story. So Doug Christie will be introduced as head coach tomorrow. Scott Perry will be alongside of him, and the off-season work will begin for these two. We are a month and some change away from the draft. Of course, the lottery is a few weeks away. We don't believe that the Sacramento Kings will have a pick, at least in the first round. But we certainly don't know. We will find that out in the next couple of weeks. And then free agency will be here, and that may just be, or I guess we would say free agency should be here. The start of the new league will be here, and that's where Scott Perry will have to put some work in. That's where we'll, does DeMar DeRozan have a landing spot that he prefers? Scott Perry willing to work with him? Does DeMar DeRozan even ask to leave? Does Sacramento want to move on from him? Do they feel like they have enough here? Do they feel like all of the nonsense last year? Nonsense is probably I think last season was traumatic.
Yeah, there was
last season was traumatic. If you remove some of the trauma from the season, could Doug and these players fare a little bit better? This was a roster we all thought was significantly better than what they performed at. Mm-hmm. So either we were all very, very wrong, they underperformed, or it's something in the middle. And I don't know which one it is. I feel like it's something in the middle, but I don't know for sure. And we won't find any of these answers out tomorrow. So unless Matt asks really good questions at the press conference.
Nope.
Try not to piss off Doug tomorrow, okay?
I'm going to do my best.
Or for the sake of content, do try to piss him off, and we'll laugh about it for 4 hours.
No, I'm not trying to get uppercut in the chin, so I'll just do my job and as best as I can. Like Doug doesn't have to answer questions for the organization. Now the work begins for Doug to, he's talked so much about his chance to. It's like his version of Cody Rhodes has finished the story. Like he's got a job to finish here in Sacramento, and he's spoken very openly about that with what he was unable to accomplish as a player. So I mean, this is his shot to. So in many ways, while we don't disregard the good and the bad from what he went through as an interim head coach last season, this is a clean slate for Doug. And I think the most important thing that ownership can do at this point is to let Scott Perry completely hire his staff without influencing any sort of decision on who Perry should bring in. Let Perry find his group. And same thing with Doug Christie. Let Doug Christie put together his staff. You can help him connect to people if he doesn't have connections necessarily. But Doug is extremely popular and well connected around the league, so I don't have any worries about that. Let Doug put his team together. Let Perry put his team together. Let Doug and Perry establish a trust and relationship between the two to where they will work together even when times get difficult or tumultuous, like if they probably will in the short term. And then let them cook, for lack of a better term. So Doug gets this opportunity, and I'm very intrigued to see, can he be what a story it would be, right? If he's the one to figure it out. From learning from Petrie and learning from Rick Adelman to bringing him back.
And Doug absolutely believes that they can and will.
Sure. I don't think Doug will accept any other reality. That's how motivated he is.
That's absolutely right.
And as a kid who grew up in Sacramento in the late 90s and early 2000s, watching him and having a poster of Doug Christie on my wall as a kid, if he can bring that back, that's all anybody in this city wants, regardless of how you felt about Mike Brown or De'Aaron Fox or ownership or anything. And Doug gets that. So that's the part that excites me the most about Doug Christie is he understands that. And I think that his passion of bringing that back is as genuine as it gets. And I think that'll speak through or come through again in his press conference tomorrow.
For sure. Real quick, housekeeping. Jamal Murray, less than 20.5 points. Jalen Brunson, points, rebounds, and assists. More. It's at 39. I'm going more. Kawhi Leonard, 19.5 points. That's a goblin. I'm going more. Josh Hart, points, rebounds, and assists. 26.5. I'm going less. James Harden, 20.5 points in a closeout game. Boy, I'm living on the wild side. I'm going more.
Wow.
I'm going more. Don't judge me.
Wow.
Download the PrizePicks app. Put the promo code KIFM in. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details.
Yep.
PrizePicks, run the game. Oh, look at this guy. He's trying to. He's had a run.
I thought we had.
Oh boy.
I thought we had an interesting show today of great conversations. Even discussed alligators ringing doorbells and knocking on doors in Florida.
That was crazy. Well, look, hey,
we did not spend nearly enough time talking about how the Warriors got their ass kicked last night.
Well, but we need to spend more time. But you know why? Because we all think they're going to win tomorrow.
We do.
That's why I couldn't even.
I wasn't sure if you felt that way.
Yeah, I couldn't even get hyped about it. I was like, all right, man, we already know Houston, you're going to blow it. You're not going to win. But I was thinking last night, I was like, boy, if they could find a way to blow another 3-1 lead.
I think Minnesota will.
Oh yeah,
I think they'll throw Houston to the curb. I think they'll have to work a little harder against Golden State.
Minnesota going to the conference finals again.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Great stuff as always, Matt. Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, which I've been banned from for the foreseeable future.
True.
Casey's on the new episode, which you can check out today. Of course, Matt's great work over at ABC 10. You'll be hearing Matt George's name a ton tomorrow because, well, Matt, we'll be playing your video clips as we do most days because James Ham's going to be in the happiest place on earth. Mm-hmm. And, well, your audio and video is better, so it is what it is.
I'm happy to provide that as long as it's not Doug Christie cussing me out tomorrow, which there is a good chance that happens.
Well, that clip will be rerun over and over and over again. We're going to head over to 102.5. You're welcome to join us over there. We got tickets for the Wu-Tang Clan that we're going to give away, or we will see you back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Sac State, baby!
Wow. Okay. Real great. Real great. All right, Matt, go get to work. What do you guys got to do today?
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Okay, well, that's a good way.
I'll just be on TV
I
talking.
know how we feel when we walk in. Hey, look at alligators. We started the show talking about Robert De Niro's kids.
Yeah. Oh, I heard.
That's well.
Is your rundown made like written in crayon?
Yeah. Magic marker.
Well, I mean, when you guys decide to actually ask me to help co-host like on a show at some point, because you haven't done that over the 30 years that we've been doing this, I could experience what it's like to see one of your rundowns and work on that. Just a suggestion, but I mean, whatever.
You co-host tomorrow. I'll stay home. I'll stay in the pool. We'll get you in here, Matt, especially since you'll do it for free. We'll always you do it for free.
No, I mean, hey.
All right, fellas. Chatty House crew, ladies, everybody, we got to go. We'll see. Where the hell has Manny been? What day is today?
He wasn't here yesterday. The show was up too yesterday. He didn't get the.
Hey, so I'm gonna say this before we go, real quick. Before we go, I need more from Katrina on the show. She's got a great voice. She's got a great delivery. Tell them boys to shut the hell up and get in there and get your stuff off. Like, because I love Katrina's delivery. I love her voice. I love her presence on that show. I just want more of it.
Come on, Tasha.
So hashtag more Tasha, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.